The battle had concluded on the third evening, yet the rain showed no sign of stopping. The relentless downpour felt more like lashes against Ronan's skin than mere water droplets. Struggling to catch his breath, Ronan lifted his head. The once chaotic battlefield now lay silent, with only the sound of rain permeating the air. As his gaze widened, the landscape before him resembled a scene plucked from the depths of hell. The wasteland stretched to the horizon, its terrain mostly covered in a charred, reddish hue, reminiscent of blood mixed with mud. Upon the sticky ground lay scattered fragments that had once composed humans. Puddles dotted the landscape, carrying the floating corpses of those who had been blown apart. Apart from Ronan, there was no sign of any living beings in motion. As he wiped his blade against his clothing, a voice echoed from behind. To think there was such a strong human. Amazing. Despite the fierce downpour, the voice rang out clear. It bore the deep resonance akin to a cave filled with flowing lava. Ronan turned his body with an expression of disgust. You aren't dead yet? It's an evident failure on Aaaute's part. About 5 strides away, a massive figure of a human sprawled out. This was the culprit behind the carnage. The giant referred to himself as Aaute. With a height easily surpassing 4 meters, the giant's back bore 2 pairs of wings. His appearance resembled the concept of angels, frequently depicted in religious art. He had an oval-shaped bald head with distinct facial features. His white-tinged muscular torso was riddled with scores of deep and lengthy scars. Blue blood oozing from wounds formed puddles around the giant's center. Indeed, not yet, Ronan thought, his grip on the hilt tightening. If it were possible, he would have torn Aaute to shreds with a mere thought, but he no longer had the energy for that. This single being had vaporized 10 legions of the Empire. With each flutter of his 4 wings, storms raged, and with each swing of his light-forged spear, hundreds lost their lives. The innocent lives lost before the final battle were beyond counting. However, my end is near. Aaute has been defeated, and soon they shall return to his embrace. Ronan reflected. Well, good riddance. Stepping on dog shit on your way out wouldn't hurt, you damn sticky mess, he muttered. Ronan picked up a broken dagger and plunged it into the giant's chest. Despite the attack, the giant didn't rise, indicating a likely fatal blow. Perched on the giant's shoulder, Ronan rummaged through his pouch, muttering curses under his breath. Hey, you bastard! The expensive pipe he had bought with a lot of money was completely shattered. He tossed the broken pipe at the giant's face and stood up. Yeah, your friends. Do you know that they're dead? Ronan's brow furrowed at the mention of friends. Yeah, the guys who came down with you. Are you referring to Nirvana and Dwaru? I don't know their names. Anyway, they're dead. 20 days ago, 3 giants descended upon the land. The reason remained unknown. They wreaked havoc to the extent that the continent's map needed to be redrawn. Aaute was the last remaining giant. One was fried alive by a hot-tempered red dragon, and the other one was sealed for eternity by an old man called Lorahon. I don't know what you guys were up to, but it's all over now. Ronan wanted to see the giant's face twisted with despair, so he refrained from mentioning that the red dragon Navadorje and her tribe suffered devastation akin to mutual annihilation, or the peripheral information about the archmage Lorahon sacrificing his own soul as a conduit for a sealing spell. However, the response Ronan received didn't fulfill his expectations. It's fortunate. What? The fact that there are no more strong individuals like you. You can no longer stop us. Ronan slowly drew his sword, the gleaming tip aimed for the giant's throat. How do you know that? The children of the star share their senses with one another. Seriously, what a damn annoying one to the end. What do you mean there are no strong ones left? I'm still here. Ronan didn't bother adding those words. He knew that if he were to fight this monstrosity again, he could settle the matter within a day. However, Aaute knew everything. I know that your time is nearing its end. Huh. Strong one. Don't conceal the truth with shallow tricks, Aaute remarked. The sword trembled slightly, but Ronan showed no sign of it. He pushed the sword's tip into the giant's throat, Tough skin tore as blue blood gushed out. Aaute continued nonchalantly. I'm quite glad. If you had realized your skills earlier and put your all into training, you would have become a large obstacle for our long-cherished wish. Enough with the chatter. It's getting tiresome. You're an exceptional human. Be proud. The tale of the man who shook the sky and plucked stars could truly transcend the horizon of tomorrow. However, he spat out the words like a wedge. Your world will ultimately be consumed by the starlight. Ronan's sword drew an arc. If you're alive, answer me. Is anyone here? Ronan yelled, holding a hand to his mouth. No answer came. Aaute died without a whimper. The blue blood flowed like a river, not seeping into the soil. Ronan kicked the giant's corpse and stood up. He began to wander the battlefield, searching for any possible survivors. Death existed wherever Ronan's gaze landed. Avoiding the fallen corpses was no easy task. Scanning through pale faces, Ronan clenched his teeth. Most of them were familiar faces, comrades from the disciplinary unit who had shared life and death. With bitterness in his voice, Ronan muttered, "Foolish bastards." The disciplinary unit was a special force composed of criminals, the underbelly of an army that made patriotism a duty. They were the epitome of inconsistency, even in their discipline. Ronan knew why these men, who usually babbled and fled, would charge headlong into such a monster. Aaute was formidable. Arrows that barred the sky, self-proclaimed knights' holy spears, and even Shulafan, the sword saint, hailed as the Empire's greatest swordsmaster, did not land any critical blows. Only Ronan's blade could sever the giant's flesh and draw blood from it. Even the swords of the disciplinary unit, which were unable to perceive mana, let alone use aura, were oddly effective against the giant. Nobody, not even Ronan, could figure out why. Yet within the battle where the fate of the Empire was at stake, social status became meaningless. The Grand General discarded the original plan and formulated a new strategy centered around Ronan. In the end, the disciplinary unit became the most crucial force, guarded by 10 legions. The ragtag misfits, with lungs filled with wind, didn't hesitate to elevate their comrades to heroes. They fought through being torn apart and shattered, ultimately proving the Grand General's judgment right. These damn idiots! Ronan opened his eyes wide and gently closed the eyes of his fallen comrades, one by one. Their eyelids, hardened like the bark of an old tree, were tough and rigid. How many times had he repeated this task? Suddenly, Ronan felt a faint, dizzy spell rising from his solar plexus. The ground he had been lying on abruptly struck his cheek. His vision spun as if he had been drinking. Ronan grumbled as he fell over. His body wouldn't move. Even though rain whip-like raindrops were lashing at the side of his face, not pinned to the ground, he felt nothing. Aaute's words about the remaining time echoed in his mind. He knew as well. His worn-out body had reached its limit a long time ago. This phenomenon was a sort of declaration of what his body could no longer do. It was saying it wouldn't play along with the likes of him anymore. An unexpected cough burst out, accompanied by crimson blood. Amid extreme tension, the senses that had been numbed slowly began to return to Ronan. Leading the charge was agony. If he was going to die anyway, he wanted to die looking at the sky. Ronan exerted all his strength to flip his body over. The sky appeared, crisscrossed like a diaper. Neither the sun nor the moon nor stars were visible. Only occasional flashes of bluish lightning flickered through the growling clouds. Feeling even more agitated, Ronan closed his eyes. Now he just wanted to die quickly. The days he had lived seemed to float and sway in the darkness. It's truly fortunate for us. You wasted your talents in obscurity. Once again, those bold words brushed through Ronan's mind. They were infuriating, but true. Most of his memories flowed like a stream of wasted moments or scenes where he wasted time like a fool. Ronan himself had squandered the shining talents, no one else. Should I have attended the academy too? Understanding his talent came quickly. Exceptional ability wasn't something that could be hidden like poverty or a cough. His only family, his sister, had earnestly wished for him to receive proper education. She raised him with love and care, saying he could undoubtedly become a great person. Ronan disliked that and left home. It was bothersome. For the next 3 years, he wandered the continent like a stray dog. As with most crimes, Ronan also ended up in the punitive unit for a moment of anger. More accurately, he turned himself in. The military life turned out to be surprisingly tolerable. In a unit that granted discharge after surviving 3 years, Ronan remained for 7. They provided food and shelter as long as he wielded a blade. He had no compelling reason to leave. Though various offers for recruitment came his way, he rejected them all. And this was the result. The Giants' invasion took everything away. The rascals he fought alongside for 7 years, his caring sister, the nations and villages he encountered on his journey, all turned to ash. If Ronan had properly learned swordsmanship and dedicated himself to training, would the outcome have been different? Could he have protected them? He didn't know. It was a meaningless contemplation. With closed eyes, Ronan relaxed his body. He felt his soul gradually leaving his body. Someone had said death is nothing more than a deep slumber, his mind fading, dull. "Is anyone there?" A human voice reached him. "I'm here." Ronan jolted up from his position as if propelled, mud splattering off his back and neck. He focused all his senses on his hearing and strained his ears. Once again, the voice reached him. "I'm injured and can't move. Is anyone there?" "Damn it, I'm here. I'm right here." It was a woman's voice. Judging by how the sound seemed to resonate directly in his mind rather than through his ears, she was likely using telepathic magic. "Keep talking. I'm coming now." Ronan, who had roughly determined the direction, rushed forward. Despite smashing his face into the window multiple times as his legs gave way, he didn't care. The only thing that mattered was the fact that there might be a survivor. "Here is..." The voice grew fainter and fainter. Whatever the reason, it was clear that someone was fading away. Ronan increased his speed. Any traces of regret or stained ideals had long been cast aside. He soon arrived in front of a pair of leaning rocks. The 2 rocks faced each other like a roof, creating a structure under which he could avoid the rain. Every exhale was accompanied by dripping blood. Ronan wiped his mouth with his sleeve and entered the space between the rocks. The owner of the voice was lying inside. "You are..." And the moment he saw her face, Ronan had to swallow a sigh that rose up to his chin. "General." A familiar face. "Ronan." Struggling to raise her head, the woman spoke. Her voice was raspy, her throat was dry, but her former dignity remained unshaken. A stature taller than most generals, matted dark hair covered in blood and mud. In contrast, her skin was so pale it was almost pure white. Ronan repeated the words as if he was under some sort of enchantment. "Grand General Adashan." Despite having aimed for the idols of every Imperial soldier, Ronan didn't bow. He had no arm to salute her with. In the grand annals of Arcalusia's history, Adashan stood as a towering figure. She held dual titles: Imperial Grand General, commanding legions that numbered in the millions, and Duke of Arcalusia, a noble title earned through valor and leadership. Her legend was etched in the heroic deeds she'd performed, saving countless lives when giants ravaged the land. But now, in the dim light of a somber chamber, Ronan witnessed a stark contrast to that legendary figure. Adashan lay before him, her once mighty presence reduced to a frail shadow. She seemed to fade away before his very eyes, like a fragile wisp in a storm. "Grand General Adashan," Ronan murmured, his brow furrowing with concern. The sight of her condition weighed heavily upon him. Adashan's uniform, once a symbol of her authority and strength, now hung in shreds, stained with crimson hues that spoke of battle and suffering. Her arm, torn and mangled, still seeped blood, a grim reminder of the violence she had endured. "Ronan, a corporal, right?" Adashan's voice was strained as she struggled to speak, her body trembling with the effort. Despite her weakened state, her gaze, like smoldering embers amidst the wreckage, found its mark on Ronan. "By any chance, what's the reason for this?" Ronan inquired. "Wait, let me ask first," Adashan replied. After several deep breaths, Adashan spoke again. "Aaute?" "I killed him," Ronan confessed. "Are you sure?" Adashan's voice carried a hint of disbelief. "There's a body not far from here," Ronan affirmed. "Is that so?" Adashan's expression twisted as she processed the information. A single tear rolled down her dirtied cheek. Gazing at the sky, she mumbled in a weak voice, "He's dead." Grimacing as she forced her legs to support her, Adashan rose. Ronan quickly rushed to her side, offering support. "Thank you," Adashan murmured, acknowledging Ronan's assistance. "It was something that needed to be done," Ronan stated firmly. "I have nothing left. You are the hero, the one who saved the world, the true hero," Adashan acknowledged with a hint of resignation in her voice. "Damn it, hero, or whatever. Let's start with stopping the bleeding. Your wounds are deep," Ronan replied, frustration evident as he observed Adashan's injuries. Ronan muttered a curse under his breath as he glimpsed the extent of her arm's injuries. Beneath the torn flesh, white bone peeked out. Tenderly clasping her shoulders, Ronan gently guided her back against the wall once more. "I'm done for. There's no hope," Adashan murmured despondently. "What? You called me by my first name asking for help," Ronan remarked, his voice tinged with surprise. "I only wanted to know the monster's fate. As I said, I have no hope left," Adashan explained, her tone resigned. "Still, we have to try our best," Ronan insisted. Ronan removed his shirt, revealing a well-trained body adorned with scars reminiscent of a wild beast. He began tearing the shirt into strips, intending to use them as makeshift bandages. "You are quite stubborn," Adashan observed quietly. "I'll tell you beforehand, it's going to hurt a lot. You might scream or even faint," Ronan warned. "It doesn't matter. If you're going to do it quickly," Adashan replied, steeling herself for the pain to come. "Understood," Ronan acknowledged. Using the torn cloth, Ronan tightly bound the areas that needed staunching. Each time the fabric cinched, blood pooled and seeped from the wounds. "Definitely. I'm feeling a bit better. The dizziness is less intense than before," Adashan remarked, her voice tinged with relief. "That's a relief," Ronan replied, his tone reflecting a mixture of concern and gratitude. The two of them sat side by side on a rock, the makeshift bandages wrapped around Adashan's body seeming to have improved her complexion compared to earlier. "I never thought you wouldn't let out a scream," Ronan commented, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Being a Grand General isn't just about looks," Adashan replied with a faint smile. "Seems like you have more of a sense of humor than I expected," Ronan remarked, his exhaustion evident in the tilt of his head. Was it because he had transformed into a human with aura? His recovery speed seemed unusually fast. "But it seems it should have been you who received treatment, not me," Adashan remarked, concern etched in her features. Ronan sat there, clad only in his pants, his complexion worsening with each passing moment. Unlike Adashan, he seemed to be deteriorating rapidly. Adashan watched him spit out blood as if it were saliva, clicking her tongue in frustration. "Tusk, at this rate you're just adding to the death toll on the journey to the afterlife," Adashan scolded him. "The Grand General might still survive if the rescue team arrives in time," Ronan countered, his voice strained with pain. "Isn't it the same for you?" Adashan inquired, her brow furrowing with worry. "No, I won't make it," Ronan replied, his tone resigned. "What basis do you have to jump to that conclusion?" Adashan pressed further. "Well, when I heard the general's voice and stood up, I felt it. I'm going to die," Ronan explained, a faint smile creeping onto his lips, leaving Adashan perplexed. "Then why are you smiling when you're saying you'll die soon?" Adashan questioned, puzzled by Ronan's demeanor. "Well, I actually feel really empty. It's like I'm about to fade away for real," Ronan confessed, his voice tinged with resignation. Ronan lowered his gaze to his waist, where his sword should have been. However, the scabbard appeared empty, the sword likely lost during his charge. Despite the loss, he felt no stronger emotions than a sense of emptiness. "At least it's meaningful to be able to die like that. Not regrettable enough to lose the sword," Adashan remarked. "You're quite an odd person," Ronan observed, a hint of amusement in his voice. The two of them exchanged various stories, each revealing unexpected facets of their personalities. Adashan displayed a much more flexible way of thinking than Ronan had anticipated. Ronan was taken aback when he discovered that she, like him, came from a commoner background. "If you were to survive and return, is there something you'd like to do?" Adashan inquired. "I'm going to die," Ronan reiterated. "I said if," Adashan reminded him. "Well, I want to go to the 100 Rose Nights and the sea, completely naked," Ronan replied, a wistful tone coloring his words. "That's a pretty good dream. Anything else?" Adashan prompted. "Well, I'd like to attend the academy," Ronan confessed. "The Night Academy?" Adashan clarified. "Anywhere. I want to learn aura, use magic for once." Ronan trailed off, his voice tinged with longing. "Was it true that the aura transformation wasn't successful? And how did you actually manage to defeat a Aaute?" Adashan inquired. "He got stuck to me, so I cut his wings off. After that, it wasn't anything special. Deflect his attacks, dodge, and attack when there's an opening," Ronan explained. If he had heard about that, he would have fumed and fainted. "The Grand General should apologize to all the hard-working warriors," Adashan remarked with a hint of humor. "By the way, General," Ronan interjected. "Yeah," Adashan prompted. "Our comrades, while they might be crude, were still pretty decent individuals," Ronan continued. "Why are you suddenly saying something like that?" Adashan questioned, intrigued. "Could you use your authority as a Grand General to take care of the bodies? The regulations state that the bodies of fallen disciplinary unit members are either left as they are or collected and burned. But this time, if it wasn't for those bastards, we probably wouldn't have won," Ronan requested. "Corporal," Adashan responded, acknowledging Ronan's plea. "Please, it would be even better if we could set up some kind of memorial monument," Ronan added earnestly. Ronan's pupils gleamed with a peculiar crimson hue like twilight. After gazing at his eyes for a while, Adashan nodded belatedly. "Thank you, Grand General," Ronan expressed his gratitude. If you make a promise like that, I'll have to find a way to survive somehow," Adashan mused, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "I'll make it, if only for the sake of those who died, even..." Ronan struggled to speak, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly blood spurted out of Ronan's mouth, an alarming amount that caught Adashan off guard. Confusion clouded her features for the first time. "Hey, snap out of it," Adashan urged, her voice tinged with concern. "The rescue team should be here by tomorrow. Just until then." Ronan managed to utter between gasps for air. "Corporal, get up," Adashan insisted, prodding his leg, but there was no response. "You should return and participate in the improving ceremony according to the system," Adashan suggested, her gaze fixed on Ronan's profile. His teeth were audibly clashing together, and his long, dark eyelashes trembled like candles in the wind. "Damn it!" Adashan cursed under her breath, frustration evident in her tone. Turning her head away, Adashan felt blood dripping from her chewed lips. She couldn't bear to watch Ronan die. Despite thinking that she had become sufficiently numb after enduring 3 lives of hardship, it seemed that some traces of human emotions still remained. "Corporal," Adashan called out softly, her voice heavy with emotion. Just then, a vague voice emanated from Ronan's mouth, startling Adashan. "Corporal, you're alive!" Adashan exclaimed with surprise. The sound of rain stopped, Ronan muttered weakly. Adashan furrowed her brow, puzzled by Ronan's words. Adashan closed her mouth and listened intently. The constant drumming sound that had been echoing ceaselessly against the ceiling had vanished. Beams of light streamed through the gaps in the rocks, casting a reddish hue. "Yeah, it looks like the rain has stopped," Adashan confirmed. "That's strange," Ronan remarked. "What do you mean by strange? What's the matter?" Adashan began to question, but was interrupted by a sudden boom. Suddenly, a thunderous noise, as if the earth and sky were trembling, resonated. Intense beams of light showered down upon the two of them. "What?" Adashan exclaimed, urgency coloring her voice. Adashan urgently raised her head, and her eyes widened in shock. The rocks that had acted as a ceiling were gone, revealing the evening sky ablaze with fiery colors. Her expression contorted as her gaze reached the sky, where an unbelievable scene unfolded before her. "No way," Adashan whispered in disbelief. Countless giants were descending from the blazing sky. They swept away the clouds and halted the rain with their mighty wings. Their flapping created a gale that stirred up the surroundings, causing Adashan's hair to flutter like flames in the blowing wind. "The three giants weren't the end of it," Adashan muttered, her voice laced with helplessness. She gazed at the descending giants with a sense of dread. Among them were giants with 6 or even 8 wings, appearing stronger than a Aaute at first glance. "Am I going to fail this time, too?" Adashan whispered to herself, a hint of doubt creeping into her voice. A giant descending directly above them swung its arm, launching a spear made of light directly towards Adashan. She closed her eyes with resignation, feeling helpless to evade or resist. Then, a shadow passed in front of her. With a sharp splitting sound, the spear of light was cleaved in half. Adashan opened her eyes to see Ronan standing before her, tightly gripping her sword in his trembling hand. "Corporal," Adashan called out, her voice tinged with urgency. "Do you know any flame or wind magic? Anything that can lift me up?" Ronan asked desperately. "Flame magic," Adashan repeated, surprised by his request. "Damn it! My sword can't reach them from here," Ronan exclaimed, his voice strained with effort. With each ragged breath Ronan took, the pungent scent of blood filled the air, indicating that he had far exceeded his limits. Yet, he continued to contemplate swinging his sword at the descending giants. "My sword won't reach them from here," Adashan realized, snapping back to her senses. Without hesitation, she propelled herself towards Ronan, throwing her body against his. Behind them, a steep slope awaited. The two of them tumbled down the slope, intertwined in a chaotic jumble of limbs. When they finally reached flat ground, Adashan found herself straddling Ronan's chest. Ronan, flustered and alarmed, shouted, "What are you doing? Get off me, right now!" "Ugh!" His pupils constricted as Adashan's lips covered his own, and her loose hair tickled his nose and eyes. A cold, bead-like object slipped into Ronan's mouth along with saliva, its unfamiliar metallic taste mingling with bitterness. Adashan used her tongue to push the bead inside his mouth before withdrawing her lips. "Swallow," she instructed. Ronan managed to do so in astonishment, feeling the bead descend down his throat. Meanwhile, in the sky above, dozens of giants were forming a circular formation, preparing to hurl their spears. Adashan pressed her forehead against Ronan's and spoke in a hushed tone. "What you just swallowed is a time-reversing bead. It's the secret that allowed me, who was once a daughter of a layman, to become a Grand General. I lived 3 lifetimes using this. It can rewind time a total of 4 times, and I've already used it 3 times except for 1. You can guess the reason without me saying, right?" Adashan said, nodding towards the sky. The light around them was gathering into the shape of spears in the hands of the giants. "I've decided to count on you. Your peculiar combat skills, which even I, who have lived through 3 lifetimes, couldn't comprehend. I think they hold the key to averting the end. If you want to learn, go to Vidian Academy. It's a place where extraordinary talents gather, so it's bound to be helpful, Adashan explained. What are you blabbering about now? Ronan exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration. That's how it might sound to you. I thought the same at first. Adashan trailed off, her voice tinged with uncertainty. As Adashan finished her sentence, a deluge of rain suddenly poured down from the sky. Spears existed in quantities matching the number of giants. Even with their wings, it seemed impossible to evade them. By the way, if we meet again, can you tell me to not do anything stupid and just become a tailor? Adashan asked, desperation creeping into her voice. Adashan! Ronan cried out, his heart racing. His vision turned white as their eyes met for a final time. The last image he saw of her was her wearing a strange expression, neither smiling nor crying. I've tried everything possible, but nothing seems to work, Ronan muttered in despair. The flying spear pierced through both of them simultaneously. Ronan shot up from the ground like a rocket, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He frantically looked around, expecting to find a gaping hole where he'd been struck. Where is this? He muttered, his voice trembling with confusion. Scanning his surroundings, Ronan struggled to catch his breath. The nightmarish battlefield had vanished, replaced by a tranquil, grassy hillside that smelled of meadows. Beside him lay a long stick, like the ones used for herding sheep. Below the hill, a quaint village nestled, its charm juxtaposed against the serene river that curved alongside it, where children played on makeshift rafts. It didn't take long for memories to flood back. Ronan whispered his hometown's name, as if invoking the spirits of the departed. Nimbutan. It felt as though he had just emerged from a lengthy slumber. Ronan reached up and gingerly touched his lips, the sensation of the unexpected kiss still vivid in his mind. Adashan's words about the time-reversing treasure echoed in his thoughts. Did I really return to the past? He pondered aloud. He prodded his body all over, confirming it was still the physique of a young boy. Ronan pinched his thigh, twirled in the air, and only then did he realize that the current situation wasn't a dream. I've really come back, Ronan muttered to himself, his voice trembling with a mix of disbelief and realization. Memories overwhelmed him like a flood, engulfing his senses. He recalled the taste of the food he had eaten, the melodies of the songs he loved, the vast expanse of the starry sky he had admired during his travels, and the faces of the people he had lost forever. And then, amidst it all, sister. Suddenly, the image of a familiar face emerged in his mind, reminding him that his return to the past meant that she was still alive. His only family. His gentle sister, who had died without the chance to reunite with her runaway little brother, and who had ultimately perished at the hands of the giants. Sister. Aaute, Ronan murmured softly, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart as he tightened his grip on the stick. His strides, initially brisk, soon turned into a determined sprint. Before long, his childhood home came into view. But just as he was about to descend the hill, a commotion caught his attention, halting his steps. Bring it on time. You need to bring the money. No way. I'm sorry. At the top of a nearby hill, a group of boys around Ronan's age surrounded a child who appeared to be no more than 10 years old, taunting and harassing him. Among the jeering faces, Ronan recognized a few familiar ones. Who's that guy? One of them seemed oddly familiar, a boy with vibrant red hair who stood out due to his small stature. Ronan racked his brain, trying to recall past memories. Wasn't he a magician? Ronan muttered to himself as he shifted his steps. Even if not for Asel, he couldn't stand to witness kids bullying other kids. He picked up a stick and swung it experimentally, the satisfying sound echoing through the air. As Ronan dashed through town, his eyes caught sight of a group of individuals tormenting a young boy. What perplexed him was the manner in which they suspended the boy from a tree, defying gravity without physical contact. It dawned on him that the boy was ensnared by a spell, held aloft by magic. Such a sight was incredulous to Ronan, for wielders of magic seldom ventured onto the battlefield, yet here was one amidst the village fray. In that instant, it dawned on him that a specific sorcerer had traversed through time to this era. The individual employing magic against the boy seemed to harbour remorse for their actions. The bullied boy, in a heartfelt plea, confessed his lack of funds, explaining that the money he possessed was earmarked for his mother's crucial medication. Disregarding the boy's plea about his mother's health, the bully callously continued his assault, demanding more money with slaps and shouts. Then, summoning the magician named Asel, the bully ordered him to hoist the boy higher up the tree. Asel, cautious of the danger, hesitated, explaining that a misstep could result in the boy's fatal fall. Threatening Asel with placement on the tree if he dared to defy him, the bully instilled fear in Asel's heart. Confused and terrified by the situation, Asel questioned why such a fate had befallen him. He had pursued the study of magic to demonstrate his skills and worth, not to face such peril. Overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty, Asel found himself paralyzed by indecision. As he grappled with his options, Ronan intervened, striking Asel with his wooden stick. In an instant, Ronan's blow landed, causing Asel to lose his grip and the boy to plummet to the ground. Ronan urgently urged him to cease, warning of the potential fatal consequences. Enraged by Asel's cessation, the bully demanded an explanation for the apparent disrespect. Asel began to respond, but Ronan interjected, questioning Asel about the source of his telekinetic abilities. Asel disclosed that he had acquired his skills from a grimoire purchased from a travelling vendor. Ronan expressed astonishment, unable to fathom how Asel had attained such proficiency from a modest source. Ignoring the bully's escalating frustration, they continued their conversation. However, the bully, feeling neglected, drew his sword and charged toward Ronan, intent on attack. Ronan pondered where a lad like him could procure a genuine sword, feeling disheartened by the bully's reckless charge, evident in his sloppy stance. With ease, Ronan sidestepped the attack, disappointing but not surprising him. Ronan attributed his calm reaction to the battle instincts ingrained in him from his time as a soldier, an aspect of himself that remained steadfast even upon returning to the past. As the tension thickened, Hans exerted more force with his shoulder. "If you die, your sister will think I'm cute when I take care of her, just imagining touching her round butt." Feeling a sudden unease, Hans shifted his gaze. His sliced ear now lay at his feet. Abruptly, searing pain shot through Hans's ear. Clutching the spot where his ear once was, he dropped his sword. With a menacing tone, Ronan warned against mentioning his sister's name again. Witnessing this unexpected display of violence, the other bullies were stunned. Despite using a mere wooden stick like theirs, Ronan had demonstrated his capability to inflict harm. Commanding them to return the stolen money and compensate for his disturbed state, Ronan asserted his authority. Once the money was gathered, Ronan handed it over to the boy, who expressed surprise at receiving more than what was stolen. Ronan reassured him that he only desired the sword, showing no interest in the money. As the boy expressed gratitude for Ronan's intervention, Asel regained his composure and offered a sincere apology to the boy for his involvement in the ordeal. Expressing his fear of the bully, Asel confessed that he felt compelled to comply with the bully's demands. The boy reassured Asel, understanding the pressure he faced. After expressing gratitude to Ronan, the boy departed. Ronan, relieved to learn that Asel wasn't inherently malicious, proposed a plan to him. He instructed Asel to meet him in 3 days' time, eager to share his intentions. Warning Asel not to flee, Ronan threatened consequences if he attempted to evade him. With this caution issued, Ronan hurried home. He gathered some flowers for his sister, knowing her fondness for them. Eventually he arrived at the small house located on the outskirts of the village. Ivy vines covered the exterior wall, creating a picturesque scene. Unconsciously, Ronan took a deep breath, feeling a tension unlike any he had experienced before. Behind this door awaited Iriel, his sister, whom he hadn't seen since he left home at 17, and who had perished during the giant's invasion. Ronan reached out to grab the doorknob. It should have been a simple task, but it felt more complicated than it seemed. Suddenly, the bouquet of flowers in his left hand caught Ronan's eye. 10 yellow and white primroses were beautifully arranged, the very flowers that Iril loved. He felt a pang of self-consciousness. He wasn't a blushing young man confessing his love. As Ronan contemplated turning around to discard the primroses, the door swung open, revealing a woman, a remarkable beauty in the transition from a young girl to a young lady. Ronan found himself frozen in place, captivated by her radiant smile. Memories flooded his mind. As a soldier, he often pondered what he would say to her if they were reunited. Should he apologize for leaving her behind? Express how much he missed her? In the moment, all Ronan could manage was a smile as he laid eyes on her once again. Upon entering the house, Ronan found his elder sister Iril admiring the flowers he had brought her. In gratitude, she had prepared a lavish meal for him. After indulging in the food, Ronan inquired about Iril's age that year. She replied that she was 22 years old. Ronan's spirits lifted upon hearing this, as it meant he had a decade to prepare for the impending battle against the mysterious creatures. Iril was taken aback by Ronan's sudden inquiry about her age. She sighed with concern, alternating between touching her own forehead and Ronan's. Ronan shared his desire to attend an academy with Iril. Delighted by his decision, Iril questioned if he was joking, as she had always wished for him to pursue such opportunities, despite his previous reluctance. Ronan affirmed his seriousness about attending the academy. Upon hearing this, Iril hastily rummaged through the house and retrieved a sizable pot. Peering inside, Ronan was astonished to find it brimming with money. Puzzled, he inquired about the source of such a large sum. Iril revealed that she had been secretly saving money over time, intending to use it to support Ronan's education at the academy. Her selfless act left Ronan deeply moved and grateful for her sacrifice. Expressing his gratitude, Ronan thanked Iril for her unwavering support. However, he gently informed her that the sum she had amassed might not suffice for enrollment in the academy he aspired to attend. Curious, Iril inquired about his preferred institution, to which Ronan replied, Philion Academy. Iril's reaction was one of shock and disbelief, evident in her startled exclamation. The Philion Imperial Academy stands at the pinnacle of educational excellence within the Empire. Renowned as the foremost institute of learning, it proudly hosts a faculty comprised of the most distinguished educators across the continent. Bolstered by substantial funding from the imperial family, the academy delivers unparalleled educational experiences, setting the standard for top-tier instruction. Such is the illustrious stature of the academy that it has earned the colloquial moniker of a hero factory. Its halls have nurtured legendary figures like the Grand Marshal Adashan, the esteemed Schlieffen the Swordmaster, and even adversaries such as the infamous Winter Witch. The warriors of Philion undoubtedly made significant contributions to the war effort. Ronan grasped the significance of Grand Marshal Adashan's words immediately. However, he couldn't shake the realization that gaining admission to the academy required meeting exceptionally high entrance standards and affording exorbitant tuition fees. As he wandered through the forest, Ronan mulled over this dilemma. Recalling their earlier conversation, Ronan was taken aback by his sister's unexpected reaction. Iril's smile and words of encouragement lifted Ronan's spirits as she assured him he could gain admission to Philion Academy. With a newfound determination shining in his eyes, Ronan halted his steps. He made a solemn vow to himself. He would prove his worth by securing a place at the prestigious academy. With his arms crossed, Ronan glanced ahead and spotted someone standing beside a tree. He hadn't anticipated Asel's presence. Asel, visibly anxious, clenched his fists and edged away from the tree. Worried about the consequences of his absence, Asel hesitated. However, Ronan intervened, offering a reassuring smile to the boy. He advised Asel not to dwell on the past. Ronan, burdened with a backpack, effortlessly slipped it off his shoulders. He remarked that they had a busy night ahead and expressed his need to assess Asel's abilities. Asel's face betrayed his confusion as he inquired about the nature of the test. Pointing to himself with his thumb, Ronan proposed that Asel employ his telekinetic powers on him. With an intense gaze fixed on Asel, Ronan prompted him to lift him as high as possible using his telekinetic abilities. Asel's expression shifted to one of surprise, clearly puzzled by Ronan's request. He questioned the reasoning behind Ronan's desire for him to use telekinesis on him. Asel expressed concern, arguing that using telekinesis on Ronan seemed risky. Dismissing Asel's worries, Ronan asserted that it wasn't dangerous and insisted that Asel comply with his instructions for the time being. He reassured Asel that he wouldn't come to any harm, emphasizing that he couldn't be killed. Asel emitted a groan as he raised his hands, preparing to utilize his telekinetic abilities. A faint light blue aura enveloped his hands as he extended them towards Ronan. With a determined push, Asel directed his invisible force towards Ronan. The invisible hands effortlessly lifted Ronan from the ground, prompting surprise from him as he realized the extent of Asel's magical prowess. Rising 100 feet above, Ronan sensed the stability of Asel's magic wasn't quite sufficient yet. Nevertheless, it reminded him of previous encounters with giants, where mages employed telekinetic spells, enabling him to engage in aerial combat. Recalling those moments, Ronan realized that this was exactly what he had hoped for. Peering down at Asel, Ronan smiled, aware of the scarcity of mages and the rarity of telekinetic abilities, even among their ranks. This realization underscored Asel's importance as a key player in Ronan's upcoming battle against the giants. Grinning, Ronan applauded Asel, acknowledging that they were off to a good start. However, Asel closed his eyes and expressed to Ronan that utilizing his magic was draining his energy. He politely asked if Ronan could lower him to the ground. Ronan smiled as he unsheathed his sword and inquired if Asel could hold on a little longer, expressing his desire to check one more thing before descending on his own. Upon hearing this, Asel opened his eyes and flinched, a hint of apprehension crossing his features. With his sword tightly gripped, Ronan slashed at Asel's invisible hands. Asel's eyes widened in disbelief at Ronan's unexpected action. Instantly, Ronan landed right in front of Asel, who watched in astonishment as Ronan effortlessly sliced through his mana. Asel clenched his hands into fists and inquired about Ronan's recent actions. Ronan casually remarked that it was nothing extraordinary, just a little trick he had always been able to pull off. Asel, amazed, continued to express his astonishment, noting that he had never heard of anyone cutting through mana before. Before he could finish his sentence, Ronan gently tapped Asel's head, advising him to forget about it. Ronan himself remained unsure of the exact mechanics behind his ability. Ronan sheathed his sword, pondering that uncovering more about this ability would become another mission for him. He speculated that this newfound capability might be the reason his sword alone could bring down the giants. Pushing that thought aside for the moment, Ronan decided to deal with it later. There were more pressing matters at hand. Grabbing the strap of his bag, he confirmed that Asel had passed the test. Ronan tossed one of the empty bags to Asel, urging him to follow along. He emphasized that they had work to do before the moon descended. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Ronan smiled at Asel, remarking that this moment marked the beginning of the tale of Ronan, a chapter that would etch itself into the Empire's grand history for eternity. Under the bright moonlight filtering through the forest canopy, Asel and Ronan proceeded on their path. As they walked, Asel spoke up from behind Ronan. "The Vidian Academy," he said. Asel found himself questioning if he had misheard Ronan, so he asked again, "Did you say we're heading to Vidian? The academy that exclusively accepts the Empire's most elite warriors? And you're bringing me along?" Ronan glanced back at Asel with his right eye and affirmed that Asel had heard correctly, though he noted that the barrage of questions was starting to wear on him. Asel eventually caught up with Ronan. Now fixing his gaze on Asel, Ronan asked if Asel didn't want to go to Vidian. Asel responded, acknowledging Ronan's prowess as a gifted fighter and expressing confidence in his abilities. However, he confessed that he didn't excel at anything himself, nervously fidgeting his fingers. He added that he considered himself a coward and timid. With one of Ronan's eyes partially obscured by the strands of his hair, he questioned whether Asel desired to continue living his life in such a manner. Asel's eyes widened at Ronan's pointed remark. Ronan continued, suggesting that wasting his innate talent on dealing with insignificant street thugs was not the life Asel truly wanted to lead. Ronan pressed on, acknowledging that he himself had much ground to cover in various aspects. He concurred with Asel's assessment of himself as cowardly and timid, even admitting to being overly emotional and easily brought to tears. To add, Ronan described him as a wimp, afraid even of his own shadow. Asel felt Ronan's words like a sharp blow to his chest. Yet amidst it all, Ronan assured Asel that these shortcomings were inconsequential in the grand scheme, as Asel had the power to change them in due time. However, one thing Asel couldn't alter was the time he squandered. Ronan emphasized that if Asel didn't address those issues, he would inevitably come to regret it someday, just as Ronan himself did, staring pointedly at Asel. Ronan reflected on his own past, plagued by regret over decisions made while standing alone. Patting Asel's shoulder, Ronan inquired if Asel was beginning to reconsider. Asel, taken aback by Ronan's words, blushed, finding it hard to believe that someone as formidable as Ronan would show such concern for him. Overwhelmed, Asel covered his mouth with both hands, deeply moved by Ronan's sentiments. Ronan reiterated that he wouldn't compel Asel to accompany him. Recognizing that it was Asel's life and he had the freedom to return if he so desired, Ronan began walking forward, turning his back on Asel. However, Asel waved his hands and called out to Ronan, expressing his desire for change and his willingness to go to Vidian with him. Asel just needed guidance on what steps to take. A mischievous smile spread across Ronan's face in response. Turning to face Asel, Ronan expressed satisfaction with Asel's comment, noting his apparent growth. Ronan proposed they commence with Asel's first challenge immediately. Asel stood upright, resembling a soldier prepared to heed Ronan's command. A menacing smile crept across Ronan's face. He knew his persuasive words had worked their magic. As they reached their destination, the crackling of fire filled the air. A shiver ran down Asel's spine as he beheld what lay before him. Peering from behind a bush, he voiced his uncertainty, asking if this was his first challenge. Ronan nodded affirmatively. This was the perfect opponent to provide Asel's skills with an immediate test, a lunar goblin. And not just one, but an entire group of them. With a playful smile, Ronan quizzed Asel, suggesting that this task should be a walk in the park for him. He rested his right hand lightly on Asel's shoulder, conveying confidence. However, with a serious gaze, Ronan urged Asel to begin, his stare carrying a silent but urgent command. Lunar goblins, a breed of goblin mutants indigenous to these lands, sport yellowish skin and grotesque bodies, setting them apart from their ordinary kin. However, what truly distinguishes lunar goblins is their insatiable obsession with treasure. Without the slightest hesitation, lunar goblins ambush merchants, plundering their valuable possessions. Once they've amassed their loot, they convene for a celebration. However, these gatherings only occur on nights like this, when the moon is full. Trembling, Asel brought his hand to his mouth, realizing the purpose of their visit tonight, to pilfer all the treasure from the lunar goblins. Observing a lunar goblin sleeping against a rock, Asel was taken aback upon hearing about the goblin's thieving and celebratory habits, finding it unusual. He questioned how Ronan had managed to uncover this information. Ronan casually opened the flap of his bag and replied that he had heard about it from somewhere. However, he knew he couldn't reveal to Asel that he had seen them during his travels in his previous life. With a mischievous smile, Ronan gently squeezed Asel's shoulder, suggesting that all he had to do was use telekinesis to move the goblin's treasure while they slept and place it in the bag Ronan was holding. Asel shifted his gaze towards the bag, expressing his doubts. He acknowledged that it wasn't an easy task. Lacking confidence in his abilities, he worried about the potential consequences of making a mistake. If the goblins were to wake up, it would undoubtedly put them in danger. Asel pleaded with Ronan, expressing his reluctance to utilize his telekinetic ability due to the perceived risk. He suggested they brainstorm alternative approaches. Ronan locked eyes with Asel and disparagingly labeled him a coward. Ronan gestured with 2 fingers towards Asel, emphasizing the 2 crucial elements they needed to address immediately if they were to attend Vidian Academy. The first was money, as the tuition fees at Vidian were exorbitantly high. However, the second requirement, real combat experience, was even more critical. Ronan elaborated, explaining that Vidian was populated by warriors from aristocratic backgrounds who had received elite education since birth. If Asel aimed to compete with individuals of that caliber, there was only one recourse. He would need to endanger his life to amass genuine combat experience. That's why targeting those goblins was so ideal. They offered both the opportunity for wealth and valuable experience. It was akin to hitting two birds with one stone, Ronan explained, his gaze fixed on the lunar goblin concealed behind the bush. Ronan then asked Asel whether his idea seemed reasonable or not. Asel, conceding defeat, agreed with Ronan. Ronan then gave Asel a hearty slap on the back, urging him to get started. The moon cast its radiant glow, illuminating the dense forest's trees. Asel employed his telekinetic ability to pilfer gold necklaces, watches, rings, and coins, deftly depositing them into the bags Ronan had provided. Once the bags were filled, Ronan expressed his gratitude to Asel for his efforts. He hadn't been entirely certain if Asel could accomplish the task, so he was pleasantly surprised when everything went according to plan. Ronan felt a surge of satisfaction at having found such a useful ally. As Ronan packed up his belongings, two men could be seen chasing after a bird, shouting angrily at it. Regrettably for Ronan, a goblin stirred awake upon hearing the commotion. As it surveyed its surroundings, it quickly realized their treasures had vanished. Hastily, it roused the other goblins and conveyed the dire situation. Meanwhile, as Ronan and Asel prepared to flee, they were spotted by the goblins, who promptly launched an assault. Overwhelmed by fear, Asel collapsed to his knees. As the goblins closed in, Asel asked Ronan if they should abandon the treasure and flee. Ronan instructed him to hold on to the treasure, emphasizing its necessity for their tuition fees. Meanwhile, as the goblins approached, Ronan drew his sword to assess its weight and durability. He was aware that with the quality of his sword, he could only execute about 15 strikes before it became useless. This posed a challenge since there were 30 goblins, but Ronan remained confident that 15 strikes would suffice. As he swung his sword for the first time, he decapitated 3 goblins in a single stroke. Asel couldn't believe his eyes. Ronan dispatched the first 3 goblins with a single strike, then proceeded to attack the remaining goblins with such incredible speed that it seemed as if he vanished before his eyes. After dealing with the goblins, Ronan instructed Asel to get up as they needed to return home. As they journeyed back, Ronan felt a twinge of pain in his shoulders. He couldn't believe his muscles would ache after dispatching a few goblins, realizing it was likely due to his body still growing. Determined, he resolved to engage in rigorous physical training upon returning home. Asel inquired of Ronan who he believed caused the loud noise that awakened the goblins. Ronan admitted he didn't know, but vowed to confront and retaliate against the person if ever they crossed paths. As Ronan and Asel continued walking, an arrow was aimed at Asel. Fortunately, Ronan managed to intercept and catch the arrow. Asel was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. As Asel pondered the origin of the arrow, he and Ronan engaged in discussion. Suddenly, the 2 men who had previously attempted to shoot Asel arrived to meet them. They offered apologies for their earlier actions and inquired about what children like them were doing there at night. Ronan bristled with anger at being referred to as a child. Upon noticing the treasures in Ronan's bag, the men expressed delight. They apologized once more to Ronan and Asel. Ronan, distrustful of their insincere apologies, demanded to know their identities. One of the men drew a knife and launched an attack on Ronan, revealing their group's name as Caribolo. Reacting swiftly, Ronan disarmed the man and retaliated by using the knife to stab him. Upon witnessing his friend's attack, the other man charged at Ronan, only to be thwarted by Asel, who employed a skill known as Invisible Hand to restrain him. Ronan expressed gratitude to Asel for intervening and proceeded to take the man's knife, using it to inflict fatal wounds. Asel, shocked by the brutality of Ronan's actions, inquired if he had killed the man. Ronan asserted his resolve to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to him, justifying his actions by explaining that the men belonged to a group responsible for numerous atrocities. They were notorious for crimes such as poaching, kidnapping, and human trafficking, earning them the title of the Empire's most notorious poaching group. Ronan informed Asel that these men intended to steal their treasures and harvest their organs. While disposing of the bodies, Ronan and Asel noticed movement in the men's bag. Upon opening it, they were surprised to find a bird nestled inside. Ronan was taken aback by the sight of the bird, especially noting its blue feathers. Upon closer inspection of the bird's legs, he discovered a chain attached to it. This chain was an unusual piece of equipment typically used by Caribolo to disrupt a prisoner's mana and constrain their movements. Ronan was astonished by this revelation, as such equipment was typically reserved for capturing mystical beasts, not ordinary prisoners. This indicated that the individual attempting to communicate had been striving to establish a connection with the bird, but the bag had been impeding the connection. The person, named Baron, identified himself as a professor researching rare mystical beasts. Baron explained that he was the guardian of the bird, named Marp, and mentioned he had been unable to connect with Marp for some time. He was on the verge of reporting the situation to the authorities when the connection was finally established. Baron inquired about Ronan and Asel's identities. Ronan replied that they were righteous passers-by who had rescued Marp from poachers. Baron expressed disbelief at Marp's kidnapping and expressed gratitude to Ronan for rescuing Marp. He then asked how he could repay them for their help. Asel assured Baron that repayment was unnecessary and instead inquired about Marp's well-being. Asel expressed concern that Marp appeared exhausted from being chained up. Ronan queried Baron about Marp's ability to fly once the chain was removed. Baron assured them that he would do so. Following his statement, Ronan shattered Marp's chains with a single strike and instructed Marp to return home. Upon hearing this, Marp viewed Ronan as a radiant hero and expressed his gratitude by presenting his backside to Ronan. Baron informed Ronan that Marp wished to see him again, and, as a token of appreciation, requested Ronan to pluck one of Marp's feathers. Baron informed Ronan that a mystical bird like Marp could use its feather as a compass to find its way back home. He promised to repay Ronan when he visited his institution. With that, Marp took flight and departed. Shortly after the bird's departure, Ronan noticed something on his hand. A few days later, Ronan brought the treasures he had acquired to a merchant named Dolan Caravel. Dolan, the leader of the Caravel Trading Company, greeted Ronan warmly upon their meeting. He expressed delight at having a customer like Ronan, who brought a wealth of valuable items. Similarly, Ronan was pleased to encounter a merchant of Dolan's integrity, appreciating his honesty and fair dealings. Unlike other merchants who attempted to deceive Ronan, Dolan remained forthright in his transactions. Ronan approached Dolan, seeking his expertise in appraising an unusual item. Handing over the peculiar-looking egg, Ronan initially mistook it for feces and was incensed at the thought that Marp might have played such a prank on him. Fueled by frustration, he hurled the egg against a nearby boulder, only to witness the egg completely crush the rock upon impact. Intrigued and perplexed by this unexpected display of strength, Ronan sought Dolan's assistance in identifying the type of egg it was. Upon examining the egg closely, Dolan initially speculated that it resembled horse droppings. Ronan, taken aback by this assessment, accepted the egg from Dolan and opted to retain it for further inspection later. Ronan then inquired if Dolan sold books pertaining to Philion Academy, explaining their intention to apply to the institution and the need for preparatory reading material. Dolan expressed his joy upon hearing this news, revealing that his own daughter, Maria, was also applying to the academy. Introducing them to Maria, Dolan emphasized Ronan and Asel's importance as individuals with whom he had just concluded a business deal. Maria was taken aback by the revelation, finding it hard to believe that individuals as young as Ronan and Asel had just struck a deal with her father. Sensing the discomfort, Dolan apologized to Ronan and Asel for his daughter's choice of words. Undeterred, Ronan approached Maria and inquired if her middle name was Schen. Confirming this, Maria's response left Ronan astonished, as he couldn't fathom how much she resembled someone from his past life. Ronan felt perplexed, as the Maria he remembered from his past life was male. Approaching Maria discreetly, he leaned in and quietly asked if she had a dick down there. Maria was taken aback by Ronan's question, shocked that he would ask something so personal. Reacting swiftly, she delivered a powerful slap across his face. As Ronan felt the force of the slap, a sense of familiarity washed over him, leading him to believe that only the old Maria could deliver such a blow. In his previous life, Ronan served as a disciplinary soldier at a location known as Armalan. The Maria, he remembered, held the responsibility of managing supplies at Armalan. She was generally easygoing and well-liked among her peers. However, whenever conversations turned to topics like genitals, Maria would become incensed and swiftly slap those around her. Ronan had always harbored curiosity about Maria's behavior. He longed to question Maria about the matter, but the opportunity never arose before Maria's passing. Upon learning that Maria's reactions stemmed from her identity as a girl, Ronan felt a sense of relief. However, Maria misinterpreted Ronan's reaction as laughter directed at her. Angered by what she perceived as mockery, Maria moved to strike Ronan again. This time, Ronan intercepted her attack and firmly struck her head, commanding her to refrain from hitting him again. Ronan explained that he had only permitted Maria to strike him due to his own foolish inquiry. Annoyed by his response, Maria responded by headbutting Ronan's chin. This action quickly escalated into a physical altercation between them. However, once the heat of the moment subsided, Ronan and Maria reconciled and resumed their conversation on amicable terms, appearing as if they were old friends catching up. Asel watched in astonishment at the sudden shift in their dynamic. Asel couldn't help but think they were both a little crazy. Maria presented a sword known as the Black Iron Sword, boasting about its remarkable quality that even knights coveted. Ronan expressed his concern, stating that he fought in a rough manner and required a sword that wouldn't easily break. However, Maria reassured him that the Black Iron Sword was precisely what he needed, insisting it was the best choice for him. Ronan felt a surge of joy as he received the sword, recognizing it as the same one he wielded in his past life. After handing over the weapon, Maria turned to Asel and inquired about the type of magic he utilized. Asel explained that he utilized telekinesis. Maria was taken aback by this revelation and informed Asel that if he performed admirably on his test, he could potentially earn a scholarship. Asel was overjoyed upon hearing Maria's encouraging words. Maria felt confident that Asel would excel and decided to shift her focus to Ronan. She inquired about the technique he planned to showcase to the judges on the day of the test, emphasizing the importance of impressing them with a remarkable display if he wished to gain admission to Philion Academy. The school also administers a written exam, known for its difficulty, though it pales in comparison to the practical test. The practical examination holds immense significance. Performing well in it could secure entry into the academy, even for those with lower scores on the written test. Ronan sought Maria's guidance on the technique he should showcase. Maria explained that noble applicants often showcase their family's guarded techniques, while regular martial arts candidates typically present their unique mana fighting styles. Ronan, taken aback by this revelation, inquired whether it was feasible for martial artists to utilize mana despite not being mages. Maria was taken aback by Ronan's question. She explained that individuals aspiring to join Philion Academy were expected to possess the ability to sense and utilize their own mana in combat. She assumed this was common knowledge, so she was surprised by Ronan's reaction, as he appeared to regard her explanation incredulously. Ronan inquired whether sensing mana resembled detecting aura, leaving Maria astonished by his question. She found it difficult to believe that Ronan, with his apparent lack of knowledge, aspired to enter Philion Academy. Ronan reassured her, suggesting that he might already possess some understanding of the concept. Maria, determined to help him, invited Ronan outside, taking 2 short swords that belonged to him. Despite Ronan's reluctance to risk damaging the swords, Maria insisted, promising to compensate him 3-fold if any harm befell them. Urging Ronan to rise and join her immediately, she expressed her intention to provide him with specialized training. Mana serves as the essence of natural power, a pervasive energy inherent in the world. However, not everyone possesses the ability to harness it. To utilize mana effectively, individuals must first develop the capacity to sense and connect with their own inner energy through mana sense. This process requires undergoing diverse training regimens aimed at fostering self-awareness and understanding. Typically, it requires around a year for an ordinary individual to develop mana sense. Following the mastery of mana techniques through dedicated practice, they then seek admission to Philion Academy. Maria conveyed to Ronan that his inability to differentiate between aura and mana indicated he wasn't quite prepared for enrollment at Philion Academy. Maria explained to Ronan that aura is a subtype of mana, and even individuals with considerable talent in mana manipulation typically spend a minimum of 10 years honing their skills to access aura. Ronan recalled encountering individuals capable of utilizing aura on the battlefield. While they often boasted about their abilities and wielded extraordinary powers, Ronan remained indifferent, as many of them ultimately met their demise. Maria abruptly ceased her explanation and swiftly drew her sword, launching an attack against Ronan. Ronan swiftly defended himself, taken aback by her formidable strength. He marveled at her proficiency and adeptness in wielding dual blades. Though he couldn't discern if she was employing mana, he sensed its utilization in their duel. Maria found herself impressed by Ronan's prowess. Initially, her intention was to swiftly defeat Ronan in a single round, thereby showcasing the utility of mana and prompting him to abandon the test voluntarily. Her aim was to spare Ronan the potential humiliation at the academy. However, to her astonishment, Ronan displayed a level of strength far surpassing her expectations. Maria was incredulous that Ronan lacked proficiency in mana manipulation. Lost in contemplation, she was caught off guard as Ronan swiftly employed his sword to create distance between them. Assuming a lethal stance, Ronan instructed her to evade his strike. Thankfully, Maria heeded Ronan's warning and managed to dodge the impending attack. Having skillfully evaded Ronan's attack, Maria remarked that Ronan was far from ordinary. In response, Ronan acknowledged Maria's proficiency, noting her talent with the blades. However, he pointed out a flaw in her balance, suggesting that refining this aspect would greatly enhance her abilities. He assured her that addressing this issue would lead to significant improvement. Having imparted his advice, Ronan sheathed his sword and pivoted away, much to Maria's chagrin. She insisted that the fight was far from concluded and urged him to press on. Ronan, however, reminded her of their agreement to triple his funds. Instantly, Maria's dual blades shattered, leaving her in a state of utter disbelief. Asel reassured her, expressing his lack of surprise at Ronan's victory. Following their departure, Maria was left reeling from the encounter, convinced that Ronan transcended mere humanity. The following day, she presented Ronan and Asel with books and materials, painstakingly summarized by herself. When Ronan inquired about their purpose, Maria explained their significance. Maria was taken aback by Ronan's reaction. She clarified that the books were essential for their upcoming test in just a month's time. Ronan's skepticism flared, questioning if she was trying to overcharge them. Maria quickly reassured him, expressing her fondness for them and her sincere desire for their success at Vidian Academy. Upon hearing that the books were complimentary, Ronan sheathed his sword. Maria expressed her regret that she couldn't personally tutor them due to their group relocating. However, she encouraged them to dedicate themselves to their studies and promised to reunite at the academy. Ronan assured her they would do their best, urging her to take care of herself as well. As Maria boarded the carriage, she reminded them to safeguard the books until they met again on test day. Once she departed, Ronan became aware of the soreness in his body from the intense sparring session. Recognizing the urgency of strengthening his weakened physique, he found amusement in the irony of needing to study and train rigorously to gain entry into an academy. Despite the oddity of his circumstances, he harbored no resentment towards it. Upon Ronan's return home, his routine took a drastic turn. He consumed ample food and engaged in constant monster hunts to acclimate to his body and enhance his stamina. Over time, he managed to eliminate all the monsters in the village. During the nights, Ronan dedicated himself to diligent study, a practice he never envisioned undertaking in his past life. As the month drew to a close, Ronan adhered to his routine diligently until the day of the test arrived. Asel was awestruck at the sight of Vidian Academy, its grandeur akin to a miniature city. Ronan, noticing Asel's stunned expression, quipped for him to cease his gawking, lest he resemble a rustic. Just as Asel was about to apologize, he caught sight of something peculiar about Ronan. Noticing Ronan's changed physique, Asel remarked on how much larger he appeared in just a month. Ronan brushed off the observation, urging Asel to direct his attention to more pertinent matters, like the impending test. As they walked, Ronan's thoughts turned to the significance of the occasion, realizing that the renowned sword Saint Schlieffen the Empire's mightiest warrior, would also be participating in the test. Ronan anticipated encountering Schlieffen during the test, given their similar ages and Schlieffen's representation of the esteemed Grantia swordsmanship clan. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Asel's inquiry about the feather from the dream bird. Ronan produced the feather, remembering that Baron's institution was located in the capital. As Ronan unveiled the feather, he observed its direction, pointing toward a towering structure within Filion Academy. At the pinnacle of this edifice, Marps and Baron, the Academy's zoology professor, were busy rearranging Baron's office to welcome Ronan. Notably, Baron was a werelion. Feeling the need for fresh air, Baron opted to open the window. As soon as he opened the window, he was met with Ronan's eerie countenance. Startled, both he and Marps let out a scream at the unexpected sight. Baron inquired how Ronan managed to reach his window, given that his office was situated on the top floor. He questioned whether they were after Marps. In response, Ronan presented the feather as evidence. Surprised, Baron recognized them as the individuals who rescued the bird. Baron apologized for his reaction, and Ronan assured him it wasn't an issue. He jokingly blamed Asel for their unconventional entrance, much to Asel's surprise. Asel explained that Ronan had claimed to be too tired for the stairs and asked him to use telekinesis to lift him up, hence their window entry. Ronan quickly covered Asel's mouth to prevent him from spilling the truth. He expressed his surprise at learning that Baron was both a werelion and a professor at Filion Academy. In turn, Baron admitted his astonishment at discovering that Ronan and Asel were applicants to the Academy. He regretted not knowing earlier, as he could have provided them with a recommendation letter, potentially exempting them from the test. Ronan reassured Baron, telling him not to be concerned about them. Then, he presented the egg laid by Marps. Baron's surprise was evident upon seeing it. When Ronan questioned his reaction, Baron explained that an egg laid by a dream bird holds significance beyond that of a typical egg. Baron confessed his uncertainty regarding what creature would hatch from the egg. Ronan found this revelation surprising. Baron elucidated that the environment in which the dream bird resides influences the egg's development. For instance, in a volcanic region, a phoenix might emerge, while in a monster's den, the hatched bird could resemble the local creatures. In some cases, the resultant creature might not even resemble a bird at all. Baron explained that by analyzing the manner of the dream bird, he could make an educated guess about the creature that would hatch from the egg. However, he admitted that at the moment, he couldn't definitively determine its nature. Ronan felt a pang of annoyance at the complexity of the situation. He found it incredulous that an egg could cause such stress. He pondered over the environment Marps had been in to lay such an enigmatic egg. Baron entrusted Ronan with the care of the egg, emphasizing its preciousness. Ronan hesitated, considering the responsibility, but Baron assured him that a dream bird lays an egg only once in its lifetime. The significance of Marp's choice to lay it in front of Ronan hinted at something special between them. Intrigued by the mystery, Ronan agreed to take on the task, eager to witness the creature that would emerge from the egg. Ronan and Asel prepared to depart for their test, but Baron halted them, presenting a map to aid in caring for the egg. Grateful for the assistance, they accepted it and hurried to their examination venue. The main hall of Fort Galerian Castle bustled with martial arts applicants awaiting their turn. An attendant emerged, summoning applicant 112 to enter the test room. As Ronan observed the queue, he noted that he would be next after applicant 112, feeling a sense of fatigue from the wait. Maria, seated beside him, reassured him that such waits were customary for all tests. Curious, Ronan inquired about Maria's attire, to which she explained that Filion Academy was attended by nobles, and she wished to make a favorable impression on potential future customers. As applicant 112 emerged from the room, Ronan, now applicant 113, was summoned inside. Maria offered him words of encouragement, urging him not to be nervous and to give his best effort. Ronan reassured her, expressing confidence that everything would be fine. Stepping into the room, he was taken aback by the presence of the professors, each emanating an aura of extraordinariness. Among them, the figure of the Academy's headmaster and archmage, Carve, stood out prominently. Ronan was equally struck by the formidable presence exuded by the swordsmanship instructor, a woman known as Navaros, revered as the Grand Sword Saint. Upon introducing himself, he was promptly instructed to engage in combat with a magically engineered dummy. When questioned about the technique he intended to demonstrate, Ronan simply replied that he would employ a swift cut. The professors were taken aback by Ronan's decision to execute a basic cut without utilizing any mana. They questioned his strategy, deeming it foolish, as the dummy boasted formidable defensive capabilities capable of withstanding attacks from even skilled aura users. Moreover, its rapid regeneration further compounded the challenge. The professors considered Ronan's approach naive, given that even Schlieffen struggled to inflict damage upon the dummy. Carve was dismayed by the professor's disrespectful attitude towards Ronan, but he chose to disregard their behavior. Instead, he focused on Ronan, astonished by the young man's remarkable vitality. As Ronan drew his sword and swiftly struck the dummy, Carve was taken aback by his display of skill and agility. Navaros, too, found herself surprised by Ronan's proficiency. However, despite Ronan's successful attack, the professors ridiculed him. The professors were incredulous at Ronan's decision to demonstrate only a single cut. One of them turned to Carve to inquire about how to grade Ronan, but Carve was too absorbed in observing Ronan's performance to respond. While Carve's attention was fixed on Ronan, Navaros seized her sword and launched an attack. She questioned Ronan about the origin of his swordsmanship. Ronan replied that he couldn't provide an answer to her initial question. Undeterred, Navaros rephrased her inquiry. She inquired if Ronan had observed her attack. Ronan confirmed, describing her rapid unsheathing and 3 successive swings despite the distance between them. Navaros explained that her 3 swings were meant to highlight the arrogance she perceived in Ronan's swift cut. Navaros expressed her frustration, noting that she had observed Ronan deliberately slowing down his attack to ensure the professors could fully perceive his actions. She found this disrespectful to their expertise. Meanwhile, the other professors were unable to discern if Ronan had indeed slowed his strike, leaving them perplexed. Ronan was taken aback by Navaros's accusation. Ronan hesitated to clarify his intention, unsure if it would only exacerbate Navaros's anger. However, after she calmed down, she sheathed her sword and unexpectedly offered to mentor Ronan herself. Carve was astonished by Navaros's swift decision to take Ronan under her wing. Carve expressed his gratitude for Ronan's demonstration and inquired about his motivation for applying to their academy. Reflecting on his past experiences, Ronan expressed his desire to pursue his aspirations without any regrets. Carve was taken aback by Ronan's response and requested him to step out after hearing his answer, clearly surprised by his sincerity. Carve expressed his eagerness to mentor Ronan, citing the young man's evident talent. This declaration surprised one of the professors, who questioned what made Ronan special. Carve simply stated that Ronan possessed innate talent. Suddenly, the magically engineered dummy, previously boasting rapid regeneration, lost its head. The 2 professors who had earlier mocked Ronan were stunned by this unexpected display of skill. Leaving the room, Ronan pondered whether he could have surpassed Navaros in his previous life. He realized the need for intensive training to match her skill. Despite this, he felt optimistic about his decision to attend Filian Academy, recognizing the opportunity for growth it presented. As the practical test concluded, candidates prepared for the theory exam. Despite a month of preparation, Ronan found the theory exam unexpectedly challenging. Emerging from the test center, he trembled with anxiety. Maria was astounded to learn that Ronan struggled to answer even half of the questions, especially considering she had urged him to study the books she provided. Asel informed Maria that Ronan had forgotten to review the books and materials she provided. Maria reassured Ronan, expressing confidence in his performance during the practical test and his potential acceptance into the academy. Suddenly, a blue tablet materialized in their vicinity, displaying the students' results. Asel claimed the top spot in the theory exam and secured the 12th position in the practical exam for the magic department. Maria achieved the 9th rank in both the theory and practical exams for the martial arts department. Upon discovering their results, Asel and Maria erupted in celebration. Maria expressed her surprise and congratulated Asel for clinching the first position in the theory exam. Amid their jubilation, Maria inquired about Ronan's results. To her surprise, Ronan revealed that his name wasn't on the list. Disbelief clouded Maria's expression as she urged Ronan to cease his jest. Just as Ronan's hope began to wane, a sudden explosion rattled the vicinity. Turning to investigate, they beheld the source, a magnificent phoenix known as the Glory Phoenix. The majestic phoenix, known for heralding the salutatorian of each department, unleashed a fiery projectile toward Ronan. As the fiery orb neared him, it unveiled his standings. First place in the practical exam and an unexpected 5,112th position in the theory exam. This surprising revelation declared Ronan the salutatorian of the martial arts department. Asel and Maria erupted in joy at Ronan's unexpected achievement. Despite his lower rank in the theory exam, Ronan couldn't contain his happiness. Maria, however, couldn't fathom how he became salutatorian with his theory exam position. Amidst their celebration, Ronan pondered the implications of his first-place finish in the practical exam, realizing he must have surpassed someone significant to claim the top spot. As Ronan glanced behind him, he noticed a boy approaching, disbelief etched on his face. This boy was none other than Schlieffen, the one expected to claim the top spot in the practical exam had Ronan not intervened. Schlieffen, renowned as the Sword Saint, stood before him. Ronan was taken aback by Schlieffen's presence. Maria speculated that Schlieffen sought to converse with Ronan, but Ronan harbored doubts about Schlieffen's intentions. He was irked by Schlieffen's presence, aware of the trouble he could stir. In Ronan's previous existence, Schlieffen harbored a disdain for anyone surpassing him in swordsmanship. Ronan understood the importance of evading Schlieffen's attention. He feigned surprise, claiming he was equally astonished by his top ranking in the practical exam. But Schlieffen remained skeptical, accusing Ronan of falsehoods. Ronan staunchly defended his honesty, challenging Schlieffen to provide evidence to the contrary. Ronan sternly requested Schlieffen to leave him be. Ignoring Ronan's plea, Schlieffen opted for aggression to substantiate his doubts. Initiating an attack, he aimed to force Ronan into defense. Much to the surprise of onlookers like Asel and Maria, Ronan adeptly parried Schlieffen's assault. Schlieffen, acknowledging Ronan's skill, conceded that such a defense was beyond someone not ranked first in the practical exam. Annoyed by Schlieffen's skepticism, Ronan decided to demonstrate his prowess. With a serious demeanor, he launched a fierce attack, executing 3 slashes in rapid succession. Although Schlieffen managed to block Ronan's assault, his hand began to tremble afterward. Despite acknowledging Ronan's impressive technique, Schlieffen remained doubtful that it was sufficient to defeat him. Schlieffen relentlessly pressed his assault, urging Ronan to unleash his full capabilities. Ronan, growing increasingly frustrated, found Schlieffen's intensity unfathomable. Despite Schlieffen's insistence that he couldn't accept the exam results, Ronan deftly parried each blow with strength and determination. As Ronan defended against the onslaught, a sense of dread crept over him, realizing the dire potential consequences of the escalating confrontation. He feared that Schlieffen might soon tap into his formidable aura, the Tempest Sword, a force he remembered well from his previous life, a power of unparalleled strength and ferocity. As the gravity of the situation dawned on him, Ronan abruptly halted his defense and opted to flee. Schlieffen, taken aback by this unexpected turn, admonished Ronan for such a cardinal error in combat, never turning one's back on an adversary. Determined, Schlieffen pursued Ronan relentlessly. However, when he moved to strike, Ronan swiftly interposed Asel as a shield, catching Schlieffen off guard with this unexpected maneuver. Schlieffen berated Ronan for his perceived cowardice, accusing him of hiding behind a woman. However, Asel corrected him, asserting his gender. Aware of Schlieffen's chivalrous demeanor, Ronan seized the opportunity to strike, thrusting his sword toward Schlieffen's nose from behind Asel's cover. The unexpected attack caught Schlieffen off guard, causing him considerable pain. Ronan swiftly instructed Maria and Asel to flee, urging them to escape while they had the chance. Schlieffen made an attempt to intercept them, but they had already distanced themselves from him. As they departed, an academy instructor arrived, taken aback to find Schlieffen leaning on his sword, nursing an injured nose. Addressing Schlieffen respectfully as Sir Schlieffen, the instructor appeared surprised by the scene before him. The instructor inquired about the students responsible for Schlieffen's injuries. However, Schlieffen insisted on informal address, stating that as an applicant, he should be treated as any commoner. He assured the instructor not to worry, emphasizing that the altercation had been a fair bout. As he rose to his feet and regained his composure, Schlieffen observed that his sword had sustained a crack. The sight of his mithril sword cracking surprised Schlieffen immensely. He couldn't fathom how such a sturdy weapon had been damaged, especially considering he didn't regard Ronan's techniques as particularly extraordinary. Perplexed by the turn of events, Schlieffen resolved to remember Ronan, realizing there was more to him than met the eye. The next day, Ronan and Asel ventured into Shimo Forest on the outskirts of the capital. Asel expressed concern about their safety, given Schlieffen's status as the scion of a powerful ducal family, second only to the imperial family. Ronan assured Asel that despite Schlieffen's sword obsession, he believed him to be fundamentally decent. In Ronan's past life, Schlieffen was revered as a paragon, known for his defense of the vulnerable. Ronan viewed him as the epitome of nobility. Ronan speculated to Asel that Schlieffen likely portrayed their encounter as equitable because, had he desired retribution, they would have faced consequences by now. After a thorough search, Ronan and Asel located the spot indicated on the map. This location is Panado Pond, renowned for its mana vein. For reasons yet unknown, mana from across the world converges here, coalescing into a pool known as a mana vein. Surrounding matter absorbs mana from this source, transforming ordinary rocks into premium mana stones and mundane plants into extraordinary herbs. Ronan understood the immense value of a mana vein, knowing many would seek to monopolize it. Yet, Baron had entrusted it to them freely for the eggs hatching. Turning to Asel, Ronan inquired about the atmosphere. Asel confirmed the unusual sensation, expressing how the abundance of mana allowed for significantly more potent spellcasting. Observing the mana vein, Asel remarked on the egg's absorption of the abundant mana. Curious, he asked Ronan if he sensed anything unusual about the area. Ronan inquired further, and Asel recalled Baron's mention of the mana vein, attracting a diverse array of fantastical creatures, even ordinary animals finding it an ideal nesting ground. Asel queried Ronan about any animal noises he might hear. Ronan's senses sharpened as he realized his mistake. Rising to his feet, he cautioned Asel to prepare for combat, citing the scent of blood in the air. Puzzled, Asel sought clarification, prompting Ronan to explain that the presence of blood indicated others had visited the area before them and were now aware of their presence. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Upon Ronan's warning, a band of masked men emerged from the forest, launching arrows toward Ronan and Asel. Swiftly, Ronan intercepted and shattered the projectiles. Upon closer inspection of the arrowheads, recognition struck him like a bolt from the blue. They bore a familiar mark he had encountered in his past life. Recollections flooded his mind as he recalled a similar scene around a campfire among his comrades in the punitive force. As the soldiers gathered around the campfire, one of them proudly displayed an arrow, boasting of its potency against formidable foes like orcs. Offering it to Ronan, their captain, the soldier extolled its virtues. Ronan, however, cut him short, reminding him of his past misdeeds, using such arrows for poaching. The soldier insisted that the arrow was no ordinary projectile, reserved for the elite poachers under the employ of the Caribolo organization. Ronan's frustration grew upon learning that their assailants were affiliated with Caribolo, a notorious group known for its illicit activities. After halting the assault, Ronan instructed Asel to find a safe hiding spot, explaining that he needed to address the situation alone. With resolve, he dashed toward the source of the attack. The Caribolo's hunting dogs were stunned as Ronan swiftly disarmed them, effortlessly neutralizing their mana-infused arrows with his blade. As Ronan charged at them, one of the hunting dogs swiftly ordered the others to disperse and encircle him. Ronan was taken aback by the agility of their response, recognizing that this hunting dog was unlike the others he encountered. Realizing he needed a strategy to apprehend them all, Ronan quickly began formulating a plan. Just as the hunting dogs were preparing to disperse, Ronan halted them by claiming to be an ally. Identifying himself as the youngest hunting dog from the Damas branch named Aaute, he sought to gain their trust. Initially skeptical, the hunting dogs gathered around Ronan, questioning his identity. One of them, not wearing a mask, expressed doubt, challenging Ronan's assertion. Disregarding Ronan's claim, the hunting dog questioned the logic behind someone as young as Ronan joining their ranks. In response, Ronan suggested verifying his statement with the branch wolf. He admonished the hunting dog, emphasizing that lack of talent in one individual did not preclude others from possessing it. As the tension escalated, the hunting dog clenched Ronan's shirt, threatening to dismember him. Unperturbed, Ronan warned him of the inevitable downfall awaiting individuals like him. Amidst the confrontation, one of the hunting dog's comrades intervened, advising him to desist from assaulting Ronan. They reasoned that since Ronan displayed knowledge of their organization's hierarchy and branches, it would be prudent to await confirmation from their leader regarding Ronan's affiliation. As soon as the hunting dog made this statement, their leader emerged from the forest. Known as Veum, he held authority as the wolf of the Demir branch. Witnessing Veum's arrival, the hunting dog ceased his confrontation with Ronan and hastened to apprise Veum of the situation. Ronan welcomed Veum's presence, understanding that with their leader present, all the hunting dogs in the vicinity were likely assembled there. Veum expressed his surprise at Ronan's presence in their territory, asserting that this section of the forest belonged to their branch. In response, Ronan disavowed the identity of Aaute, signaling his disregard for their hierarchy. This revelation stunned Veum. Without hesitation, Ronan swiftly dispatched all the hunting dogs surrounding him with a single stroke of his sword. Ronan charged towards Veum, condemning the name Aaute as fitting for a poacher. With swift determination, he severed Veum's head from his body. Turning to the unmasked hunting dog, Ronan reiterated his warning about the fate of individuals like him. As he spoke, the man's fingers began to fall off. The man shrieked in agony, but Ronan dismissed his cries as mere theatrics. Offering a way out, Ronan handed him the map provided by Varan. With a firm ultimatum, he instructed the man to reveal the locations of other Caribolo branches on the map's reverse side if he wished to avoid further torment. Faced with this demand, the man's panic was palpable. Sensing his reluctance, Ronan prepared to end his suffering once and for all. The man reluctantly agreed, pleading for a pen to mark the map. Ronan's cold demeanor offered no mercy. He instructed the man to use his own bloodied fingers for the task. Once the map was marked, Ronan examined it with gratitude. However, when the man presumed his release, Ronan shattered his hopes. With chilling finality, he informed the man that freedom was never on the table. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved the man in two, sealing his fate. When Asel saw the dead animals, he felt sick and threw up. Ronan told him to calm down and stop worrying. Asel said sorry for getting sick and mentioned how many animals Caribolo killed. Ronan said it's wrong to let Caribolo's people live. Looking at the dead animals, Ronan thought about how sad Professor Barron would be if he saw this. He decided to go back to the capital. He saw the egg in his bag shaking. Ronan wanted Asel to check it out, but Asel was busy. Instead, Asel told Ronan to look up. Ronan did, and saw the blood from the dead animals floating in the air. It gathered and headed towards them. Ronan drew his sword and attacked the blood. Just as he was about to strike, Ronan noticed his egg floating in the air. It drifted towards the pool of blood and started soaking it up. Asel questioned Ronan about what was going on, but Ronan admitted he didn't have a clue, though he was certain whatever was inside the egg wasn't normal. After sucking up all the blood, the egg began to crack open, much to Ronan's delight. Eager to discover the creature within, Ronan eagerly awaited its emergence. As soon as it hatched, however, it lunged at Ronan's nose, startling him. Upon inspecting the newly hatched creature, Ronan was certain it wasn't a bird. Asel suggested it resembled a dragon, a notion Ronan found himself agreeing with. Ronan pondered where Marpis had absorbed mana from to lay such a unique egg. He then scolded the dragon for attacking his face on their first meeting. Surprisingly, the dragon used magic to heal Ronan's nose upon hearing his words. Asel was amazed that a baby dragon could wield healing magic and seemed to have taken a liking to Ronan. Ronan felt delighted to have a creature with diverse abilities. As they pondered on naming the dragon, it suddenly sensed something nearby and darted towards it. Asel questioned where the dragon was headed. Ronan marveled at its ability to detect someone's presence nearby. In another part of the forest, Valus, the errand boy of the Demire branch, dashed away in fear. Valus had been sent on an errand, but upon his return, he found all the hunting dogs and their leader slain. Investigating the scene, he spotted Ronan and Asel standing beside a pool of blood. Upon spotting them, he took off running. Unfortunately for him, the dragon gave chase. Valus stumbled over a stick and tumbled to the ground. As the dragon closed in, it started draining his blood. Valus let out a scream, but thankfully, Ronan intervened, instructing the dragon, now named Sita, to cease its attack. Asel expressed surprise at Ronan naming the dragon Sita. Ronan explained that the name had been in his mind beforehand, and fortunately, the dragon seemed to approve. Valus recalled seeing Ronan near the blood, wondering if Ronan was Sita's owner. Ronan checked on Valus, who expressed gratitude for being saved. Valus inquired how Ronan knew his name. Ronan held his sword at Valus's neck, suggesting it was unnecessary information. He then questioned Valus about his activities, referring to him as a bloodhound. Valus was taken aback, as he considered himself merely an errand boy, not a poacher. Ronan recalled that Valus had the potential to become a bloodhound in the organization, as he had served under Ronan's command before. Ronan then tasked Valus with a request, indicating he had something in mind for him to do. Once Ronan finished talking with Valus, he collected water from Panado Spring into a tube. Asel was shocked by this. He didn't understand why Ronan was doing it. When they got to the capital, Ronan sold the water to Maria's father for a lot of money. Ronan knew it would sell well because it came from a special source. Ronan thought they wouldn't have gotten so much money without Professor Barron's help. He and Asel wanted to visit him, but when they got to his door, they saw a sign saying he was away on a business trip. Ronan felt disappointed. Ronan wanted Professor Barron to meet Sita because he knew Barron was curious about the egg's contents. Ronan felt thankful to Barron because he got a map of Caribolo's branches and reunited with a fellow soldier, thanks to him. Ronan intimidated Valus to ensure he wouldn't betray him. Asel wondered why Ronan needed money since his school fees were waived due to his high ranking. Ronan pondered how to use the money, realizing the entrance ceremony was approaching. A few days later, Iril reached the capital's carriage station. She was amazed by the city's beauty. Upon arrival, she found Ronan waiting for her. Ronan inquired if anything had occurred since he departed. Iril was taken aback by the question, expressing her concern for Ronan instead. When she woke up in the morning, Iril found a luxurious carriage waiting outside her house. The coachman informed her that he was instructed by Ronan to take her to the city. Iril questioned how Ronan managed to afford such a thing, since he didn't have any money. Concerned, she held Ronan's face and asked if he wasn't eating properly. Ronan reassured her not to worry about him, saying that he was eating well. This calmed Iril down. She then noticed something on Ronan's shoulder, and he introduced her to Sita. Ronan explained that Sita would be staying with him for a while. Then, he took Iril's hand and shared that he didn't have much time left before entering the academy. Ronan expressed that there was something he really wanted to do. Then he took Iril to a clothing store. As Iril tried on dresses, she expressed concern about the expense. However, Ronan instructed the store attendants to pack all the clothes she tried on. Iril was surprised because she had tried on a lot of clothes. Ronan told Iril that it was time for her to receive from him, which made Iril very happy. She expressed her joy loudly, praising her kind little brother. Ronan tried to calm her down and prevent her from going outside. Once the attendants packed Iril's clothes, Ronan said they needed to head to the blacksmith workshop to get a brand new sword for him. Ronan explained to Iril that his sword got ruined by someone reckless. As they were about to leave the clothing store, they spotted Shalifan waiting outside. Ronan and Sita were surprised to see him there. Ronan asked how Shalifan knew he was there, and Shilifan replied that he came to the area to get a new sword because Ronan had ruined his former one. Shilifan explained that he accidentally saw Ronan entering the store, so he decided to wait for him. Ronan jokingly called Shilifan a stalker and pointed out that Shilifan's sword was more damaged than his own. He challenged Shilifan to see whose sword was more defective. When Shilifan heard Ronan's challenge, he was eager to fight. However, their altercation was interrupted by Ariel. She scolded Ronan for his rudeness towards Shilifan and told him not to talk back. Despite Ronan's attempts to explain, Ariel insisted he stop. Shilifan was surprised to see Ronan's older sister, and Ariel apologized for Ronan's behavior. Shilifan was captivated by Ariel's beauty, seeing her as a goddess. He felt overwhelmed and unsure how to react. After composing himself, he took responsibility for the misunderstanding and apologized to Ariel. Ariel was pleased to meet a noble and kind-hearted person like Shilifan. She expressed her gratitude and asked him to look after Ronan for her. Shilifan assured Ariel that he would take care of Ronan. Ronan was surprised by Shilifan's generosity. Shilifan explained that he wanted to make amends for Ronan's sword and offered his family's proof of identification, which could be used as currency across the empire. Ronan was taken aback by Shilifan's gesture. Shilifan advised Ariel to visit the blacksmith at the western end of the street if she wanted to purchase a sword. He mentioned that it was a place usually restricted to commoners, but could be accessed with his family's proof of verification. Shilifan assured them they'd find an exceptional sword there, and then departed. Ronan was astonished by Shilifan's action. The Grancia proof of verification held immense value, capable of purchasing entire villages, yet Shilifan had handed it over to Ariel. Ronan couldn't recall Shilifan displaying such generosity before. At the entrance ceremony of the academy, Cravar welcomed the students. Cravar praised the students for their remarkable abilities and unlimited potential, assuring them that with their talents and the guidance of the professors, they would leave a lasting mark on the empire. With those words, he congratulated them on their admission to the academy. Although Ronan wasn't particularly engaged in Cravar's speech, he felt a sense of pride knowing that his sister was impressed by it. After Cravar finished his speech, he snapped his fingers, and everyone felt the magic swirling around them. Asel nudged Ronan, urging him to look up. When Ronan followed his gaze, he witnessed the sky seemingly breaking into fragments. As they gazed upward, they suddenly found themselves transported to an arena along with their fellow classmates. Ronan was astonished that Cravar could teleport such a large group of people with just a snap of his fingers. Cravar then informed the freshmen that they were about to meet their senior students. The meeting between the freshmen and the seniors is called the senior-junior meeting. It involves the freshmen and the second-year seniors. It's known to be intense as the top two freshmen are pitted against one of the four seniors, each with their unique fighting style. Cravar explained that the event is designed to allow students to challenge each other and understand their weaknesses better. He emphasized that it's an excellent learning opportunity. Cravar also mentioned that freshmen have the option to select their opponents and can opt out of dueling if they wish. Ronan felt frustrated hearing this, seeing the event as a means to put freshmen in their place. The opponents assigned to Ronan and Shilifan were Nazdo, the top rank of the martial arts department, Braum, second rank, Irina, third rank, and Karun, fourth rank. Braum expressed his excitement at facing both the Empire's rising star and the one who defeated him. Ronan welcomed the chance to confront this martial artist, eager to demonstrate his strength to Ariel and showcase his bond with Shilifan. As the duel was about to start, Cravar prompted them to begin. Ronan seized the moment to make a suggestion. With Cravar's permission, Ronan proposed an unconventional idea. He wanted to take on all four seniors simultaneously. Cravar was taken aback by Ronan's bold request, and the seniors were visibly furious at the audacity of his proposal. Seeking guidance on how to handle the situation, Cravar turned to Navaros for her opinion. In response, Navaros advised Cravar to permit Ronan to proceed as he wished, emphasizing that in their school, students with talent should have the freedom to act according to their abilities. After Navaros assured Cravar that she would intervene if the duel became too perilous, Cravar agreed to allow the duel to proceed. The four sophomore students were incensed by Ronan's audacity. Irina interpreted Ronan's actions as arrogance, likely stemming from his second-place ranking in the martial arts department. Nazdo urged the other sophomores to remain composed, acknowledging Ronan's arrogance, but also recognizing his prowess, having bested Shalifan in the practical exam. Nazdo instructed his companions to unleash their full strength against Ronan. Witnessing the tension in the arena, Iril couldn't contain herself and shouted at Ronan, urging him to withdraw from the match if he felt he was in danger of getting hurt. Ronan, upon hearing her concern, flashed her a reassuring smile. Once all were prepared, Ronan signaled his readiness, prompting Kravar to start the match. As soon as the match commenced, Nazdo charged at Ronan with incredible speed. Ronan swiftly evaded the attack, noticing that Nazdo and the other 3 sophomores possessed much greater strength than Maria. Following Nazdo's failed attempt, Irina lunged at Ronan with 2 short swords. Ronan managed to block Irina's assaults, but while he was focused on her, Karun seized the opportunity to strike from behind with his spear. Ronan was taken aback by their impressive teamwork. Karun's spear thrust pushed Ronan back. Just as Ronan was getting up, he spotted Braum looming behind him, wielding his massive sword high in the air. Braum and the others were taken aback by Ronan's sudden disappearance. Irina, however, noticed Ronan's incredible speed. Before she could react, Ronan launched a rapid assault on all 4 of them. Despite this, Braum managed to withstand Ronan's attack. Ronan was astonished that Braum remained determined to fight even after he had incapacitated the other sophomores. As Braum prepared to strike, Ronan assumed a stance that caught him off guard. Braum was astonished to see Ronan replicate Navaros's swordsmanship. With swift precision, Ronan executed 3 slashes akin to Navaros's demonstration during the test. In an instant, he shattered Braum's sword. After besting the sophomores, he expressed gratitude for the valuable lessons they provided. The arena erupted with shocked cheers from Iril and everyone witnessing the spectacle. Despite their defeat, the 4 sophomores were taken aback. Nazdo, in particular, harbored no grievances about his loss, pondering where someone as formidable as Ronan could have acquired his skills. As the duel concluded, Iril excitedly grabbed the man beside her, revealing that Ronan was her brother. Ronan felt relieved knowing that Iril wouldn't be concerned about him during his time at the academy. He commended his seniors for their performance, surprising Nazdo and the others with his acknowledgement. Ronan expressed his excitement about joining Filian Academy, explaining that he had exerted all his strength during the fight. He admitted that his seniors were even stronger than he had anticipated and thanked them for accepting his challenge. Asel and Maria were taken aback by Ronan's unexpected behavior, thinking he might have lost his mind. Ronan humbly asked the sophomores to overlook his earlier rudeness, expressing his desire to learn from them in the future. The seniors were unsure how to react to Ronan's request. While they pondered their response, Braun rose from his seat and commended Ronan as an outstanding junior. Despite Ronan's initial rudeness, Braun now regarded him as a respectful swordsman. He encouraged Ronan to take pride in his victory, acknowledging his skill and talent. Braun lifted Ronan's hand in the air, showing his appreciation for Ronan's performance. Ronan wanted to show his social adeptness to reassure Iril about him. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl became intrigued by Ronan while he was on stage. Later that night, all the students assembled in the dining hall for a banquet to celebrate the entrance ceremony. To Ronan's surprise, the event turned out to be a grand banquet instead of a simple dinner. Maria explained that such lavish gatherings were customary at the Empire's most prestigious school. As Maria indulged in the feast, Asel inquired whether Ronan had seen his sister off back home. Ronan confirmed that he had seen Iril off. He explained that Iril was reluctant to leave him, still concerned for his well-being. It took some effort to reassure her before she departed. Ronan entrusted Sita to accompany and safeguard her, knowing that Sita could handle any threat, be it from monsters or people. Asel was taken aback by Ronan's extensive measures to ensure his sister's safety. After chatting with Asel, Ronan sat down to eat. Just as he was about to dig into his meal, Shalifan appeared behind him, questioning Ronan's relaxed demeanor while eating. Annoyed by his presence, Ronan inquired if he was looking for another fight. However, Shalifan stated he had important matters to discuss. Ronan agreed to listen, and Shalifan began by asking about the distance between Iril's home and the capital. This caught Ronan off guard. Shalifan continued, questioning if bandits frequented the route to Iril's house, and whether Ronan had taken adequate measures to ensure Iril's safety. Ronan felt uncertain how to respond to Shalifan's inquiries. He insisted that Ronan must have ensured his sister's safety before her departure. Ronan's frustration grew as he retorted that unless a wyvern attacked, Iril would be fine. This response surprised Shalifan, who couldn't fathom why Ronan wasn't more concerned about his sister's security, even against such unlikely threats. Ronan, in turn, found Shalifan's fixation on his sister's safety excessive and questioned why he was making such a big deal out of it. Ronan confronted Shalifan, questioning whether he believed he held any significance to Iril. Shalifan visibly trembled at Ronan's inquiry, explaining that as a knight, it was his duty to ensure a woman's safe return home. As their debate intensified, a young girl accompanied by a group of boys approached them. This girl happened to be the mysterious observer from Ronan's stage appearance. She was taken aback to see Shalifan, whom she referred to as the Wolf of Grancia, engaging in such animated conversation. Shalifan, visibly irritated by the interruption, demanded to know what the girl wanted. Her name was Elizabeth Akalusia, the top student in the magic department. Elizabeth clarified that she wasn't there for him but rather to speak with Ronan. Surprised by this, Ronan exchanged a puzzled glance with Shalifan, who, now dismissive, gave Elizabeth permission to proceed, indicating that he was finished conversing with Ronan. As Shalifan prepared to depart, he mentioned his intention to dispatch some guards from his family to safeguard Ronan's sister. Ronan bristled at the suggestion, bluntly telling Shalifan to leave. Asel intervened, reminding Ronan of Elizabeth's performance in the senior-junior meeting. Ronan recalled how formidable she had been, noting her aggressive use of magic. Elizabeth defended her actions, claiming she merely aimed to assert dominance over her senior opponent. She praised Ronan's remarkable talent displayed in the duel, expressing her admiration. Then she made an offer to Ronan that surpassed his wildest dreams. From her pocket, she retrieved a necklace adorned with a purple pendant. Ronan was taken aback by the sight of this necklace, recognizing it as the Akalusia's invitation. Unlike other noble families that prioritize bloodlines, the Akalusias prioritize talent above all else. With a roster of highly skilled individuals in their ranks, they stand as one of the two pillars upholding the empire. They extend their invitation to anyone who shows promise, offering them a chance to join their esteemed family. The necklace serves as the symbol of this invitation. Elizabeth smiled when Ronan didn't inquire about the significance of what she gave him. Curious, she asked if he understood its meaning. Ronan replied that it had been mentioned to him before, recalling a conversation from his past life with Grand Commander Adashan Akalusia, who had shared how her necklace had paved her path to joining the Akalusia family. She informed Ronan that anyone seeking to join the family must undergo a test administered by the Patriarch. Those with talent would find the test manageable. Furthermore, she mentioned that once he redeems himself through his contributions in the war, an invitation from the Akalusias would be extended to him. She expressed her belief in Ronan's talent and encouraged him to make a wise choice. Elizabeth warned him against blending in with the crowd, suggesting that if he surrounds himself with mediocrity, he'll become mediocre too. With that, she departed. Asel felt relieved at her departure, while Ronan noted that many geniuses seemed to have an irritating demeanor. Receiving the necklace filled Ronan with happiness as he saw the Akalusia family as potentially beneficial to him. Philion Academy is known for valuing a student's abilities above all else. The students' living arrangements, such as the dormitories, can vary greatly depending on their academic performance. Intermediate rank students are accommodated in Netia Hall, where each student has their own room and access to a high-quality cafeteria. It's a well-equipped dormitory that meets all the students' needs. On the other hand, those in the bottom 30% are assigned to Kratia Hall. The new students were shocked at the shabbiness of Kratia Hall and expressed their dismay with loud screams. They informed the attendant that they were nobles and couldn't possibly stay in such accommodations. They demanded a better hall and requested the assistance of servants. However, the attendants explained that there were no employees assigned to that hall. They clarified that each room housed 4 people, and the bathrooms were shared among them. The new students were surprised by this revelation. The attendant stressed that he wasn't responsible for their hall assignment. He emphasized that unless they wanted to remain in the same dormitory next semester, they needed to dedicate themselves to their studies. The students were stunned by their predicament. The last hall was reserved for the top 10% of students. The top-tier Navaros hall awaited Ronan upon his arrival. Stepping into his room, he was astonished by the accommodations. It was beyond what he expected for student quarters. As he explored, he noticed a sheet of paper on the table detailing the extensive array of classes offered by the academy. Ronan was instructed to choose his desired courses and submit his selection. Ronan understood that adjusting to the academy would take time, yet he was eager to dive into his studies. Despite considering a lighter course load, his curiosity got the best of him. He decided to enroll in nearly all the available classes. Ronan felt that being at Philion Academy meant seizing every opportunity to learn and grow. In his first class, Empire Swordsmanship Basics, Ronan's eyes widened in surprise when the instructor, Mr. Avar, informed him that he no longer needed to attend. Perplexed, Ronan argued that he had only just begun. Mr. Avar expressed his own surprise, astonished that Ronan had already mastered the fundamental techniques of Empire swordsmanship. Mr. Avar explained to Ronan that according to the Academy's regulations, once a student has covered all the material in the course, they are free to leave. However, he emphasized that allowing Ronan to stay would undermine the motivation of other students. He encouraged Ronan to remain diligent and humble, reminding him not to become complacent. Later that day, Ronan found himself sitting by a river, feeling disheartened. He couldn't shake off the disappointment of being dismissed from classes like archery and monster hunting. This wasn't how he envisioned his school life. Lost in his thoughts, he was startled when someone asked him why he wasn't in class. Turning around, he saw it was instructor Navaros. Navaros quickly grasped that Ronan had finished all his classes already. Ronan expressed his disappointment, questioning if all his classes would be like this. He admitted to expecting more from Philion Academy. Navaros was bewildered by Ronan's progress, but she rationalized it, considering how quickly he had copied her technique with just one glance. Navaros explained that as an instructor, she needed to ensure Ronan had learned something. She requested Ronan's sword, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. Reluctantly, Ronan handed over his sword, but before he could inquire further, a sudden explosion erupted from the river. Ronan was stunned by the explosion, and Navaros expressed disappointment that his sword merely caused a blast. She criticized his weapon, stating it drained its wielder's energy. Demonstrating her technique, she smoothly unsheathed her sword and effortlessly split the river in 2. Ronan watched in disbelief. Once finished, she sheathed her sword and questioned Ronan about what he lacked. A weapon is typically a sturdy and sharp piece of metal utilized in combat against adversaries. Ideally, it should remain intact during use, and if it were to break, it should be easily replaceable. Ronan's perspective on weapons being disposable changed drastically after witnessing Navaros's adept handling of her own weapon. What Ronan witnessed left him in disbelief. While he felt confident he could replicate Navaros's slash, he understood hers operated on a higher level. Navaros emphasized the importance of strategic weapon use on the battlefield, cautioning against wastefulness that could prove fatal. She advised Ronan to find a weapon that aligns with his abilities, especially if he's utilizing mana. Navaros disclosed to Ronan her awareness of his inability to use mana. Ronan was speechless by this revelation. Navaros commended him for his ability to fight with such vigor despite the absence of mana. She encouraged Ronan, expressing belief that he would eventually harness mana, and advised him to acquire a suitable weapon to channel his power effectively. She invited him to join her class, which took Ronan by surprise. He inquired if he was permitted to attend, to which Navaros explained that typically only second-year students and above were allowed, but she was willing to make an exception under one condition. He needed to acquire a suitable weapon. In the following scene, Ronan, Asel, and Maria gathered together. Ronan recounted the encounter with instructor Navaros to them. After hearing Ronan's story, Asela grasped the significance of why Ronan had brought them to the forge mentioned by Shilifen. Upon seeing the forge, Maria and Asel were surprised. Maria commented on the forge's dilapidated appearance, expressing concern that it seemed on the brink of collapse. She inquired whether the Clesia family actually utilized such a decrepit forge. Ronan suggested they enter to find out. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by a dusty ceiling adorned with cobwebs. Ronan was astonished that the interior was even more unsightly than the exterior. Knowing Shalifan wouldn't deceive him about the forge, Ronan couldn't fathom why it appeared so neglected. As they explored, a creature emerged from the forge's back room. Covered in fur, it demanded to know their identities. Asel and Maria were petrified, but Ronan was fascinated. He hadn't anticipated encountering a werewolf in a forge. With a menacing glare, the werewolf pressed for a response, questioning their ability to hear and respond. The werewolf commanded them to depart. Ronan, however, displayed the Clesia family insignia, explaining that they sought to purchase a weapon. He mentioned Shalifan's recommendation of the forge for its top-quality arms. The werewolf scrutinized Ronan and his companions, observing the mana emanating from Asel and Maria. Disregarding the insignia, the werewolf queried Ronan about his Clesia lineage. Asserting they didn't entertain customers like Ronan, he dismissed any significance of the recommendation. Ronan felt irked by this response. The werewolf's eerie gaze lingered on Ronan, his teeth grazing his lips in a disconcerting manner. The werewolf proposed a macabre deal to Ronan, suggesting he offer Asel's arm in exchange for assistance. Claiming hunger after a prolonged abstinence, he hinted at the favor Ronan would be granting him. Asel recoiled in terror at the suggestion, voicing his repulsion at the werewolf's taste. With a menacing glare, Ronan confronted the werewolf as it advanced towards Asel. Swiftly, he struck with his sword, aiming for the werewolf's stomach. The force of the blow sent the creature staggering backward. Sensing something amiss, Ronan questioned how the werewolf managed to acquire such formidable armor. Stunned by the blow, the werewolf took a moment to recover before responding. Ronan, undeterred, threatened to dismantle the armor if the werewolf refused to explain. Fear flashed across the werewolf's face as he hastily claimed the encounter was merely a test. Ronan remained skeptical, demanding further clarification. The werewolf explained that their protocol involved testing the skills of unfamiliar visitors. He admitted to intentionally provoking Ronan to assess his abilities and the efficacy of his invisible armor. Ronan scoffed at the explanation, questioning the validity of such a transparent excuse. Undeterred, the werewolf emphasized their forge's association with the Clesia family, hoping to lend credibility to his claims. The werewolf rationalized that it would be unusual for them not to have a procedure to assess visitors' skills. He suggested that Ronan verify his claims with Shalifan to confirm their authenticity. Expressing regret, the werewolf apologized to Ronan for the aggressive testing and to Asel for the prank, reassuring him that he doesn't consume humans. Asel breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this assurance. Didikin, the werewolf, introduced himself to them. He explained that he serves as both an apprentice of the forge and occasionally as its gatekeeper. Gesturing towards the space they occupied, he informed Ronan that they were currently in the forge's entrance area. The true forge lay beyond, in the back room. As they moved into the back room, Didikin advised them to ready themselves for what lay ahead. Didikin activated a mechanism on the wall, causing the ground beneath them to descend. Ronan and his companions were taken aback by the sight, as they had never encountered anything resembling an elevator before. Didikin explained to Ronan that it was an elevator crafted from a combination of magic stone and pulley systems. He assured Ronan that it was the swiftest route to reach the actual forge. As the elevator gradually came to a halt, Didikin greeted Ronan, welcoming him to Grand Cappadocia, the largest forge in the Empire. Ronan was astonished to discover the existence of a miniature city beneath the capital. Didikin emphasized to Ronan that he should be thrilled as he had successfully passed their test, and now he would be introduced to the finest blacksmith in the Empire. In the next scene, the focus shifts to a man vigorously striking his hammer against a sword blank. Ronan and his companions strolled through Cappadocia, witnessing numerous blacksmiths fashioning various swords. Ronan was astounded by the existence of such a vibrant place. Didikin disclosed to Ronan that the forge exclusively supplied weapons to the royal family and the nobility. Didikin informed Ronan that every blacksmith in the vicinity was highly skilled, yet standing out among them was the elder dwarf, a master with over 400 years of experience in metalworking. Despite his stubborn nature, Didikin conveyed deep respect for the elder dwarf due to his unparalleled craftsmanship. Didikin, showing little regard for etiquette, kicked the door of the elder dwarf's abode and announced the arrival of guests. Recognizing Didikin's voice, the elder immediately sensed his presence. He tersely reminded Didikin of his preference for silence during his work. Didikin justified his abrupt entry by explaining that there were weapons obstructing the door. He urged Dolan to tidy his cluttered workshop. Dolan, unimpressed by Didikin's youth, remarked on his penchant for nagging. Curious about the guests, Dolan inquired if they possessed strength, since Didikin had brought them to him. Confident in Ronan's abilities, Didikin assured Dolan of Ronan's prowess, much to Doran's astonishment. Ronan's youthful appearance belied his potential in Doran's eyes. Dolan urged Ronan to demonstrate his swordsmanship, noting that he could discern much from observation alone. Ronan, ready to oblige, drew his sword. However, Dolan immediately dismissed Ronan's sword as inferior, promptly shattering it with his hammer. Turning to Ronan, Dolan questioned if he had been wielding such a subpar weapon for an extended period. Ronan was taken aback by Doran's swift destruction of the sword he had acquired with much effort. Anger flared within him as he demanded an explanation from Dolan. In response, Dolan gestured towards the scattered swords on the floor, instructing Ronan to select one of those instead. He reasoned that Ronan's true skill could not be discerned with the subpar weapon he had brought. Dolan promised Ronan that any sword he chose would be given to him without charge. He guaranteed Ronan that whichever sword he selected would far surpass the quality of his previous one. Ronan was surprised by this offer. Didikin nodded reassuringly at Ronan, confirming Doran's sincerity. As Ronan lifted one of the swords, he sensed a distinct difference in its feel. However, he remained uncertain whether this change would significantly alter the outcome of his swordsmanship. Ronan cautioned Dolan that he wouldn't be held responsible for any damage caused during his demonstration. Dolan dismissed Ronan's concerns, stating that destruction was inconsequential, as long as Ronan focused on showcasing his swordsmanship. Encouraged by Doran's reassurance, Ronan resolved to replicate the slash he had observed Navaros execute. Ronan assumed his stance and prepared to execute the slash. Dolan, observing Ronan's movements, recognized the technique. As Ronan initiated the slash, the scene abruptly shifted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Startled, the other blacksmiths were alarmed by the ominous noise emanating from Doran's shop. Amidst the chaos, the other blacksmiths speculated whether Ronan had accidentally demolished a blast furnace. Returning to Ronan and his companions, they discovered that the explosion had indeed originated from the slash Ronan executed. Both Ronan and Dolan were stunned by the extent of the damage inflicted upon the shop. Ronan, bewildered, expressed his sincere lack of intention to cause such destruction. Doran's inquiry caught Ronan off guard. He questioned Ronan about his affiliation with Navaros. Intrigued, Ronan queried Dolan about his knowledge of Navaros. To Ronan's astonishment, Dolan disclosed that he was the artisan behind Navaros's blade. Ronan recalled the sleekness of Navaros's longsword, impressed by its craftsmanship. Dolan then revealed the name of Navaros's longsword, the covert blade, Ursa. Dolan expressed to Ronan that Ursa was among the pinnacle creations he had forged in his lifetime. Ronan admitted his surprise at the newfound strength of his sword. Dolan confessed that he initially perceived Ronan as a presumptuous youth, incapable of accurately assessing his own abilities. He gently struck Ronan, acknowledging that it had been some time since he had encountered someone as naturally gifted as him. Dolan cautioned Ronan that excessive talent could pose a challenge, as it would be difficult to craft a sword suitable for him. He revealed that the sword Ronan had just wielded was already showing signs of stress from a single strike. Ronan inquired about a solution to this dilemma. Dolan explained that he planned to employ the finest quality steel fused with a unique material to address this issue. Dolan suggested that obtaining a byproduct of a wyvern might enhance the sword-making process. Intrigued, Ronan produced a wyvern seed's eggshell and inquired if it would suffice. Dolan attempted to strike the shell with his hammer, only to find it resilient, unable to make even a dent. Excitedly, Dolan inquired if Ronan could truly utilize the eggshell. Ronan, assessing the shell's strength, regretfully informed Dolan of its ineffectiveness. However, Dolan, undeterred, assured Ronan that the shell was sufficient, promising to craft him the finest sword in the Empire within 2 weeks. Dolan urged Asel and Maria to seek out other masters for weapons. Maria, taken aback, questioned this gesture. Dolan insisted that he couldn't let the friends of someone important leave without anything. He instructed them to mention his name to ensure they received proper treatment from the other masters. He expressed his willingness to craft weapons for them, but emphasized that he couldn't start until he finished smelting the eggshell. With determination, he began hammering the eggshell vigorously. The sound it produced brought him immense joy. Ronan couldn't help but think that this old man was eccentric. In the depths of Cappadocia, a man clad in white robes fumes at the echoing clangs of the blacksmith's hammers. He expresses a desire to incinerate all the blacksmiths in anger. A woman, similarly dressed in white, advises him to restrain himself, reminding him that the time for their revelation has not yet come. As they gaze upon various stone statues, the woman predicts that their freedom to act as they please is imminent. She outlines their plan to begin by subduing the unsuspecting blacksmiths, eventually toppling the empire. Fixing her gaze on a colossal statue encased in crystal, she prophesies the impending arrival of a day when all will dissolve into radiant oblivion. Days later, Ronan contemplates the forthcoming creation of his sword by the Empire's finest blacksmith, while his companions procure their weapons from alternate craftsmen. Aware of the likely steep cost of their arms, Ronan remains unperturbed, as he won't bear the expense. Instead, he'll settle the bill with the Grancia family insignia. Ronan's sole concern was the time his sword would take to complete. With Asel and Maria occupied by their classes, he found himself without company. Strolling the school grounds, he paused to gaze at the exclusive training and lecture center reserved for upper-class students. The building, known as the Galilean Building, brought to mind the classes held there by instructor Navaros. She had urged Ronan to join once he possessed a proper weapon. Ronan had been hesitant, but with his temporary weapon in hand, he felt ready to attend. Lost in thought, Ronan was startled by Navaros's sudden appearance, her expression stern. He faltered, unsure of how to respond. Navaros seized his ear, demanding to know why he hadn't shown up to her class despite having a weapon. Ronan stammered, insisting he hadn't been skipping her lessons. Eager to clarify, Ronan attempted to speak, but Navaros cut him off, maintaining her grip on his ear as she ordered him to follow her. Wincing in agony, Ronan pleaded for relief, his cries echoing through the halls. Startled by the commotion, a passing girl carrying files halted in her tracks, her attention drawn by Ronan's anguished voice. Peering out the window, she puzzled over the source of the distressing noise. As the girl gazed out the window, she was jostled by someone passing by. Instead of offering an apology, the boy chided her for obstructing the path. Apologetically, the girl began to explain, but the boy, identified as Carden, dismissed her, criticizing her pace as a teacher's assistant. With a derisive remark, Carden labeled her a loser, instructing her to ready herself for the day's lessons. Gathering her files, the girl assured Carden she would promptly prepare in the first sparring room. As Navaros called the students together, they congregated, curious about the commotion. Navaros formally introduced Ronan to the class, announcing his enrollment. Respectfully, Ronan bowed his head in salutation to his seniors. As Ronan entered the class, murmurs rippled among the seniors. Some were surprised at his advancement to their level, while others doubted his strength, finding him less formidable than rumors suggested. Irritated by the gossip, Ronan nevertheless found solace in recognizing familiar faces among the seniors. However, his mood soured upon spotting Shalifan among them. As Ronan observed the seniors, the teacher's assistant hurried into the hall, offering apologies to Navaros for her tardiness. Ronan's ears perked up at the sound of her voice. It sparked a sense of familiarity. He racked his brain, trying to place where he had heard it before. The girl rushed to Navaros, questioning if her lateness was truly an issue. Navaros reassured her, advising her to take a moment to catch her breath and not fret about it. Navaros instructed the girl to introduce herself to Ronan, emphasizing the importance of their acquaintance. With a smile, the girl approached Ronan and identified herself as Adashan, a second-year martial arts major and the teacher's assistant. Adashan Akalusia, known for her remarkable leadership skills, stood tall in the academy's ranks. Adashan Akalusia, renowned as the Iron Lady, made history as the first woman to ascend to the Grand Commander position. Famed for her cool-headed judgment and exceptional leadership on the battlefield, she commanded respect. Those who served under her likened her to steel incarnate, with iron flowing in her veins instead of blood. Ronan, having served under her command, never anticipated her lively demeanor. Ronan observed that the current Adashan seemed oblivious to the concept of regression. He pondered whether he should honor her final request before her death. As he contemplated how to broach the subject with her, he noticed something unusual about her behavior. Other students were pestering her for instruction, even sending her on errands. Adashan appeared to be treated more like a servant than a teacher's assistant in the hall, leaving Ronan puzzled by her role. As he observed her, Carden approached him and unexpectedly challenged him to a duel. Ronan found the request abrupt and wondered about its motive, but before he could inquire further, Carden introduced himself. Carden, a third-year student, disclosed to Ronan that he had heard impressive accounts of Ronan's interview, sparking his interest in dueling to glean insights from Ronan's prowess. However, Ronan expressed that he had pressing matters to attend to, declining Carden's challenge. Misinterpreting Ronan's reluctance, Carden assumed it stemmed from Ronan's lack of carrying his weapon. In a disrespectful manner, he yelled at Adashan, labeling her a loser and demanding she fetch his spear. Despite Adashan's compliance, Ronan felt a surge of annoyance witnessing the verbal abuse directed at her. It appalled him to see this individual speaking to Adashan with such disregard. As Adashan handed over the spear, Carden's anger only seemed to escalate. In a fit of frustration, he labeled her an idiot and questioned why she brought a long spear when he had switched to a short one. Adashan, taken aback by his reaction, offered an apology, explaining that she brought the long spear because it was what he had used in the previous class. However, Carden's annoyance only seemed to intensify upon hearing Adashan's explanation. He swung the spear towards her head, chastising her for daring to speak up. He accused her of lacking the privilege to be in their class, asserting that she had only gained entry through begging Navaros. Despite this, she couldn't even manage simple tasks. He questioned her integrity and sense of shame. Ronan watched in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Ronan seized hold of Carden's spear, catching him off guard. Carden questioned Ronan's intentions. Ronan declared that he didn't know what his next move would be, but he was ready to accept whatever came his way. Confused, Carden inquired about Ronan's meaning. With a menacing glare, Ronan branded him a contemptible coward, confirming his acceptance of the duel. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe, comment, and like the video. Carden was taken aback by Ronan's sudden hostility. He questioned Ronan's motives, wondering if Ronan was accepting the duel because of Adashan. Carden insinuated that Ronan might be defending Adashan because they were both commoners. He licked his lips in a lecherous manner, adding to Ronan's disdain. Ronan handed Carden his spear, urging him to defend himself if he didn't want to face the consequences. Ronan swung a wooden sword at Carden, catching him off guard with its force. Despite not utilizing mana, Ronan displayed remarkable strength. With a swift motion, Ronan pushed Carden back, emphasizing that he had adjusted his weapon choice to accommodate Carden's preferences. As soon as Ronan spoke, Carden's spear shattered into fragments. Ronan quipped if Carden found his new spear to his liking. Carden, visibly irritated, warned Ronan to stay in his lane. He lunged at Ronan, questioning if Ronan thought he could get away with humiliating him. But as Carden closed in, Ronan swiftly disarmed him, reducing his spear to splinters. After dismantling Carden's spear, Ronan assured him that he would be fine, advising him to worry about his own well-being. Without further delay, Ronan unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, shattering Carden's face and injuring his hip. As Carden collapsed, unconscious, Ronan remarked that Carden should consider himself fortunate they were within the confines of the academy. Outside, the encounter might have ended far worse for him. The other students were astounded by Carden's defeat, considering his high rank among the third-year students. Ronan approached the group and addressed a disrespectful student who had instructed Adashan to fetch a new towel, suggesting that if their towel smelled, they should wash it themselves. Fixing the student with a menacing glare, Ronan questioned whether Adashan was meant to be their servant. The student panicked at the intensity of Ronan's expression. Ronan called her over, declaring his intention to confront her physically. Adashan intervened upon hearing his words, positioning herself in front of Ronan and expressing confusion over his actions. She reassured him that she was unharmed and questioned why he was behaving this way. Ronan insisted that Adashan step aside, expressing his inability to restrain himself when she was being belittled, especially by such individuals. He held firm to the belief that nobody in the Empire should tolerate discrimination or mistreatment of Adashan. Gently moving Adashan to his side, he vowed to continue confronting every student in the class until they learned their lesson. Navaros intervened. Ronan sensed a mysterious force restraining him, accompanied by a formidable aura. Navaros asserted that she wouldn't demand Ronan to be accountable for his altercation with Carden, highlighting that in real combat scenarios, even more dire situations could arise. While Navaros cautioned Ronan against further escalation, warning of consequences if he persisted, Ronan found himself immobilized by an unseen force. Glancing back at Navaros, he was shocked to witness her transformed into a colossal serpent, exuding the aura of an unparalleled sword saint. Navaros clarified to Ronan that what he intended wasn't a mere duel. Assuming responsibility for the class, she asserted her duty to prevent any further divergence. Ronan confronted Navaros, questioning her awareness of Adashan's plight and her inaction in addressing it. Navaros sternly warned Ronan that the issue didn't concern him and issued a final warning. She urged him to cease his actions. Disregarding her stature as the unprecedented sword saint, Ronan defiantly dismissed her and told her to piss off. Disheartened by his response, Navaros launched an attack known as Serpent Strike against Ronan. Terrified by the looming attack, Ronan's mind wandered back to a moment in the past, standing alongside Grand Commander Adashan. He recalled questioning her decision to assume the role of commander when others hesitated. Adashan imparted to Ronan a lesson about destiny, explaining that some paths are meant only for those who willingly embrace them. Ronan often pondered the significance behind Adashan's words, contemplating the burden she bore alone. He couldn't help but wonder about the weight she carried on her shoulders. Recalling Adashan's final moments, he remembered her sincere apology for burdening another with her responsibilities. She urged Ronan not to forgive her for her transgressions. Upon awakening from the haunting memory, Ronan let out a scream. As he scanned the room, he realized he was lying on a bed. Startled, he heard a voice asking what troubled him, inquiring if he had endured a nightmare. To his surprise, the one posing the question was Adashan herself. Upon waking, Ronan instinctively addressed her as General. Adashan was taken aback by Ronan's words. She inquired about what troubled him, puzzled by his mention of the title General. Ronan chuckled and dismissed it as a slip of the tongue, urging Adashan not to dwell on it. Perplexed by Ronan's demeanor, Adashan tried to make sense of his behavior. Ronan redirected the conversation, asking if he was currently in the clinic. Adashan confirmed his location, mentioning that Navaros had instructed her to bring him there. Adashan disclosed to Ronan that Navaros had mentioned correcting his behavior in the supplementary classes. Ronan's heart sank as he realized the magnitude of his mistake and the impending consequences. After delivering Navaros's message, Adashan cautiously broached the subject, asking Ronan if his anger during the altercation with Navaros stemmed from concern for her. Ronan was taken aback by Adashan's question. He averted his gaze and offered a feeble explanation, claiming that he fought because of his strong adherence to etiquette. Adashan saw through his facade immediately and called him out on his lie. Advising him not to harbor excessive animosity towards Carden and the other students, she sought to temper his anger. Adashan acknowledged their behavior, explaining that she comprehended why they treated her poorly. Ronan's expression shifted to one of anger and disbelief. He vehemently defended Adashan, insisting that she had done nothing wrong except diligently fulfilling her duties as a teaching assistant. Puzzled, he questioned why she had taken on the role in the first place. Adashan was taken aback by Ronan's question. He expressed his understanding of the student's youthful behavior and Navaros's leniency, but adamantly stated that he could never condone an instructor ignoring the wrongdoing of her students. Ronan questioned Adashan about her feelings toward Navaros. Adashan reassured him, explaining that Navaros's actions were at her request. Ronan was surprised, finding it hard to believe Adashan's words. She admitted to benefiting from undeserved privileges due to Navaros's kindness. Adashan confessed to Ronan that to attend Navaros's class, one must attain the status of a sword expert. Despite her battlefield prowess, after taking a 1-year hiatus from school, she struggled to control her aura. Ronan was astonished, unable to reconcile the powerful image of Grand Commander Adashan with her admission of vulnerability. Adashan confided in Ronan that she had requested Navaros to overlook the mistreatment she received from the students. She felt indebted to Navaros for accepting her as a teaching assistant and didn't want to burden her further. Adashan acknowledged that she enjoyed many privileges and believed she must endure humiliation as the price for those benefits. Adashan assured Ronan that she could handle the situation and thanked him for his intervention. She admitted that despite thinking she had grown accustomed to such treatment, today's events had been particularly painful. Ronan wondered if Adashan endured such treatment because she aimed to become a general. Adashan was taken aback by Ronan's insight into her aspirations. She couldn't fathom how he had discovered her goal. However, she smiled and admitted to Ronan that her dream was to become the Grand Commander of the Empire. Despite acknowledging that her ambition might seem far-fetched for someone who hadn't even reached the level of a sword expert, she was determined not to abandon it. Adashan expressed her confidence in military science and tactics, emphasizing her determination to achieve her goal. As she glanced at the time, she realized it was already time for her next class. Advising Ronan to rest well before returning to class, she bid him farewell. Ronan expressed his gratitude for her care, to which Adashan simply smiled and reassured him not to worry about it. As Adashan left the clinic, Ronan found himself reminiscing about their past interactions. He recalled her final moments, where she expressed a whimsical desire to pursue tailoring instead of her ambitious goal of becoming a general, with a gentle smile on her face. She confessed to Ronan that despite her many accomplishments, she had never tried her hand at tailoring. Ronan felt conflicted, unsure of how to advise Adashan to abandon her dream of military leadership in favor of a career in tailoring. Several days later, Ronan, Asel, and Maria ventured to Grand Cappadocia as instructed by Dolan. Upon reaching the forge's entrance, they found it deserted. Ronan grew frustrated at the sight, as Dolan had sent them a message via carrier pigeon in the dead of night. In Doran's message, he mentioned crafting a masterpiece and invited them to collect it. While scanning the surroundings, Ronan inadvertently trod on a helmet. Frustrated, he kicked it aside, expressing disdain for the forge's unkempt state. He found it unacceptable that customers were treated so poorly. Maria was taken aback by Ronan's reaction. Maria inquired of Asel why Ronan seemed particularly touchy lately. Asel admitted he was clueless about Ronan's heightened irritability. Ronan insisted they proceed to the forge without delay. Asel and Maria were taken aback by his determination. Maria questioned whether Ronan's actions were permissible. Ronan reminded her that Dolan had explicitly requested their presence. Ronan instructed Maria to cease her chatter and accompany him. They entered the elevator, and Ronan covertly activated the secret button. During the descent, Ronan expressed his frustration with Doran's subpar customer service, vowing to address the matter upon meeting him. Maria and Asel exchanged incredulous glances, astounded by their friend's audacity. As the elevator descended, Ronan was greeted by a startling sight. The forge was ablaze. Confusion clouded his mind as he scanned the scene, discovering unconscious figures strewn about. Asel's urgent voice broke through his thoughts, directing his gaze toward a towering rock giant in pursuit of the blacksmiths. Ronan couldn't fathom why rock giants would invade the forge. Asel's inquiry spurred him to swift action. Scooping Asel up, Ronan positioned himself on the elevator rails, ready to leap. Asel, bewildered, clung to Ronan as he directed Maria to ascend and seek aid from any master or soldier she could find. With resolve in his voice, Ronan leapt from the elevator and swiftly instructed Asel to employ his telekinesis. Asel responded with his skill, Invisible Hand. In the midst of chaos, the scene shifted to the imminent danger faced by the blacksmiths at the hands of the rock giant. Yet, Ronan intervened just in time, vaulting over the giant and shattering its hand upon landing. With a steely gaze, he declared that his mind was burdened and his thoughts clouded, but today was not the day for such attacks. As the giant swung its remaining hand toward Ronan, he swiftly dodged the blow, leaping onto the giant's hand. With calculated agility, he vaulted off the giant's shoulder and delivered a decisive strike to its head. The rescued blacksmiths watched in disbelief as Ronan, despite his youth, vanquished the rock giant with a single blow. Perched atop the fallen giant, Ronan urged the blacksmiths to brief him on their predicament. They recounted how hordes of rock giants had invaded the forge, emerging from underground to wreak havoc without provocation or reason. Their onslaught left destruction in its wake, leaving the blacksmiths bewildered and defenseless. In their rampage, the rock giants took the lives of some blacksmiths and seized others, among them Dolan and Didikin. After their assault, they retreated underground, taking their captives with them. The remaining blacksmiths informed Ronan that Didikin valiantly attempted to resist the giants, but was overpowered and seized. They feared for the safety of the captives, knowing it wouldn't be long before they met a grim fate. Upon learning the gravity of the situation, Ronan rose to his feet and inquired if the giant he vanquished was the final threat. Assured by the blacksmiths, he directed Asel to search for any injured individuals, urging Asel to employ his healing abilities to aid those in need. Ronan also instructed Asel to enlist Sita's assistance in their healing efforts. Asel was taken aback by Ronan's decision. He inquired about Ronan's plan of action. Ronan explained that he intended to rescue the captured blacksmiths, emphasizing his desire to retrieve something from Dolan in particular. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned to Dolan, who trembled with fear as he clutched a sword. Addressing Didikin, he expressed gratitude for the rescue attempt, but urged Didikin to flee for his own safety. In a confined area, two rock giants pressed forward menacingly toward Dolan. Witnessing their approach, Dolan urgently advised Didikin to flee, assuring him that his invisible armor would offer protection. Didikin snapped back at Dolan, demanding he cease his chatter. He expressed his frustration, stating that he was already facing a dire situation and didn't need Doran's unnecessary remarks. Fuming, Didikin demanded Dolan to wield his sword if he dared utter such absurdities. Dolan, however, refused, stating that the sword was his finest creation and he wouldn't sully it with his inadequate swordsmanship. Didikin scoffed at Doran's words, labeling him a senile old man for his reluctance. He chastised Dolan for fixating on swords at such a critical juncture. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the rock giants breached the cave they sought refuge in. One of the giants attempted to crush them with its immense hand. In a moment of desperation, Didikin leaped into action, intercepting the giant's attack and shielding them from certain death. As Didikin intercepted the blow, he felt the protective capabilities of his armor shatter with the force of the impact. The giant, undeterred by his defense, prepared to strike again. In that dire moment, Didikin lamented not realizing his ambitions and dreams sooner, a pang of regret piercing through him as the giant's hand loomed closer. Just as the giant's hand poised to strike, Ronan emerged behind it, swiftly cleaving the giant into fragments. Expressing gratitude for Didikin's survival, Ronan assured him that he would handle the rest of the giants. Dolan and Didikin were astounded by Ronan's sudden appearance. Didikin inquired how Ronan managed to navigate through the giants that littered the path to their location. With a smile, Ronan informed Didikin that he had eliminated all the rock giants and rescued the rest of the blacksmiths. Didikin and Dolan were incredulous at the news. Didikin pondered the possibility of such a feat. Ronan then extended his hand towards Dolan, requesting the new sword, as his current one was now unusable after the ordeal. Accepting the sword from Dolan, Ronan expressed gratitude, noting that while the hilt was unfinished, the sword remained functional. With a nod of thanks, he drew the blade, preparing for battle. As he unsheathed it, more rock giants stormed into their cave, With the giants closing in, Ronan opted to test the sword's capabilities with a swift, controlled swing. With a single swing of the sword, Ronan obliterated all the rock giants near the cave entrance. Astonished by the sword's overwhelming power, Ronan couldn't help but marvel at its capabilities. Dedekin looked on in disbelief, while Dolan beamed with pride at his creation's performance. Holding the weapon in his hand, Ronan pondered over its true nature. Dolan inquired if Ronan approved of the name La Mancha. Ronan found the name surprising. Dolan explained that he drew inspiration from his favorite daydreamer for the name. Excitedly, Dolan elaborated on the sword's qualities, highlighting its lightweight nature, making it feel almost weightless in hand, and its durability surpassing even that of mithril, capable of enduring any swordsmanship technique. As Ronan observed, La Mancha started absorbing the blood from the fallen rock giants. Dolan disclosed to Ronan that he hadn't enchanted the sword, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to self-repair by absorbing blood. Ronan speculated whether this ability stemmed from La Mancha's composition of Sita's shells. Ronan expressed to Dolan his astonishment, acknowledging that Dolan exceeded his expectations. Dolan responded with gratitude, expressing pleasure that Ronan appreciated the sword. Dedekin, perplexed by the exchange, found it hard to believe they were exchanging compliments amidst the crisis. He urged Ronan that since they were the sole remaining blacksmiths, it was imperative to leave the cave. Ronan felt a sense of relief upon Dedekin's agreement. He instructed Dedekin to escort Dolan to safety, explaining that he had something to investigate. Dedekin inquired about Ronan's intentions. With a determined expression, Ronan ominously remarked that there was a sizable rat lurking in the area, and it needed to be dealt with. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the mysterious man and woman stood beside a towering rock giant. Dedekin was perplexed by Ronan's analogy involving rats. He urged Ronan to provide further explanation. Ronan expressed his bafflement at the situation, noting that it defied his understanding. Revealing his expertise in rock giants' behavior, Ronan pointed out that it was unusual for them to act in a coordinated group. Rock giants typically don't initiate attacks on humans unless provoked. They're generally peaceful creatures. Ronan inspected the rock giant closely and noticed an unfamiliar mark. Turning to Dolan and Dedekin, he remarked on the suspiciousness of the symbol. Dolan was taken aback by the discovery, identifying it as a magic circle. Ronan inquired if Dolan recognized the symbol. Dolan admitted his lack of expertise in magic, but noted the cleverness of the mana's resonance. He confirmed that the magic circle likely incited the rock giant's aggression. Puzzled by the perpetrator's identity, he mused over who could commit such an act. Ronan, examining the giant's footprints, vowed to uncover the culprit responsible. The scene shifts to Ronan sprinting through the cave. As he delved deeper, his conviction grew that he was closing in on the culprits. His confidence stemmed from a telltale sign: human footprints embedded within the giant's tracks. Moreover, he encountered a defensive mana stone, indicating an organized attempt to ward off intruders. Ronan was taken aback by the thoroughness of the villain's preparations. As he pressed further into the cave, he caught snippets of conversation drifting towards him. Taking cover behind a large boulder, he peered out to catch a glimpse of the individuals responsible for inciting the rock giants. What he witnessed next sent a chill down his spine. Before him stood a towering rock giant, its massive form adorned with shimmering crystals. Standing alongside it were a man and a woman clad in pristine white attire. In an instant, Ronan understood that these individuals were the architects of the forge's devastation and the deaths of the blacksmiths. Ronan was struck by disbelief as he beheld the colossal rock giant, dwarfing those he had previously encountered. Its immense stature made the defeated giant seem insignificant in comparison. However, the giant's motionless state revealed it to be under some form of containment. Relief washed over Ronan at this revelation, for facing such a formidable foe would have posed an unimaginable challenge. As Ronan observed the giant, the woman alerted the man to an intruder's presence within the cave. The man sought confirmation from the woman, who affirmed her certainty. She explained that the mental link she had established with the other rock giants had been severed. Informing the man that the link had been severed by an external party, the woman noted the annoyance in his reaction. He lamented the quick response of the Imperial soldiers, remarking on their rarity. Considering their predicament, he queried the woman about their next move, acknowledging their lack of control over the remaining rock giants and the incapacity to mobilize the crystal-encrusted giant. Wearing a menacing expression, the man inquired if he should personally dispatch the intruder. However, the woman, addressing him as Aaute, advised against it, indicating that their prior actions had already disrupted the Empire's manufacturing capabilities by decimating nearby facilities. Clesia cautioned Aaute that their exposure could incur the wrath of a formidable individual. She urged him to prioritize retreat to avoid such repercussions. Aaute, his hand ablaze, criticized Clesia for her cautious approach, suggesting that he could dispose of the intruder swiftly. With a sinister grin, Aaute beckoned Ronan to reveal himself, claiming to detect the scent of blacksmiths emanating from him. Before Ronan could react, Aaute unleashed a barrage of fire magic in his direction. Though caught off guard, Ronan swiftly evaded the attack with agile reflexes. Impressed by Ronan's agility, Aaute demanded to know his identity. Without waiting for an answer, he conjured a multitude of fiery arrows, encircling Ronan. Ronan was taken aback by the swift and powerful manifestation of magic, astonished by the ease with which it was executed on such a grand scale. Ronan quickly discerned that Aaute possessed exceptional magical prowess. As Aaute inquired about Ronan's infiltration into the cave's depths, he noted the difficulty posed by their defensive mechanisms. Ronan, equally curious about their identities, suggested that their clandestine rendezvous should not occur in such a remote location, even if they were eager to meet. Aaute was taken aback by Ronan's ability to jest in such dire circumstances. He remarked to Clesia that it would be enjoyable to dispatch Ronan. Clesia, however, urged Aaute to cease wasting time and proceed with their objective. Aaute countered that a bit of amusement would be beneficial, reminding Clesia of their imminent success in shrouding the Empire in starlight. Ronan's eyes flashed with intensity upon hearing Aaut's words. They echoed the final words of Aaute, leaving him deeply unsettled. He demanded Aaute to clarify his statement, his demeanor growing increasingly menacing. Aaute, taken aback by Ronan's sudden shift in demeanor, paused, uncertain of how to respond. Aaute, perplexed by Ronan's sudden demand, struggled to comprehend what could have sparked such a shift in his demeanor. Ronan, resolute, insisted that Aaute and Clesia accompany him, emphasizing his need for answers. Aaute, interpreting Ronan's request as an act of desperation, ignited his fire magic, questioning Ronan's belief in his ability to capture them. With swift and decisive action, Ronan swiftly severed Aaut's hand before swiftly incapacitating him further by severing his lower body. With a menacing gaze, Ronan conveyed to Aaute that his ability to capture them was not in question, urging them to submit to their impending retribution. Aaut's agonized cries echoed through the cave as his body crumbled under Ronan's assault. Clesia, gripped with fear, watched in horror as even Aaute proved helpless against Ronan's onslaught. With a firm grasp on Celia's neck, Ronan issued a stern ultimatum, demanding her compliance with his interrogation or face the same fate as Aaute. With a burst of determination, Clesia summoned a mana shield to repel Ronan's advance. Ronan, disheartened by her resistance, realized she wasn't ready to yield to his inquiries. Despite his surprise at the shield's resilience, Ronan remained undeterred. With a swift strike of his sword, he shattered Celia's mana shield, determined to press on with his interrogation. Caught off guard by Ronan's prowess, Clesia was astonished that her mana shield had been breached. Ronan swiftly subdued her, pinning her down with his leg and inflicting a wound on her shoulder with his sword. Clesia cried out in agony as Ronan pressed on, his expression grim as he tore off her cap to reveal her face. Ronan was taken aback to discover that Clesia was a half-elf. He found it perplexing that someone of her heritage would be aligned with such a magician. Before he could press her for answers, a magic skill named Explosion was unleashed at him. Unfazed, Ronan remained resolute. Ronan swiftly intercepted the attack with his sword, slicing it in half. Surprisingly, the fragmented blast struck the massive rock giant looming behind him. Ronan was convinced he had severed Aaute limbs, yet he was confounded by Aaut's sudden transformation. Aaut's body was now enveloped in intertwining vines as he warned Ronan to steer clear of Cilia. Ronan calmly informed Aaute that he hadn't fully comprehended their predicament. Without hesitation, he drove his sword into Cilia's leg. Aaute recoiled in fear at Ronan's unwavering determination. With an intense gaze, Ronan proclaimed their inevitable fate. He withdrew his sword from Cilia's leg and relentlessly stabbed her in the same spot repeatedly. Ronan issued a stern ultimatum to Aaute. Either they comply with his demands, or he proceeds with Cilia's amputation. Aaute was visibly shaken by the threat. Ronan inquired if Cilia's body parts would regenerate like his after amputation. Aaute relented, relinquishing his magic and agreeing to Ronan's terms. With a sigh of relief, Ronan withdrew his sword from Cilia's leg, expressing his reluctance to cause further harm. Ronan warned Aaute of the dire consequences if they were to meet their end in that place. However, when he glanced down at Cilia, he found her smiling maniacally, which puzzled him. As he looked up, he noticed the colossal hand of the crystal rock giant hurtling towards him. Ronan, caught off guard, quickly wielded his sword to deflect the attack. Despite his efforts, he was overpowered and flung against a boulder. Approaching Cilia, Aaute assessed her condition. Cilia assured him she was fine, expressing gratitude for his earlier action that distracted Ronan. She explained that had Aaute not diverted Ronan's attention with his attack, she wouldn't have been able to disrupt Ronan's perception with magic or activate the rock giant. Cilia updated Aaute, mentioning that while she could only activate the giant's hand, she believed Ronan was severely wounded. Aaute instructed her to return to the church and report the situation. He resolved to confront Ronan himself. Cilia cautioned Aaute to be cautious, describing Ronan as a monster disguised in a child's form. Aaute reassured Cilia that he would proceed with caution. He acknowledged that Ronan was not a mere child, but a formidable adversary. Aaute reasoned that failure to eliminate Ronan now would pose a significant danger in the future. Determined not to succumb to Ronan again, he steeled himself for the confrontation. However, his resolve was shattered when Ronan swiftly incapacitated him by severing his lower body parts as soon as he rose. He sliced Aaute into fragments, his face twisted into a chilling grimace. Turning to Cilia, he reminded her of his earlier warning, his demeanor striking fear into her heart. Cilia recoiled in horror at the sight of Ronan, unable to fathom the immense power wielded by someone so young. Frantically, she conjured a magic spell, panic consuming her. Inquiring about Ronan's ability to move despite severe injuries, she questioned him. Ronan's response was resolute. He vowed never to release them. However, as soon as the words left his lips, agonizing pain surged through his body. The wounds sustained in the battle were taking their toll, leaving him bewildered by his body's refusal to obey his commands. Confounded by her predicament, Cilia seethed with frustration, recognizing the futility of confronting Ronan. Resolved to seek assistance, she resolved to return to her church and report the dire situation. Opening a portal, she warned Ronan to brace himself. With a chilling expression, she declared her intent to uncover his secrets and strip him of everything he held dear. Pledging to end his family, lover, and friends, she issued a chilling vow. Ronan's reaction to Cilia's words was one of frustration with himself. Finally grasping a glimpse of the future, he was determined not to let it slip away, nor to allow history to repeat itself. With a sudden surge of emotion, he extended his hand and unleashed a scream of defiance at Cilia. Amidst his own cries, he implored her to cease her movements. Suddenly, Navaros emerged, commanding Cilia to halt with a menacing tone. The sound of Navaros's voice sent shivers down Cilia's spine, freezing her in place with fear. Navaros then informed her of the many questions she had in store. Ronan, taken aback by Navaros's appearance, watched in astonishment. With a firm resolve, Navaros declared her intention to confirm something with Cilia. As she spoke, her aura coiled into the form of a colossal snake poised to strike at Cilia. With a terrifying expression, Navaros demanded to know what had emboldened Cilia to lay hands on her disciple. Addressing Ronan, Navaros acknowledged she was aware of the recent events. Ronan grinned in response, remarking on her impeccable timing. Ronan expressed his surprise at encountering Navaros in such surroundings, but she paid him no heed. Instead, she remarked on his apparent energy to engage in conversation. With a stern expression, Navaros emphasized the urgency of attending to Cilia. As she spoke, colossal serpents materialized around Cilia, inducing a paralyzing fear within her. Trembling with fear, Cilia made a chilling realization. Only one person in the world possessed an aura resembling a massive snake, the enigmatic Sword Saint. She struggled to comprehend why Navaros would be present in the forge. Despite her desperate urge to flee, immobilizing fear rendered her incapable of movement. Seizing Cilia's mouth, Navaros delivered a stern admonition, declaring that Cilia's actions had surpassed mere thoughts, delving into forbidden territory. With a chilling expression, Navaros expressed her deepest anger at Cilia's transgression, harming her disciple. Cilia quaked with terror at the revelation, fully aware of her grave mistake. Navaros warned Cilia of the harrowing trials awaiting her. As soon as the words left her lips, the colossal serpent unleashed a mental assault, shattering Cilia's psyche before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Regretful, Cilia apologized to the star for failing to fulfill her mission before losing consciousness. Turning to Ronan, Navaros commended him for his diligent efforts. Informing him that they would report the situation to the principal after attending to the wounded, she spoke while still on the floor. Ronan queried Navaros if the site where Cilia would endure her trials was Dolan prison. Confirming his suspicion, Navaros questioned Ronan about his inquiry. Ronan's fear intensified upon hearing Navaros's confirmation. Memories from his past life flooded back. He was familiar with Dolan prison, also known as the Fortress of Screams. This formidable penitentiary, situated amidst the vast expanse of the sea, was reserved for those who dared to defy the Empire. Renowned for its brutal interrogation methods, it was notorious for extracting confessions by any means necessary. Rising to his feet, Ronan implored Navaros to permit his participation in Cilia's interrogation. Navaros, taken aback by his request, questioned Ronan's intentions. She firmly informed him that the prison was not a suitable environment for him. Ronan, gripping her hand, pleaded with her for a favor, emphasizing the significance of the matter to him. Navaros was taken aback by Ronan's earnest plea, surprised by his sincerity. The scene transitions, revealing the knights and priests tending to the injured. Maria, Asel, and Sita appeared exhausted, having exerted themselves to their limits in caring for the wounded. Concern etched on his face, Asel turned to Maria, expressing worry over Ronan's prolonged absence and questioning if something had happened to him. Upon Asel's words, Ronan emerged to greet them, catching Maria and Asel off guard. Expressing his appreciation, Ronan commended their efforts, acknowledging that he had heard of their actions during his absence. He praised Maria for seeking reinforcements while highlighting Asel and Sita's successful rescue of over half of the buried blacksmiths. Ronan inquired if any of them had sustained injuries. Maria, with a hint of reproach, insisted that such questions should not come from him. Asel, with a worried expression, pointed out Ronan's own injuries, urging him to sit and receive treatment. Ronan reassured Asel, dismissing concerns about his own well-being. Informing Asel that he had already received treatment during his ascent, Ronan instructed him to take a well-deserved break. Casting a menacing gaze at Edouard's and Celia's lifeless forms, Ronan declared that he had unfinished business to attend to. Several hours later, Ronan, accompanied by Navaros and a contingent of soldiers, stood at the precipice of the Cliff of Greno Forest. This area serves as the rendezvous point for Dolan convoys. After a period of waiting, the Dolan convoy unit finally arrived. They approached on a flying griffin, towing a carriage behind it. As the griffin touched down, the members of the convoy emerged to welcome Navaros. Each member wore a sinister crow mask, concealing their identities. One of the men stepped forward and informed Navaros that they had received the Empire's summons and were here to escort the criminals. Navaros, surveying the bodies of the criminals, cautioned the man that Edouard possessed the ability to regenerate, emphasizing the need for careful consideration during interrogation. The man assured Navaros that their interrogator would be eager to question Ep.1, anticipating something intriguing for their prison at last. With that, the members of the convoy collected the bodies of the criminals. Promising to keep Navaros informed, the man stated that they would reach out once the interrogations concluded. He urged Navaros to persevere in her efforts for the Empire's peace. As soon as he spoke, the convoy departed. Navaros informed Ronan that it would likely take a week before they extracted any information from the criminals. She assured him she would notify him once they contacted her. Navaros urged Ronan to remain on standby, ready to act swiftly when she called upon him. Ronan accepted her instructions gratefully, expressing his gratitude for her assistance. The scene transitions, revealing the Grand Cappadocia in the process of being rebuilt. With the Empire's support, the forge was swiftly reconstructed. Ronan returned to the academy, dedicating his time to attending supplementary classes. Several days later, within the confines of Dolan Island prison, a man grimly employed pliers to extract a prisoner's teeth, causing agonizing screams to echo. Amidst the torture, the interrogator paused, realizing an oversight. With a chilling expression, he declared that it was time for some anticipated guests to make their arrival. As the scene transitions, the interrogator removes his mask, revealing an elderly man. Stepping out of the cell, he warmly greeted Navaros and Ronan, introducing himself as the interrogator responsible for the criminals and their escort. With a smile, he disclosed his name as Karaka. Karaka inquired if they wished to meet the criminal immediately. Navaros affirmed their interest, expressing a desire to receive updates on the interrogation's progress as they journeyed to the cell. Karaka agreed to this arrangement and gestured for them to follow. Ronan, taken aback by Karaka's presence, registered his surprise. Expressing his disbelief, Ronan remarked to Navaros that he hadn't expected the interrogator of Dolan to appear as a kindly old man. He confessed his skepticism about the man's true role as an interrogator. Navaros smiled in response, recounting that others often shared Ronan's initial skepticism upon meeting Karaka. She advised Ronan not to judge solely by appearances. Navaros assured Ronan that he would soon understand why Karaka earned the moniker, the worst nightmare. The scene transitions to Karaka leading Ronan and Navaros through a hallway. Karaka informed Navaros that he would brief her on the key points as they were nearing the cell. He explained that the criminals were affiliated with an organization known as Nebula Clesia. Navaros admitted to Karaka that she was unfamiliar with the organization. She inquired if Nebula Clesia bore similarities to Caraballo. Karaka clarified that Nebula Clesia posed a greater threat due to their elusive identities. He proceeded to elaborate, detailing the organization's responsibility for significant events such as the Great Fire that ravaged the farmland of Narmada and the explosion at the Etemen Magic Engineering Institute. Karaka disclosed to Ronan and Navaros that Nebula Clesia was responsible for the unexplained large-scale incidents that had occurred over the past year. Ronan was taken aback by this revelation. He struggled to comprehend how such a dangerous organization could have existed in his past life, without his knowledge. Turning to the interrogator, he inquired if the criminals had mentioned anything about a starlight or the arrival of the star. Karaka expressed surprise at Ronan's words, admitting it was the first time he had heard them. Ronan explained that he had picked up those words during the capture of the criminals, suspecting they were connected to the organization's purpose. With an awkward smile, Ronan confessed to Karaka that he hadn't made much progress in the interrogations. As Ronan spoke, he observed a menacing expression on Karaka's face, sending a shiver down his spine. He was terrified by the sudden change in Karaka's demeanor. Karaka, putting his mask atop his head, acknowledged Ronan's words and proceeded to open the cell gate. With a solemn tone, he remarked to Ronan that their initial encounter had revealed a less favorable side of him. With a pained expression, he confessed to Ronan his deep embarrassment, acknowledging that his heart had failed to reach his friends. He emphasized the necessity of displaying greater sincerity toward them. Ronan was stunned by what he saw inside the cell. He couldn't fathom how the once arrogant and proud criminals had been reduced to such a pitiful state. Karaka shared with them that Ep.1 was an intriguing acquaintance of his, adept at regenerating his body using a distinctive form of black magic. He selected a torture device and suggested that continuously inflicting wounds on Ep.1 would prevent his regeneration. With a grim determination, he stabbed Edouan, illustrating the outcome of his relentless efforts to sever Edouan's limbs. Pointing his torture device at Ronan and Navaros, he revealed that he and Edouan had formed a close bond. With a chilling intensity in his gaze, he expressed to Edouan his belief in their closeness and his disappointment at Edouan's secrecy. Gripping Edouan's hair, he urged them to open their hearts to each other. Edouan was gripped by fear upon hearing Karaka's words, tears welling up in his eyes. He insisted to Karaka that he had already disclosed everything he knew. Karaka pressed Edouan about Ronan's mention of the star's arrival, causing Edouan to hesitate. Observing Edouan's reluctance, Karaka expressed his hope of receiving an answer from him. Karaka disclosed to Edouan that Clesia lacked any regenerative ability, making her susceptible to torture. Clesia trembled upon hearing Karaka's words. Karaka warned Edouan that further pain could prove fatal for Clesia. Desperate, Clesia pleaded with Karaka to end her life. Ronan watched in astonishment at the unfolding events. Even in his military experience, Ronan had never witnessed brutality to this extent. As Edouan trembled under the searing heat of the torture device aimed at his face, Ronan pondered the logic behind Edouan enduring such agony to protect his organization's secrets. It seemed illogical to Ronan that Edouan would continue to hide secrets even after his identity had been exposed. Ronan suggested to Karaka that Edouan might not be refusing to speak, but rather he could be unable to do so. Navaros expressed surprise at this revelation. Ronan elaborated, explaining that it was sometimes done to soldiers entrusted with sensitive information on the battlefield. Magicians would cast a sealing curse on these soldiers to prevent them from divulging any information to the enemy. Upon hearing this revelation, Karaka released Edouan. He admitted to Ronan his embarrassment at overlooking such a crucial detail. Karaka then informed Ronan and Navaros that he needed to retrieve something important. Moments later, Karaka returned with a mysterious creature, introducing it to Ronan and Navaros as the Curse Eye. Karaka explained that the Curse Eye was a creature that devoured curses. He informed them that the Curse Eye was particularly useful in interrogating speechless criminals afflicted by various curses. Approaching Edouan, Karaka positioned the Curse Eye atop his head. As the Curse Eye penetrated Edouan's skin, it emitted a radiant glow. Edouan screamed in agony as the creature worked its magic. Once the Curse Eye had finished consuming the curse afflicting Edouan, wisps of smoke emanated from his body. Karaka approached Edouan and inquired about the star's arrival. Edouan understood that Karaka would resort to torture if he remained silent, filling him with terror. Reluctantly, Edouan decided to answer Karaka, revealing that the star was an eternal entity. "It is the sole blessing destined to save the feeble of our empire," Edouan began, his voice trembling with fervor. He continued, explaining that Nebula Clesia served as a beacon awaiting the star's arrival from beyond the heavens. Clesia listened in shock as Edouan elaborated, expressing the organization's lifelong aspiration to eradicate anything that might hinder that impending day. Celia's voice pierced the air as she screamed at Edouan, demanding that he cease speaking. Karaka intervened, deeming Edouan's explanation too lengthy, and urged him to get to the point. Karaka then pressed Edouan to clarify what was set to descend from the sky. Edouan, his eyes filled with a lethal intensity, responded that it would be the children of the stars. Ronan's irritation grew upon hearing this revelation. Realizing that Edouan referred to Aaute, Ronan advanced toward Edouan, his expression twisted into one of dread. He questioned Edouan if the children of the stars he mentioned were called Aaute. Edouan was surprised to hear Ronan mention the children of the stars. He couldn't figure out how Ronan knew about Aaute. Before he could ask Ronan any more questions, his face started swelling up. Ronan was alarmed by this sudden change, unsure of what was happening. Karaka quickly intervened, placing his hand on Ronan's shoulder and instructing him to step back. Karaka activated a spell as soon as Ronan moved behind him. A sudden burst of light erupted from Edouan's face, causing his body to explode. Fortunately, the protective spell Karaka activated shielded him and Ronan from the explosion. Karaka was taken aback by the unexpected explosion of Edouan's body. He hadn't anticipated any issues after the curse was absorbed. Surprised to find only scattered fragments of flesh remaining, Karaka surveyed the aftermath in astonishment. Ronan inquired of Karaka whether such occurrences were common during interrogations. Karaka responded that such events rarely unfolded, explaining that interrogations seldom escalated to such extremes. He elaborated, informing Ronan that the curse on Eduon's body was cast in 2 segments. The initial part prohibited divulging anything regarding the Children of the Stars to non-members of their organization. Clesia trembled upon hearing Karaka's revelation. Karaka then informed Ronan that the second part of the curse was that organization members would explode if they uttered words related to the Children of the Stars, or the Stars' Advent. He placed his hand on Ronan's shoulder and asked, in a chilling tone, about the nature of Aaute. Ronan was taken aback by the question. Karaka quickly discerned that the term Ronan had mentioned was a secret within Nebula Clesia. He questioned Ronan about how he had come to possess such confidential information. Activating his magic, Karaka asserted that as an interrogator, he needed to be privy to all aspects of the case. Wearing a terrifying expression, Karaka demanded that Ronan disclose what he knew. Ronan felt fear grip him as he observed Karaka's demeanor. He explained to Karaka that he had stumbled upon the information by chance. Karaka pressed him to elaborate. Ronan revealed that he had been the initial encounter with Eduon and Clesia. Ronan confessed to Karaka that he had overheard the word while eavesdropping on them. Initially, he hadn't considered it significant, but after witnessing the interrogation, he had a change of heart. Realizing the word's importance, he became intrigued and decided to question Eduon about it. Ronan gently removed Karaka's hand from his shoulder and offered an apology for interrupting his investigation. He inquired whether his explanation sufficed. However, Karaka remained skeptical of Ronan. It seemed implausible to Karaka that Ronan had stumbled upon such vital information by chance. He harbored doubts about Ronan's honesty and was convinced that Ronan was still concealing the truth. Observing Ronan's eyes, Karaka discerned that Ronan posed no threat to the Empire. However, he couldn't quite determine whether Ronan's gaze reflected strong willpower or a sense of responsibility. Soon, Karaka realized that Ronan's eyes harbored neither of these qualities. Instead, they brimmed with an intense fury, directed towards Nebula Clesia. Karaka was taken aback by the intensity of Ronan's resentment. As Karaka was absorbed in Ronan's gaze, Navaros swiftly drew her sword and held it against Karaka's neck. She demanded that he cease his actions. Her face twisted with anger. She questioned Karaka's audacity in considering interrogating her disciple in her presence. Panicked by Navaros's swift action, Karaka released Ronan and attempted to justify himself to the unprecedented sword saint. He claimed that he only wanted to double-check matters and emphasized the importance of caution. Karaka then offered a polite apology to Ronan for any inconvenience caused. Ronan reassured him, expressing understanding, and conveyed that the misunderstanding had been resolved. Ronan felt relieved when Navaros stepped in, sparing him from Karaka's interrogation. He had been fearful of facing Karaka's questioning. Karaka expressed regret over losing the curse eye that perished alongside Eduon. He explained that curse eyes were exceptionally resilient creatures, difficult to kill unlike most fantastical beings. Ronan found this revelation surprising. Ronan inquired about the power of curse eyes, to which Karaka confirmed their considerable strength. Karaka then offered Ronan the opportunity to touch the curse eye. However, as they observed the creature, they noticed something peculiar. It was emitting a glow. Perplexed, Karaka couldn't fathom when the curse eye had absorbed a curse. Karaka was confident that the curse eye hadn't come into contact with Clesia. He deduced that the curse eye must have absorbed a curse from Ronan. Recalling the moment he touched Ronan while activating his mana shield, Karaka was astonished that the curse eye could absorb a curse from Ronan in such a brief interaction. Karaka seized Ronan's hand and offered an apology for his earlier rudeness. Placing the curse eye on Ronan's hand, Karaka's actions left Ronan bewildered. Ronan questioned Karaka's intentions. As the curse eye began to absorb the curse from Ronan's body, it quickly became apparent that the curse within Ronan was overwhelming for the creature to bear. The curse eye detonated suddenly, leaving Ronan bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Puzzled, he turned to Karaka and inquired about the cause of the creature's spontaneous explosion. Karaka expressed surprise at the curse eye's inability to withstand the curse. Urging Ronan not to be alarmed by what he was about to reveal, Karaka disclosed that Ronan himself was cursed. Ronan was taken aback by Karaka's revelation and requested further explanation. Karaka then inquired whether Ronan had ever experienced limitations in his daily activities. He questioned whether Ronan found it challenging to perform tasks like running or grasping objects made of steel. Karaka probed Ronan about any disparities in his abilities compared to others. Ronan came to the realization that he had never experienced a normal circulation of energy throughout his body. Alongside Navaros, they speculated that this anomaly could be attributed to his curse. Seeing the confirmation in Ronan's eyes, Karaka acknowledged the validity of his assessment. He assured Ronan that he wouldn't press him for further details if he wasn't comfortable discussing it. Furthermore, Karaka admitted that he lacked a solution to Ronan's affliction. Wearing a horrified expression, Karaka informed Ronan that he was unaware of the curse's originator, but it harbored a significant amount of malevolent intent. Once the interrogation concluded, Karaka accompanied Navaros and Ronan to their carriage. He pledged to keep them updated on Celia's interrogations once he lifted her curse. Karaka informed them that the interrogations would be protracted due to the curse's potency. Navaros acknowledged this, instructing Karaka to relay any discoveries to her. Observing Ronan's silence, Karaka discerned that he was deep in contemplation. He inquired whether Ronan had much weighing on his mind. Ronan was taken aback by the revelation. He confessed to Karaka that he felt somewhat stunned to discover he was cursed. Karaka attempted to reassure Ronan, advising him not to dwell excessively on the matter. He reminded Ronan of his status as a Filion Academy student. Ronan found this statement surprising, failing to grasp how this information would be of assistance to him. Seeking clarification, Ronan prompted Karaka to elaborate on his statement. Karaka responded with a smile, revealing that within the academy resides an individual with extensive knowledge on curses. This person, Professor Maya Sekrit, stands as the sole mage on the continent possessing such expertise. In their flying carriage, Ronan sat, rubbing his eye with unease. Sensing his discomfort, Navaros inquired if he was feeling strange, noting his excessively itchy eyes. Ronan explained that his eyes had been itching ever since the curse eye absorbed some of his curse. Ronan questioned whether there was something wrong with his eyes. Navaros reassured him not to fret, explaining that his discomfort signaled the weakening of his curse. She then probed Ronan about his knowledge regarding the individual responsible for cursing him. Ronan reiterated that he had no acquaintance capable of casting such a curse upon him. Ronan expressed to her that he couldn't fathom anyone harboring malevolent intentions toward him. He asserted that he had led a benevolent life. Despite this claim, Ronan couldn't ignore the fact that since his return to the past, he had engaged in acts of violence and even taken lives. Nonetheless, he proudly informed Navaros that he considered himself to be someone who had shown enough kindness to avoid giving others a reason to hold a grudge against him. He expressed gratitude to Navaros for intervening and preventing Karaka from interrogating him. Ronan described Karaka's eyes as intimidating and harsh. He admitted that if Navaros hadn't intervened, he might have confessed to a crime he hadn't committed. Navaros brushed off Ronan's thanks, stating that she was merely fulfilling her obligations as an instructor. Ronan was taken aback by this revelation. He recognized that Navaros possessed not only exceptional skill, but also a commendable character. This realization solidified his belief that she was a genuinely good person, even going so far as to deem her amazing. Yet, amidst his admiration, Ronan couldn't shake a nagging feeling of inconsistency. He found it peculiar that someone as powerful as Navaros hadn't participated in the war during his previous life. Realizing that Nebula Clesia might have influenced Navaros and other powerful instructors at the academy, Ronan decided to return to the academy. He made his way to the dedicated practice area for the magic department, located within Sherry Forest. Just before entering the forest, there stood a location known as the Park of Pillars. Adashan greeted Ronan warmly as he entered the forest, sporting a bright smile. She mentioned that it had been quite some time since their last encounter and attributed their meeting to Navaros's instructions. Curious about Ronan's well-being, she inquired about how he had been faring. Ronan was taken aback by Adashan's presence, realizing that he had entirely forgotten about her and her earlier request. Caught off guard, Ronan struggled to formulate a response. Adashan, puzzled by his peculiar expression, couldn't comprehend why Ronan seemed so out of sorts. Unbeknownst to her, Ronan's preoccupation with the issues surrounding Nebula Clesia had caused him to forget about their previous interaction. As he gathered his thoughts, Adashan hadn't crossed his mind. In an attempt to diffuse the awkwardness of the situation, Ronan managed an awkward smile to maintain the pleasantness of their encounter. Ronan greeted Adashan and inquired about her well-being. Adashan shared that since the incident when Ronan had gone on a rampage, students who had been cautious around Carden had begun to feel more at ease approaching her. However, she expressed concern for Carden, noting that he seemed to be frightened every time he encountered her. Ronan felt a twinge of concern upon hearing this news. Adashan informed Ronan that Structor Navaros had mentioned his intention to break a curse. Ronan explained to her that he had come to meet Professor Secret. He expressed his apprehension about having to traverse through such a dark and eerie place just to reach her. Adashan mentioned that Professor Secret's office is quite unique and only accessible to magic students. She also informed Ronan that they would be meeting a junior magic student who happens to be her friend. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared in front of Adashan and immediately embraced her in a hug. The mysterious person revealed herself as Elizabeth. She affectionately referred to Adashan as elder sister and expressed how much she missed her. Adashan reciprocated the sentiment. Ronan was surprised to see Elizabeth, recalling her as the proud girl who often talked about beasts and sheep. Adashan apologized to Elizabeth for the interruption. Adashan informed Elizabeth that something urgent had come up. In response, Elizabeth expressed her affection for Adashan and assured her not to worry, encouraging her to call any time she needed. Elizabeth then inquired about Adashan's purpose for seeking Professor Secret. Noticing Ronan standing beside Adashan, she seemed curious about his presence. Ronan was unsure how to respond to Elizabeth's reaction. Her astonishment at seeing him was palpable, leaving her at a loss for words. After collecting himself, Ronan greeted her and even used her nickname, which caught Elizabeth off guard. Her initial shock turned to anger, and she couldn't believe that Ronan was standing there before her. Elizabeth led Ronan through the forest until they reached the professor's office, which left Ronan surprised. He couldn't believe that the professor would reside in a cottage in the woods. The idea of a professor's office being located in the forest seemed unbelievable to him. He jokingly asked Elizabeth if she planned to bury him in the woods because of her earlier embarrassing behavior. Elizabeth scolded Ronan sharply upon hearing her nickname. She firmly instructed him not to call her by that name and to simply follow her. Ronan, taken aback by her reaction, observed the relationship between Adashan and Elizabeth. Knowing Adashan's background as a member of the Akalusian family in her previous life, their relationship didn't seem unusual to him. Elizabeth opened the door of the cottage, revealing an old woman inside. Ronan immediately assumed she was Professor Secret, but Elizabeth cautioned him against jumping to conclusions. She explained that there was one more stage left. Confused, Ronan followed Elizabeth as they approached the old woman. Elizabeth raised her hand, emitting a purple light. She instructed Ronan not to interfere with what was about to happen. Ronan, feeling uneasy, complied with her request. Elizabeth then recited a magical incantation, commanding something to open. However, nothing occurred despite her efforts. Confused, Ronan questioned Elizabeth about why nothing happened despite her spell. Suddenly, the old woman's mouth began to enlarge, her head morphing into a grotesque titan-like visage, as if about to devour them. Horrified, Ronan turned to Elizabeth, demanding an explanation for the terrifying transformation. Elizabeth urged Ronan to remain calm and follow her lead. Without warning, the old lady swallowed them whole. To Ronan's surprise, they found themselves in a spacious study. Elizabeth then welcomed Ronan to the office of Professor Secret, known as Separacchio. Ronan was astonished by the size and grandeur of the real office. He couldn't fathom why the professor would choose such an unusual entrance. As Ronan looked around, he heard a woman's voice addressing him. She floated in midair behind him, asking if he was the disciple Navaros had promised to send. Ronan was taken aback by the voice, and wanted to turn around to see who it was, but before he could, Professor Secret suddenly appeared in front of him. She examined his eyes and confirmed that Navaros had spoken the truth. Ronan was profoundly surprised to see her. She informed him that his curse was particularly malevolent. This woman happened to be the most skilled user of curse magic on the continent, despite being 83 years old. With a smile, Professor Secret remarked that Ronan was indeed quite interesting. Ronan was taken aback by the sight of Professor Secret. It was hard for him to reconcile the image of the little girl floating before him with that of a professor. Sensing his surprise, Professor Secret assured Ronan not to be startled by her appearance. She explained that her youthful appearance was due to certain circumstances. Professor Secret disclosed to Ronan that despite her youthful appearance, she was actually over 80 years old. Ronan was astounded by this revelation, finding it difficult to reconcile her age with her youthful looks. Curious, he inquired about the secret behind her age-defying appearance. However, Professor Secret merely promised to delve into the details with him at a later time. Instructing Ronan to concentrate on his present issue, Professor Secret swiftly snapped her fingers, summoning a magic circle beneath Ronan's feet. As the circle materialized, Ronan's body emitted various ribbons adorned with enigmatic inscriptions. Surprised by this magical phenomenon, Ronan turned to Professor Secret for an explanation regarding the peculiar ribbons. Secret was astonished by the multitude of magical ribbons, each representing a curse. Among them were ancient curses, closely linked to their original roots. She expressed disbelief that Ronan's body contained such a diverse array of curses, noting that even those with moderate skills would struggle to handle them. Ronan felt a surge of fear upon hearing this revelation. He nervously inquired of Professor Secret whether it was still feasible to remove the curses. However, Secret reassured him, stating that while the curses were more extensive than she anticipated, she remained capable of managing them. Almost immediately after her assurance, the magic circle beneath Ronan's feet began to radiate with a soft glow. Professor Secret explained to Ronan her plan to manifest the curses within his body in an imaginary world within his consciousness. She instructed Ronan that his task would be to locate the root of the curse binding him and sever it. Ronan was taken aback by this revelation, finding it difficult to believe that he was being asked to physically cut down a curse. Ronan, seizing the curses that adorned his body, inquired of Professor Secret how he would discern what he needed to sever. With a reassuring smile, Professor Secret advised Ronan not to fret, assuring him that he would recognize the curse when he encountered it. Then, she drew near to Ronan and laid her hand gently upon his head. A brilliant light emanated from her hand, and Ronan plunged into an unfamiliar abyss. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in a realm of imagination. As he surveyed his surroundings, a startling sight greeted him, his own house. Bewildered, he pondered why his home had manifested in this surreal landscape. Could the source of his curse lie within its walls? As Ronan gazed at his house, a young girl strolled past him. She called out to her mother, announcing her return. Ronan was taken aback by the familiar voice. He was certain it belonged to his elder sister. The younger incarnation of Iriel dashed into the house, eager to see her baby brother nestled in his cradle. Her astonishment at Ronan's adorableness was evident. Turning to her mother, Iriel inquired why her little brother was always asleep. Concerned, she wondered if Ronan was unwell. With a gentle smile, their mother explained that babies need plenty of sleep to grow strong and healthy. She assured Iriel that if Ronan ever fell ill in the future, she would be responsible for taking care of him as his older sister. With a joyful expression, Iriel pledged to protect her little brother forever. Ronan was astonished by the scene unfolding before him. He realized it was a moment from his infancy. It was surreal to see himself as a baby in the cradle, taking in the love and care of his family. Ronan struggled to grasp the reality of witnessing his own infancy. He had always assumed he was born fully grown. Seeing himself as a baby was disorienting. As he pondered the surreal scene, a figure with a foreboding presence entered the house, casting a shadow over the tranquil moment. Ronan found himself immobilized by fear upon sensing the ominous energy emanating from the approaching figure. Despite his curiosity about the man's identity, Ronan remained powerless to move. Meanwhile, He observed Iril and her mother warmly welcoming the stranger, their smiles belying any sense of apprehension. Despite their audible conversation, Ronan struggled to discern the words exchanged between the man and his family. The man expressed his desire to see Ronan to his mother, who welcomed the request with delight. She assumed the man was curious about Ronan's appearance, remarking that he bore a striking resemblance to the man. As the man's hand crackled with an enigmatic energy, he uttered words to Ronan's mother, the content of which remained unknown to Ronan. As soon as he spoke, he exerted his mysterious power upon her. Ronan's mother collapsed, unconscious. Iril was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Ronan was stunned by the unfolding scene. While Iril cried out for her mother, the man approached her and employed his powers on her as well. Iril also fell unconscious. Ronan was filled with anger and confusion at the sight of his sister collapsing. He couldn't comprehend why the mysterious man was harming his family. As he gazed at his sister, Ronan noticed something peculiar. The man stood beside his cradle, holding the curses in his hand. The man injected the curse into Ronan's body, and a radiant light emanated from Ronan's cradle. Ronan realized that the man must be the source of the curse. Determined, he resolved to confront and defeat him. The scene transitions, revealing Professor Secret and Elizabeth, observing Ronan's condition. Professor Secret was astonished by the immense power of Ronan's curse. Elizabeth was taken aback, unable to fathom that her prepared mana was drained by the curse. This revelation surprised her deeply. Even the esteemed Professor Secret acknowledged the overwhelming strength of the curse. Eager to understand the situation better, Elizabeth inquired about the extent of curses dwelling within Ronan's body. Professor Secret disclosed to Elizabeth that there were approximately 10 curses embedded within Ronan's body. This revelation left Elizabeth astounded. She reasoned that her mana depletion must have been a consequence of dealing with these 10 curses. However, Professor Secret corrected her with a stern expression, indicating that Elizabeth's assumption was incorrect. Professor Secret clarified to Elizabeth that she was presently contending with just one curse. Following the placement of the curse within Ronan's body by the mysterious man, he uttered some words and departed without further interaction. Ronan, feeling frustrated by the man's actions, observed as he passed by Iril and her mother. Once the man exited the house, Ronan found himself gradually regaining his strength. He rushed to his mother and sister, calling out their names anxiously, but received no response. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were simply sleeping. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he acknowledged that his family was safe for now. With a determined resolve, he understood that his primary objective in this imaginary realm was to confront and defeat the mysterious man. With a fierce expression, he shattered his door and dashed outside. Once there, he noticed the mysterious man standing nearby. Confronting him with determination, he inquired if the man had been waiting for him. Locking eyes with the man, Ronan demanded to know if he had any purpose in seeking him out. The man remained silent in the face of Ronan's anger, further fueling Ronan's fury. Unable to comprehend how the man could harm his family before him, Ronan vowed never to forgive him. With resolve in his voice, he drew his sword and charged at the man. But as Ronan closed in, the man unleashed his enigmatic power. The man swiftly conjured a sword of his own, intercepting Ronan's assault. Ronan was astonished by the man's skill in parrying his strikes. Determined, Ronan intensified his onslaught, but to no avail. Each blow he delivered was deftly countered by the man. Ronan found himself bewildered by the realization that a mere curse possessed such formidable combat prowess. Even more astonishing was the curse's dominance over him in combat. With each strike, the man inflicted wounds upon Ronan, steadily weakening him. Finally, delivering a devastating blow, the man's sword dealt a severe injury to Ronan, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Ronan found himself in disbelief. His sword failed to make contact with the man's skin, leaving him defenseless. Observing that the man refrained from delivering a fatal blow, Ronan concluded that the man lacked the ability to kill him. Understanding that the man wished for him to depart the imaginary realm, Ronan felt frustrated by the man's indirect request. Ronan refused to let the confrontation end without answers. Gathering his strength, he struggled to rise to his feet. Once standing, he directed his fury at the man, demanding to know why he had subjected Ronan's family to such cruelty. With a scowl etched on his face, Ronan confronted the man, asserting that his mother and sister rarely display affection, reserving such expressions for those they deeply care about. Fueled by anger, he branded the man a bastard and speculated that he must be his father. Ronan demanded an explanation for why his father had inflicted such harm on their family. Ronan's father remained silent in the face of Ronan's inquiry, further fueling Ronan's frustration. A crimson energy enveloped his form, signifying his rising anger and disbelief. He found it incomprehensible that his father offered no explanation or apology for his actions, inflicting harm on their family and casting a curse on Ronan. Closing in on his father, Ronan channeled his anger into his sword, imbuing it with a fierce red energy. With one swift motion, he severed his father's head. As the head started to dissipate, Ronan approached it, determined. Before it vanished entirely, he drove his sword into it, ensuring its lingering presence. With a steely glare, he vowed to unravel the truth on his own. Commanding his father to leave his body, Ronan watched as the remains vanished. Suddenly, he found himself back in reality, standing within Separacchio. Startled, he looked around to find Professor Secret approaching him. She inquired about his well-being, leaving Ronan astonished by her presence. Perplexed, Ronan questioned the woman before him, unaware of her identity. Gradually, recognition dawned upon him as he realized she was Professor Secret. Bewildered by her sudden transformation, Ronan voiced his concerns, wondering if his presence had caused her to age rapidly. Professor Secret smiled warmly in response to Ronan's inquiries. She reassured him that her current state wasn't a consequence of his presence. Then she posed a question to Ronan, asking if he sensed any changes within himself. Ronan, having always recognized Professor Secret's uniqueness, now discerned an even greater depth to her abilities as he observed her mana. Professor Secret was pleased to see that Ronan could perceive her mana, confirming the success of her plan. They settled in to discuss Ronan's experience in the imaginary world. As Ronan recounted his ordeal, Professor Secret listened intently, surprised by the revelation that the curse stemmed from a deeply buried memory, unknown even to Ronan. Professor Secret was astounded to learn that Ronan's own father had placed the curse upon him. Curious, she inquired how Ronan had discerned the man's identity, despite his blurred appearance. Ronan explained that he recognized his father through the reactions of his mother and sister, which hinted at a familial connection. Their conversation continued as Ronan elaborated further. Ronan experienced an unsettling sensation when the man laid his hands on his family, something entirely unfamiliar to him. This feeling evoked an uncharted sorrow within Ronan, intensifying his anger and agitation. Puzzled by this emotion, Ronan contemplated whether he was sharing in the same sentiments as the man who had inflicted such harm upon his loved ones. Professor Secret inquired whether Ronan had any recollections of his parents. Ronan admitted that he did not possess any memories of them. What puzzled him even more was the lack of curiosity he and his sister had displayed about their missing parental figures. It seemed as though their memories of their parents had been inexplicably erased from their minds. Professor Secret was taken aback by this revelation. It dawned on her that Ronan's consciousness had been intertwined with his perception of mana. She explained to Ronan that his father had not only cursed him, but had also tampered with his memories. During the curse's placement, fragments of his father's memories inadvertently transferred to Ronan. Professor Secret illuminated Ronan about the inherent risks of memory-related magic spells, highlighting their potential side effects. She explained that Ronan's imaginary world was a manifestation of his memories, a natural consequence of the curse's influence. Furthermore, she clarified that Ronan's newfound ability to wield mana stemmed from his enhanced perception of it. Ronan's cognition reconnected as he absorbed Professor Secret's explanation. He came to recognize the shimmering strands as mana, a revelation that dawned upon him. Professor Secret assured him that although he could currently only perceive mana, he would soon progress to manipulating it like his peers. Indeed, this process hinges on Ronan's ability to dispel 2 more curses from the remaining 9 cast upon him. Professor Secret cautioned Ronan that removing these curses would be a time-consuming endeavor due to their unknown origin and formidable strength. However, she assured him that she would notify him once she had made the necessary preparations to lift the curses. As Ronan was instructed to return to his dorm, he observed something peculiar. Professor Secret had reverted to her youthful appearance. This transformation startled Ronan, prompting him to inquire if her appearance fluctuated with the time of day. Professor Secret acknowledged the complexity of her own body's circumstances to Ronan. She recognized that the experiences Ronan had witnessed in his imaginary world were substantial for any student to endure. Advising him to safeguard his mental well-being, she encouraged Ronan not to let his past define him, emphasizing the importance of cherishing the days ahead. Ronan appreciated Professor Secret's guidance, rising from his seat and bowing respectfully to his professor. Expressing his gratitude, he entrusted himself to her care. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man observed the towering crystal giant beneath the Grand Cappadocia. Astounded by its immense size, he marveled at how a single student had managed to halt the giant's advance all by himself. As the man gazed at the giant, his subordinate, named Dolan, approached to report on the progress of the forge's restoration. The man inquired about the status, to which Dolan assured him that everything was proceeding smoothly and that the forge would be operational within a week. However, Dolan also mentioned that he hadn't uncovered any further information regarding Celia and Edwan. Dolan informed Joseph Sinivan de Grancia, the head of the Grancia Duchy and a Duke of the Empire, that he had traced Ronan's whereabouts to the academy. As they conversed, the crystal giant suddenly stirred to life, looming over them with a menacing gesture as if poised to crush them both. As Joseph observed the giant's movement, he swiftly gestured for his superior to step aside. Drawing his sword, he assured the Duke that he would rally the knight troop to confront the towering threat. Joseph instructed Dolan not to concern himself, stating that the knights had their duties. Yet, with no immediate action taken, the giant moved to crush them both beneath its massive fist. As the giant's hand neared, Joseph swiftly drew his sword, channeling his aura to slice the colossal creature into fragments. Replacing his blade, he beckoned Dolan to accompany him, wearing a confident smile. Joseph informed Dolan of their upcoming encounter with the young hero of Philion Academy. At Ronan's hostel, there was a knock on his door very early in the morning. Ronan was surprised to have a visitor at such an hour. When he opened the door, he found Dolan standing outside. Ronan, thinking Dolan might be a salesman, asked him for identification. Dolan, irritated by this assumption, called Ronan a rude bastard. He felt Ronan was being arrogant and pretending not to recognize him, judging by his attire. Ronan guessed that Dolan might be an official from a noble family, but he wasn't entirely sure due to the darkness of Dolan's mana. He also noticed something else mingled with Dolan's mana. Although Ronan couldn't quite identify what he was seeing, he felt certain it was something familiar. While Dolan was staring at Ronan, the Duke arrived to intervene. He reminded Dolan that it was their fault for visiting Ronan without prior notice. Dolan addressed him as Duke Joseph and apologized for his behavior. Ronan was astonished to realize he was in the presence of the Duke. Joseph then apologized to Ronan on behalf of Dolan. With a smile, the Duke asked Ronan if he could spare some time. Stepping into Ronan's room, he handed him a box containing a sheath for his sword. Ronan was surprised and asked why the Duke had delivered it personally. Joseph explained that the blacksmiths and Dolan had begged him to bring it. Joseph thanked Ronan for saving the Grand Cappadocia, mentioning that the House of Grancia and the Grand Cappadocia had been allies for a long time. He informed Ronan that his sword, Palarod, was crafted by Doran. Reaching into his jacket, Joseph retrieved an item and told Ronan he wanted to give it to him as a gift. Ronan was stunned by what Joseph wanted to give him. Joseph handed him the Grancia crest of proof, bearing the seal of the family head. Ronan couldn't believe Joseph was offering something so valuable. This crest could buy 3 villages. Joseph explained that they must treat their savior well to uphold the honor of the Grancia. He informed Ronan that his men had also delivered the blacksmith's gifts and the crests of proof to both Maria and Asel. Ronan could already imagine how Asel and Maria were reacting. After presenting Ronan with his gift, Joseph requested that Ronan tell him everything about the person behind the incident. With a serious expression, Joseph stated that he was very interested in learning about Aaute and Clesia. As soon as Joseph said this, Ronan saw a very bright light. He was shocked by the horrifying mana of the Duke who leads the Clesia family. Ronan told Joseph that Clesia and Aaute are crazy bastards, which annoyed Dolan. Ronan added that Clesia and Aaute are fast and extremely irritating. As he spoke, Ronan sensed an unusual energy in the air. Glancing up, he realized that Dolan was the source of this energy. Ronan was surprised by this revelation, considering Dolan hadn't budged an inch since entering the room. Yet, he began reacting the moment Ronan mentioned Aaute and Clesia. While pondering, Ronan came to the realization that Dolan emitted the same unsettling aura as Aaute and Clesia. The Duke inquired about what was troubling Ronan, questioning why he had fallen silent. Ronan was taken aback by the question. He couldn't comprehend why the Duke wasn't addressing the man Dolan was emanating. The Duke inquired if Ronan was feeling uncomfortable. Ronan was astonished by the question. He was aware of Duke Grancia's reputation as a formidable figure on the continent. Yet, he couldn't perceive the mana. Ronan swiftly realized he was the sole individual able to see this distinctive mana. He questioned the Duke if he had heard about the arrival of the stars. As soon as Ronan posed the question, Dolan's expression shifted. Observing this change, Ronan opted to test Dolan's reaction. He informed the Duke about Nebula Clesia and their objectives. The Duke was profoundly startled by this revelation, finding it hard to believe that such an organization existed on the continent. Joseph inquired if Ronan had acquired all the information independently. Ronan informed Joseph that Clesia and Aaute had confessed after he had dismembered them. With a sinister expression, Ronan admitted to Joseph that he took pleasure in witnessing Aaute and Clesia plead for their lives. Ronan was about to continue, but the Duke intervened, halting him. He informed Ronan that he would verify the remaining information from the official documents of Rodolan prison. Declaring that he couldn't bear to hear more about the incident as it would spoil his appetite, he asked Ronan to desist. Ronan acquiesced to the Duke's request. After conversing with him, Ronan solidified his suspicions regarding Dolan. Ronan came to the realization that Dolan had completely lost control of himself. He couldn't fathom that the Nebula Clesia had infiltrated even the Clesia family. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he knew he had to take immediate action. Before Joseph departed, he expressed his intention to leave. However, Ronan stopped him, insisting that there was something crucial he needed to know about the Nebula Clesia. Joseph requested Ronan to disclose the information. Ronan smiled and replied that it would be a lengthy explanation. He proposed to organize it during the night and send it to Joseph by mail. Ronan assured Joseph that he would find the package quite intriguing. With a sly grin, Ronan hinted that the package would be particularly captivating because it delved into a Aaute. Dolan was shocked by this revelation. Later that night, as Ronan slept, Dolan broke into his room and attempted to assassinate him. However, when Dolan swung his sword at Ronan's neck, he realized he struck against rocks instead. Astonished, he discovered that Ronan wasn't in the bed, but was on the ceiling of the room. He greeted Dolan as Rat Bastard Number 3 and welcomed him into his room. Dolan was taken aback by Ronan's anticipation of his arrival. Turning to face Ronan, Dolan inquired about how he knew of his intentions. Ronan leaped down from the ceiling and instructed Dolan to turn around. As Dolan obeyed, he spotted someone watching them. Ronan informed Dolan that the individual was a special guest, invited specifically for him. Dolan was profoundly astonished by the presence of this person. It turned out to be Dolan's young master, Clesia, whose expression was filled with horror. Clesia instructed Dolan to explain the situation to him. A few hours earlier, Ronan had visited Clesia in his room. Clesia was taken aback by the unexpected visit, even more so when Ronan revealed his plan to ambush Dolan that night. Skeptical of Ronan's suspicions, Clesia questioned his sanity and asked if he had any proof to support his claims. He reminded Ronan that Dolan was a highly skilled and loyal knight. He informed Ronan that Dolan's loyalty to the Clesia family was exceptional among the knights. Clesia explained that Dolan had been chosen as his father's bodyguard after only 4 years of service. Ronan was astonished to hear this. finding it hard to believe that Dolan had attained such a prestigious position so quickly. He believed that 4 years was too brief for a knight to earn such a position. He told Shalifan that their family was likely already infiltrated by spies. Shalifan was shocked and confused by Ronan's assertion. Ronan advised him not to worry about it and said it wasn't necessary for him to uncover Dolan's true identity. Instead, he asked Shalifan to come to his room later that night. He told Shalifan that if his suspicions were correct, he would be saving his family. The scene then shifts back to Ronan's room. Shalifan drew his sword and pointed it at Dolan, demanding an explanation. Dolan was stunned, unable to comprehend why his young master was in Ronan's room. Ronan laughed at Shalifan's question. He told Shalifan that Dolan wouldn't answer simply because he was asked. He called Shalifan naive, believing that Shalifan wouldn't survive in the harsh world if he continued to be so nice. Dolan then lifted his leg and slammed it onto the ground. As soon as Dolan's leg touched the ground, his body began to emit a large amount of mana. Both Ronan and Shalifan were shocked. Ronan was taken aback by the sudden heaviness in his body, realizing that Dolan was using his aura to weigh him down. While Ronan was preoccupied with the change in his body, Dolan seized the opportunity and rushed to attack him. Ronan managed to block the attack with his sword, but was pushed back. Dolan's aura completely suppressed him. Enraged by this, Shalifan demanded an explanation from Dolan. Ignoring Shalifan's question, Dolan rushed to attack him. As their swords clashed, Dolan told Shalifan that he was too naive. Dolan felt relieved that Shalifan was inexperienced in controlling the range of his aura. He knew Shalifan wouldn't use his powerful technique in a confined space where others could easily be caught in it. Shalifan, still in disbelief that his loyal knight had turned on him, was deeply frustrated by the situation. Dolan attacked Shalifan, expressing regret as he pressed him down with his aura. He assured Shalifan that he didn't want their relationship to sour. Dolan explained that Ronan had disrupted his plans. Shalifan was surprised by Dolan's formidable skills, noting that they differed from what he was accustomed to. He found it hard to believe that Dolan had concealed his abilities for years. He questioned Dolan about when he had betrayed the family. Annoyed by the accusation, Dolan pushed Shalifan away with his sword. With a menacing glare, Dolan informed Shalifan that he had never been a knight of the Grantia family. As soon as Dolan spoke, he charged towards Shalifan. Shalifan was stunned by Dolan's revelation. Realizing Dolan was a spy, Shalifan urged Ronan to take action as he wished. Without hesitation, Ronan intercepted Dolan's attack. Dolan was astonished to see Ronan, unable to comprehend how Ronan was still capable of movement. Ignoring Dolan, Ronan addressed Shalifan as a frustrating brat. He couldn't believe that Shalifan had caused him so much trouble just to hear Dolan admit he was a spy. Ronan asked Shalifan if he was satisfied with the answer he received. Shalifan pleaded with Ronan to understand the gravity of the situation and begged for his understanding. Shalifan seized his sword and launched an attack on Dolan, his eyes filled with horror. He warned Ronan that a bloodbath would follow in the Grantia family once he was finished with Dolan. Closing in on Dolan, Shalifan narrowed the distance between them. Dolan was surprised by this development, confident that Shalifan was ensnared in his aura. He couldn't comprehend how Shalifan remained agile despite his aura. Dolan was even more astonished to witness Shalifan wielding his heavy sword effortlessly through mana manipulation. Shalifan imbued his sword with mana and launched an attack on Dolan, leaving him bewildered. Dolan pondered whether Shalifan had been concealing his abilities much like himself. It puzzled him because Shalifan had no motive to conceal his abilities. Dolan soon recognized that Shalifan had adjusted to his aura during their confrontation. He understood Shalifan was a prodigy, a rarity that emerges once in a century, but he hadn't anticipated Shalifan's exceptional talent. While Dolan was preoccupied with Shalifan, Ronan capitalized on the distraction and launched a surprise attack. He warned Dolan not to let his guard down, not to lose focus during the fight. Dolan was taken aback by Ronan's sudden appearance, unable to comprehend how Ronan had managed to approach him. Ronan launched into an aggressive assault against Dolan. Though Dolan managed to block the attacks initially, he soon found himself overwhelmed by Ronan's relentless onslaught. Dolan was incredulous that Ronan had managed to force him backward. It dawned on him that Ronan was another formidable opponent, comparable in strength to Schlieffen. Ronan wielded his sword to unleash a powerful strike, but to his dismay, Dolan evaded the attack. Ronan was astonished by this unexpected maneuver, as he had not anticipated Dolan's agility in dodging such a formidable assault. As soon as Dolan evaded the attack, he swiftly utilized his leg to kick Ronan away. Dolan became aware that their altercation had generated considerable noise, indicating that the professors would likely investigate Ronan's room soon. Recognizing the urgency to flee, Dolan smashed through Ronan's window and descended to the ground below. Upon touching ground, Dolan immediately broke into a sprint at full speed. He was astounded by how quickly things had escalated, simply because of his attempt to assassinate Ronan. Dolan acknowledged his own folly in underestimating Ronan's abilities, realizing that luck had not been the sole factor in Ronan's success against Eduon and Cilia. Determined to rectify his mistake, Dolan opted to conceal himself and bide his time until the opportune moment arose to capture Ronan. As Dolan sprinted, Schlieffen suddenly emerged behind him, wielding a sword. Dolan felt a wave of terror upon sensing Schlieffen's presence. Schlieffen remarked to Dolan that he couldn't manipulate the storm sword as his father had. Dolan was astonished to witness Schlieffen suspended in mid-air. Schlieffen scolded Dolan for attempting to flee, despite knowing the formidable power of the storm sword. A powerful gust of wind coalesced around Schlieffen's sword. With determination in his eyes, Schlieffen assured Dolan that no one else would be caught in his technique. Sternly, he declared his intention to punish Dolan for betraying their family. Without hesitation, Schlieffen activated the Grancia secret sword art. Schlieffen's activated technique, known as the Storm Sword, summoned a massive tornado hurtling towards Dolan. Dolan was filled with horror at the sight of this formidable technique. Despite his efforts to slash at the tornado, Dolan's strikes proved futile against its immense power. As the tornado drew near, Dolan came to the grim realization that he was powerless to destroy such an overwhelmingly potent technique. As the wind shredded him apart, Dolan closed his eyes and offered a prayer to the stars. Once Dolan was vanquished, the tornado dissipated. Schlieffen gazed upon Dolan's lifeless form, declaring that the Grancia family would soon forget him entirely. Walking away from Dolan's body, Schlieffen emphasized Dolan's insignificance, asserting that he had never truly belonged to the Grancia lineage. Ronan was taken aback by Schlieffen's method of dealing with Dolan. He understood that Schlieffen was deeply angered by Dolan's betrayal. Observing Dolan's mangled form, Ronan voiced concern to Schlieffen, stating that they couldn't deliver Dolan to Rodolan prison in such a ghastly condition. In response, Schlieffen reassured Ronan not to fret about Dolan. He explained to Ronan that he had only severed Dolan's tendons to immobilize him. Schlieffen assured Ronan that Dolan's life was not in danger. However, despite this assurance, Schlieffen admitted to Ronan that he wasn't entirely certain if Dolan's body had sustained irreversible damage. He cautioned Ronan that Dolan's survival was uncertain. Ronan was startled by this revelation. Ronan was dumbfounded by Schlieffen's lack of restraint. He had anticipated Schlieffen to show some mercy while confronting Dolan. However, Schlieffen brushed off Ronan's concerns, urging him to focus on reporting the incident to his family. With a solemn expression, Schlieffen emphasized the urgency of the situation, stressing that their family must swiftly hunt down and eliminate all traitors among them. Without hesitation, Schlieffen swiftly set off running. He tasked Ronan with managing Dolan's situation. Ronan was taken aback by Schlieffen's abrupt departure. He hadn't anticipated Schlieffen leaving him alone in such a chaotic situation. Annoyed by the mess Schlieffen had left behind and the responsibility thrust upon him, Ronan felt overwhelmed. As Ronan shouted at Schlieffen, a portal materialized behind him. From the portal emerged a swordsman who inquired about the commotion. The newcomer questioned Ronan about the storm that had rattled the dormitory and if he had been ambushed. Ronan turned around, startled to find a portal behind him. His surprise deepened upon seeing the swordsman emerge from the portal. To Ronan's astonishment, the individuals stepping out of the portal were none other than Principal Kravar, who had created the portal, and Instructor Navaros, who had come to aid him. As Ronan glanced at Navaros, he couldn't help but notice her peculiar yet charming pajamas. Ronan was surprised by the sight. He hadn't anticipated Navaros wearing such attire for sleep. Offering Navaros a thumbs up, he complimented her on her unique choice of clothing. However, Navaros was irritated by the comment, urging Ronan to focus on answering her inquiries. Carve chimed in, instructing Ronan to address Navaros's questions and emphasizing that Navaros's attire was inconsequential. Ronan was also surprised by Navaros's clothing choice. Carve was relieved that Ronan wasn't injured. He then inquired about the disfigured body nearby. Ronan was startled by the question, uncertain of how to begin explaining to Carve. He assured Carve that he would provide a thorough explanation shortly. Before divulging any information, Ronan requested Carve to echo his words. Carve was surprised by Ronan's unusual request and asked him to directly communicate his message. With a fierce glare, Ronan instructed Carve to label Aaute as an insane bastard. Carve was stunned by the demand, unable to comprehend why Ronan would request such an odd statement. Navaros wasn't surprised by Ronan's request. She swiftly deduced that the situation was linked to Nebula Clesia. Uncertain of what action to take, Carve opted to comply with Ronan's demand. The awkwardness of the situation weighed heavily on both him and Navaros. The scene transitions to Ronan in Carve's office. Having just concluded his explanation to Carve, Ronan left Carve surprised by the revelation of a spy within the Clesia family. Carve came to the realization that Nebula Clesia posed a far greater threat than he had anticipated. Furthermore, Carve was astonished by Ronan's capability to handle the situation with Dolan. He expressed his gratitude to Ronan for his efforts. He conveyed to Ronan that they had averted a significant disaster, all thanks to him. Ronan chuckled at Carve's praise and urged him to refrain from flattering him. Ronan resolved not to disclose to anyone his ability to perceive the distinctive mana emitted by Dolan. He harbored uncertainties regarding the true nature of this peculiar mana and opted to keep it to himself for the time being. Ronan was keenly aware that his possession of such a unique ability would put him in jeopardy if Nebula Clesia ever discovered it. Moreover, he realized that those around him would also be at risk. Carve informed Ronan that a comprehensive investigation into the Clesia family would commence shortly. He reassured Ronan, urging him not to concern himself with Dolan and Nebula Clesia. Carve recognized that the Empire owed a debt of gratitude to Ronan for some time now, especially since the incident in the Grand Cappadocia. As the principal, Carve expressed his intention to properly reward Ronan for his contributions. He queried Ronan if there was anything specific he desired. Ronan's excitement surged upon hearing the question, seeing it as a golden chance to pursue one of his aspirations. Ronan disclosed to Carve that he harbored a desire to undertake a particular endeavor at the academy, seeking Carve's endorsement. Carve was taken aback by Ronan's request, intrigued by what Ronan had in mind. The scene transitions, revealing Ronan standing beside a bulletin board in the academy's plaza. Ronan affixed a paper to the board and garnered the attention of his peers. He queried if they were weary of the restrictive nature of the school's club activities. The other students were taken aback by his statement. Placing his hand on the paper, Ronan declared to his peers that he had established the club with their interests in mind. Grinning, Ronan announced the name of the club as the Special Class Adventure Club. As outlined in the recruitment notice he had posted, Ronan aimed to enlist members for the club. While open to all applicants, Ronan mentioned that a brief interview process would be required. A student inquired about the club's activities. Before the students could speak further, Ronan gently placed his hand over the questioning student's mouth. Smiling, he addressed the other students, explaining that the Special Class Adventure Club was a highly beneficial organization aimed at nurturing talented individuals poised to make significant contributions to the Empire. Their emphasis lay in enhancing students' skills through hands-on, real-world activities. Ronan revealed that the Special Class Adventure Club was the sole organization sanctioned by the principal for outdoor activities. The other students were astonished by this revelation, finding it difficult to fathom that their principal would endorse such ventures beyond the school grounds. Ronan invited those interested in joining the club to meet him for interviews at the first arena of the Galarian Hall, expressing gratitude to his peers for their attention. A girl wearing a hood observed something peculiar about Ronan. Despite his unsettling grin and jovial interactions with fellow students, the girl's gaze remained fixed on Ronan. She appeared to detect something distinctive about him beyond just his unsettling smile. Days later, Ronan found himself at the Galerian Hall, bewildered by the unfolding events. Perplexed, Ronan couldn't comprehend why students weren't showing up for his interviews. He had anticipated a rush of applicants after his performance at the plaza. His surprise grew as he noticed the lack of student attendance, with only Maria and Asel remaining consistent. Maria was taken aback to see Ronan puzzled by the students' avoidance. Maria urged Ronan to recall the recent interviews he had conducted. She pointed out that he had engaged in random sparring sessions to assess skills. Moreover, Maria noted that Ronan had asked students some concerning questions, such as whether they were willing to risk their lives for missions. The revelation shocked the other students, who couldn't comprehend why they should risk their lives for a mere club. One student confronted Ronan, informing him that rumors about his conduct had circulated throughout the academy. The students began to jest that they would need 10 lives to join Ronan's club. Disappointed by their apparent weakness, Ronan felt a pang of disappointment. Ronan held firm to the belief that he had tested them just as soldiers are tested in the military. However, he harbored little concern about amassing a large number of students in his club. His sole focus was on recruiting promising individuals. As he expressed this sentiment, a struggling student attempted to rise to their feet. Ronan inquired if the student felt refreshed now that they were standing. Ronan found it puzzling that the student desired to spar with him, especially after Ronan had already invited them to join the club. He saw no necessity in assessing the boy's skills further. To his surprise, the heavily breathing student turned out to be Ronan's senior, Braum. With a smile, Ronan informed Braum that he had passed the test. Expressing gratitude, Braum thanked Ronan for granting him entry into the club. Ronan, however, cautioned Braum that the club would pose considerable challenges and encouraged him to reconsider his decision. Unfazed, Braum flashed a bright smile and assured Ronan that he was willing to endure any difficulties as long as he could grow stronger. Pleased with Braum's determination, Ronan instructed the club members to return to their dorms. Ronan advised the members to take some rest before the club activities began in earnest. Asel inquired about Ronan's plans for the meantime. Ronan explained that he intended to wait a bit longer for potential interviewees, hopeful that a promising student might still choose to join them. However, as night fell, Ronan came to the realization that no new students had arrived to join his club. Ronan was incredulous that not a single student had attempted to apply. Feeling disheartened, he made the decision to abandon the endeavor. Turning to Adashan, he requested her assistance in packing up. Expressing his gratitude, he thanked her for aiding him with the interviews. Despite Adashan's busy schedule as a teaching assistant, he appreciated her willingness to lend a hand. Assuring Ronan, Adashan urged him not to fret over the lack of applicants. As they tidied up the chairs, Adashan mentioned to Ronan that she would have considered applying to the club if her assistant duties hadn't kept her occupied. Ronan was taken aback by her statement. Though he held Adashan in high regard, he had never entertained the idea of allowing her to join the club had she applied. Ronan experienced a pang of guilt as he grappled with the realization that he hadn't figured out how to broach the subject with her. Adashan's aspirations of becoming a general lingered in his thoughts, and he recognized the need to address the matter. Witnessing her relentless dedication to this goal only made it harder for him to contemplate dissuading her from pursuing it. Ronan acknowledged that he needed to afford Adashan more time before broaching the subject. While pondering his next steps, the mysterious girl suddenly materialized before him at the arena. Expressing her delight at meeting Ronan there, she had assumed he would have completed the interviews by then. Ronan was surprised by her sudden appearance. Ronan was puzzled, realizing he hadn't sensed her presence as she entered the arena. He greeted her with a smile, inquiring if she had come for an interview for their club. Surprised by his question, the girl inquired if she would be allowed to do something specific upon joining the club. Ronan, perplexed, asked for clarification about her intentions. Straining to hear her clearly, Ronan asked the girl to speak louder. As she pulled down her hood, revealing her distinct features with blood-red eyes, she made her unusual request. She inquired if she could touch something on him once she became a member of the club. Ronan was shocked by the girl's request. He puzzled over what she meant by wanting to touch it. Assuming she meant his body, he blushed with embarrassment. Quickly, he cautioned her against any inappropriate behavior. However, the girl clarified that she had no intention of doing anything to him. The girl explained that she wanted to touch Sita. Ronan felt a sense of relief at her clarification. Wondering why she hadn't simply said so earlier, he assured her that Sita was always by his side. Ronan promised that if she joined the club, she would have the opportunity to touch Sita. Delighted by this prospect, the girl's happiness was evident. Ronan found the girl's reaction puzzling, considering her request to touch Sita. He couldn't shake off the feeling that she was rather peculiar. What struck him even more was his inability to detect her presence until she was right beside him. It dawned on him that she wasn't your typical student. There was an air of strength about her that surpassed the ordinary. Curious about joining Ronan's club, Ophelia inquired about the requirements. Ronan directed her to a magically crafted doll, requesting a demonstration of her techniques on it. He also inquired about her name and grade. Ophelia disclosed that she was a junior from the magic department, introducing herself as Ophelia D. Knight. As soon as she spoke, Ophelia activated her magic. A radiant beam emanated from her eyes, while a crimson and shadowy aura enveloped her form. Ronan and Adashan stood in awe, taken aback by this display. They were astounded that Ophelia wielded dark attribute magic, a rarity among practitioners. Adashan marveled at Ophelia's mastery, as controlling dark mana was notoriously challenging. As Adashan marveled at Ophelia's magic, Ronan observed something startling about Ophelia's mana. Despite its subtle presence, Ronan discerned it clearly. Within the core of Ophelia's mana, he detected a distinct blood-red energy. This revelation left Ronan profoundly surprised. In a swift moment of recognition, Ronan connected the energy he saw with something familiar. It resembled Sita's mana. As Ophelia concentrated her energy into her fingertips, she unleashed a spell known as Shadow Claw. With the incantation, her mana materialized into a claw-like form and assaulted the magically engineered doll. As soon as Ophelia's magic made contact with the doll, it detonated, scattering debris in all directions. Ronan and Adashan stood in stunned silence, witnessing the sheer force of Ophelia's powers. Ronan quickly intervened, informing Ophelia that a duel wasn't necessary. As the dust settled from the explosion, they beheld the aftermath. The magically engineered doll lay in pieces, a testament to Ophelia's formidable magic. Ronan and Adashan exchanged astonished glances as they processed Ophelia's display of power. Ronan wasted no time in acknowledging her success, declaring that she had passed the test. However, before Ronan could voice his inquiries about Ophelia's unique mana, she preemptively responded through telepathic magic, revealing an intuitive understanding of his unspoken thoughts. Ophelia's voice echoed in Ronan's mind, asking him if he had noticed the red blood energy. Ronan was taken aback by Ophelia's telepathic communication, astonished by her ability to delve into his thoughts. With a calm demeanor, Ophelia drew her hood over her head, urging Ronan to keep their exchange confidential. She expressed her reluctance to have Adashan or anyone else overhear their conversation. Ophelia expressed her concern about potential stress and annoyance if their conversation were overheard. She suggested they continue their discussion outside and indicated she had questions for Ronan as well. As they exited the arena, Ronan shared details about Sita in response to Ophelia's inquiries. Surprised, she learned that Sita was a dream bird. Ophelia found it intriguing that Sita naturally contained the mana present in the area. Ronan reciprocated the sentiment, expressing his fascination with Ophelia. He mused about individuals like her, believing they had long departed from the Empire, unable to fathom that a vampire stood before him. Ophelia clarified that not all vampires had departed from the Empire. She explained to Ronan that there still existed a small enclave of vampires within the Empire. Preferring to avoid stress, they opted not to reveal themselves to the populace. Ronan was surprised by this revelation. He deduced that Ophelia had approached their conspicuous club due to Sita's unique mana. Ophelia revealed to Ronan that she sensed Sita's energy the instant she laid eyes on him at the plaza. She marveled at how Sita possessed the essence of blood magic, the innate power of vampires. Ronan's reaction was more of confirmation than surprise. He had long harbored curiosity about Sita's extraordinary magic, and the revelation aligned with his suspicions, making perfect sense. Ronan shared with Ophelia that one of Sita's first acts upon birth was absorbing blood. This revelation left Ophelia astounded. The idea that Sita wielded vampire magic from the moment of her inception was truly remarkable. Ronan, puzzled by Ophelia's reaction, was shocked when she suddenly shouted, demanding to know the year of Sita's birth. Ophelia was convinced that Sita had to be at least 3 or 5 years old. Ronan and Sita exchanged surprised glances at Ophelia's assumption. Ronan clarified that Sita was only 2 months old. Ophelia was incredulous. She struggled to comprehend how Sita, at just 2 months old, could emit such dense blood mana. With a sly expression, Ophelia contemplated the potential benefits of Sita's abilities. She then turned to Ronan and cautiously asked if he could assist her with a request. Ronan was surprised by her sudden proposition, considering they had just met. Ophelia explained that while her initial intention was merely to observe Sita, her plans had evolved during their conversation. She assured Ronan that she would dedicate herself to the task if he fulfilled her request. Explaining that she couldn't commit to the club at the moment due to her ongoing research, Ophelia caught Ronan off guard. Intrigued, he inquired about the nature of her research. The following day, Ronan led his newly formed club members to a location known as the Nest. This location served as the Academy's clubroom area. As the team explored their new space, Ronan couldn't hide his surprise at the Academy dedicating an entire building to a student club. It was a gesture of generosity he hadn't anticipated. Glancing back at Asel and Maria, Ronan shared his amazement with his fellow club members. Noticing a difference in their appearance, Ronan observed closely and realized they were carrying weapons crafted during their time at the Grand Cappadocia. His surprise deepened as he noticed Maria wielding a greatsword instead of her usual dual blades. Maria explained that a blacksmith named the Great Commander had forged a sword more suited to her strength. Asel informed Ronan that he had acquired a magical bracelet crafted from the essence of the magic city, Delphium. Beaming with satisfaction, Asel explained how the bracelet had enhanced his mana control, doubling his speed and power. Ronan couldn't help but feel delighted at the remarkable upgrades his friends had received in their arsenal. Maria inquired why Ronan had requested them to come armed to the club room. Ronan replied cryptically, stating that he would explain once they were inside. With a grave expression, Ronan gathered his club members and informed them that they were here for a crucial discussion. Once they had all taken their seats, Ronan revealed the sole purpose behind establishing the club. Ronan explained his primary objective: to expedite the development of their latent abilities through practical experiences. However, the true motive was to ready his club members for the impending invasion by Aaute and his cohorts. He disclosed his plan to visit one of the unexplored mountain ranges within the Empire as their inaugural destination. The chosen destination was Vidian Mountain, a name that elicited surprise from Maria and Asel at the prospect of a mountain excursion. Braum, on the other hand, welcomed Ronan's decision with enthusiasm. Renowned for its peculiarities, Vidian Mountain promised a unique experience. Ronan shared with his members that besides the club's objectives, he had personal matters to address there as well. Ronan rested his hand on his sword, signaling to Maria and Asel that there was a matter he needed to address with them. Their expressions shifted to surprise, perplexed by any offense they might have caused. Maria urged him to explain the issue. Ronan reassured her, dismissing the concern. He then instructed the club members to step outside. With a grin, he revealed his intention to engage in a friendly sparring match with them. Ronan, Maria, and Asel began walking down the hallway together. Ronan walked a few steps ahead of them. As they walked, Asel asked Ronan what he was referring to. Both Maria and Asel stopped, uncertain of what Ronan meant. He stopped walking, and looking into their eyes, smiled as he explained that once they left the academy, it would take at least a week. He then asked Asel if he had classes. He thought to himself that Braum had often completed his course quickly, so it didn't matter. Turning around, he explained that balancing club activities and juggling simultaneously would be challenging, and the director would never allow it. Maria simply crossed her arms and continued listening. Asel, clasping his hands together, replied that he did have classes. Ronan clenched his fist, snapped his fingers, and asked them what the solution was. He then pointed to himself with his thumb, looked them in the eyes, and smiled as he explained that the solution was to complete the early courses, just as he had done, in order to be free. Several minutes later, they arrived at the training room in the club area on the second floor. Ronan stepped away from them, resting the sword on his shoulder. He explained that before starting private lessons, he needed to evaluate each of their skills. Looking into their eyes and holding the sword with one hand, he signaled for them to come closer with the other. With a smug smile, he told them to stop overthinking and come at him. He assured them there was no need to be afraid, as he would keep his sword sheathed. With a menacing expression, Ronan made a gesture of cutting his throat with his thumb and insisted they take it seriously, warning that it wouldn't be fun if they went too easy on him. Both of them were a bit puzzled by Ronan's attitude. Maria replied that they were going to take it easy. Then, looking into Asel's eyes with a smile, she called him sweetie and suggested they give it a try. Blushing and feeling quite confused, Asel looked back at Maria, unsure of what she was referring to. Seeing Asel's confusion, Maria explained that now was the perfect opportunity to show Ronan how much they had grown. Understanding at last, Asel clenched both fists, then extended his hands and activated his telekinesis, declaring that he was going to give it his all. Upon hearing this, Maria adopted an offensive stance, unsheathed her sword, and began channeling her mana. Raising the sword into the air, she initiated the fight by aiming at the ground. With a swift, forceful strike, she brought the sword down, shattering the impact area into small pieces. The blow was so powerful that it created a small curtain of smoke. Within seconds, the smoke reached Ronan, who was surprised by the considerable power of Maria's attack. At that moment, he glanced to the side and was left speechless, unable to believe what he was seeing. Gradually, the shattered pieces of ground that Maria had destroyed began to levitate in the air, surrounded by mana. It was Asel who was manipulating them. He turned towards Ronan, extended his hand, and said, "Watch this." As the pieces of ground floated around him, he signaled to Maria that he was ready to attack. With his hand extended toward Ronan, Asel caused pieces of stone from the ground to shoot towards him at high speed. The stones, surrounded by mana, gradually accelerated towards him. Ronan watched in surprise, amazed at Asel's newfound strength. In an instant, he effortlessly dodged his attacks and commended him for mastering telekinesis so quickly. With one hand on the sword, he swiftly struck all the stones with the still-sheathed blade, disrupting Asel's control over them. He praised him for his skill in using telekinesis. Then, he looked ahead and was amazed to see Maria taking advantage of his distraction from dodging Asel's attacks to approach him. With momentum building, she made a big leap towards him. As she closed the distance, she advised him to dodge her attack rather than block it. She tightly gripped the sword's handle and swung at Ronan. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, dodging the attack at the last moment. Her sword struck the ground instead, creating a large cloud of smoke and damaging a significant portion of the floor. Observing the intense mana emitted by Maria's sword, Ronan smiled, realizing that had he not evaded the attack, he would have been as torn apart as the floor. Maria noticed that Ronan had dodged her attack, and she swiftly turned towards him with a fierce expression, readying herself to strike again. She lunged at him once more, but once again, he evaded her. As he observed the potent mana swirling around her sword, a smile crept onto Ronan's face. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily off balance, he gathered momentum and leaped forward, intending to strike now that her guard was down. She sensed the mana of his attack and blocked it just in time. Looking into his eyes, her expression shifted drastically as she quickly grasped Ronan's strength. As they sparred, Ronan looked up and smiled, pleased to see that both of them had surpassed his expectations. Asel flew towards them, using his telekinesis to grasp a large rock from the air. He instructed Maria to step back from Ronan. Then, extending his hand towards him, he directed the smaller stones to swiftly converge on his position. Without hesitation, Maria complied with Asel's command and moved away from Ronan. The stones struck near his position, forcing him to step back several meters. With a smile and a determined glint in his eyes, he began to draw his sword. Witnessing this, Asel decided to take action. He extended his hand toward him, propelling a massive piece of stone toward him at high speed. Gradually, the stone closed in on Ronan. Reacting swiftly, he unsheathed his sword and skillfully sliced the large stone into small pieces in an instant, watching as they fell to the ground. Ronan glanced aside with a smile. He continued to battle against them for several more minutes until they eventually overwhelmed. He knelt before them, meeting their gaze. With a smile, he commended them for their increased strength and dedication while he was absent. Asel excelled in defense, while Maria in attack, forming a formidable duo. Despite their determined expressions, Ronan praised Asel for his remarkable transformation. Upon hearing this, he blushed and thanked him. Seeing him kneeling, they asked if the test was over. Ronan closed his eyes, then rose from the ground with the support of his sword. He explained that he was satisfied now that he had confirmed their strength. He assured them that it wouldn't take much longer, perhaps just another month or two. Hearing this, both of them closed their eyes in relief, feeling exhausted from their intense bout with him. Ronan rose from the ground and began to approach them. They looked at him with confusion as he positioned himself behind Maria, the sword resting casually on his shoulder. With a mischievous gaze and a smile, he announced that their special training was about to commence right away. Upon hearing this, both of them grew anxious, their previously calm expressions now filled with fear. Maria questioned why they needed to continue training after their sparring session. Ronan gripped his sword and began to pursue them, stating it was of no consequence to him. In response, both of them started to flee. With a sinister smile, Ronan began striking them with his sword. As tears welled in their eyes, Asel cried out for help. From that day forward, Asel and Maria committed themselves to intense special training, even at the expense of their usual practice. Later, Ronan walked into the director's office and placed a stack of completed homework sheets on the desk. Witnessing this, the director was taken aback and met Ronan's gaze, questioning whether he meant everyone had finished their courses ahead of schedule. Ronan hadn't arrived alone. He was accompanied by all the members of his club. To his left stood Maria and Asel, visibly fatigued from their intensive special training. Maria signaled to the director with an affirmative gesture. On Ronan's right stood Braum, looking bewildered by Maria and Asel's exhausted appearance, unaware of what had transpired. Ronan placed his hand on the stack of homework sheets, closed his eyes, and with a serene smile, confirmed to the director that everything was indeed correct. He clarified that they had finished all the assignments for every subject. Then, he inquired if they were permitted to depart. The director gazed directly at him and commended him with a smile for consistently surpassing expectations. Folding his hands together, the director replied warmly that they were free to leave, as he had promised earlier, and would provide them with the necessary clearance. He bid them farewell and wished them luck on their adventure. The following day, the members of the special club, known as the Adventurers Club, embarked on their first activity. Ronan and the rest donned their adventurer gear and journeyed to the Vidian mountains. Upon arrival, Maria gazed at her hand and noticed the potent mana coursing through the air and her own body. Seeing this, she turned to the others and inquired if this was the mystical energy they were seeking. Staring at her hand in disbelief, she marveled at the purity of the mana, astonished that it was so intense upon their arrival at the mountain's entrance. Braum crossed his arms, chuckled softly with his eyes closed, and enlightened her, saying that sensing the mana here was a significant aspect of their training already. He glanced ahead and queried Ronan about their next steps. As Ronan moved a bit away from the group, he responded, "Just wait here. Once we reach the center, I'll explain our next move." Meanwhile, as they conversed, a breeze started to pick up. Ronan then disclosed to everyone that there was something specific he needed to locate in this location. A few moments later, the wind swept towards a nearby house where Ronan and his companions stood. Inside, an elf heard the wind and turned towards the direction of the visitors. Near a rock sculpture, he stared intently, his expression hardening as he realized he had guests on his rugged terrain. With a determined look, he left his dwelling and made his way towards Ronan and the others, eager to greet the first visitors to the mountain in a long while. Everyone made their way toward the center of the mountain, and several hours later, they reached a peak. Ronan approached the edge and, gazing down, smiled, realizing he had found what he was searching for. In front of them lay an orc village, bustling with orcs going about their daily tasks. Ronan informed the group that this place was teeming with orcs. Braum approached, hand under his chin, and asked if the orcs had established a village. Ronan turned slightly towards him, met his gaze, and confirmed with a simple, yes. He added that in border areas where maintaining public order was challenging, it wasn't uncommon to encounter orc villages. Some of the working orcs noticed they were being watched and looked up towards Ronan and the others at the top of the mountain. Ronan explained to the group that the orcs had only managed to form a small village for now. However, due to their high fertility, it wouldn't be long before the orcs could overrun the entire mountain range. If that happened, the surrounding areas would suffer significant losses. Ronan aimed to eliminate the orcs before a tragedy occurred. Crouching down with his arm resting on his knee, he contemplated their next move. He turned to Maria and Asel, explaining that this would be their first battle together. Afterward, he asked if they understood the simplicity of the mission. Maria crossed her arms and stared directly into his eyes without saying a word. Asel clasped his hands together and began trembling at the thought of fighting against orcs. He looked Ronan in the eyes and, with a shaky voice, explained that when Ronan had mentioned orcs, he thought it would be just a few, not an entire village. Placing his hands on his abdomen and glancing towards the orc-filled village, he asked if the two of them would be okay. Braum, with a hand on his waist, turned towards Ronan. Ronan slightly turned his head and reassured Asel not to be afraid, explaining that the orcs were the perfect opponents for both of them. After saying this, Ronan gazed at the orc village with a serious expression, contemplating another variable. The dominant species in this mountain range, the ogres, were too formidable for even the orcs to capture, particularly their leader, the two-headed ogre. Ronan recalled his own encounter with this powerful foe, acknowledging that he hadn't been able to defeat him. For now, Ronan decided not to worry about the ogre leader, as he wouldn't appear until much later, making it a non-issue for the moment. Placing both hands on his knees, he stood up and asked everyone if they were ready to gradually eliminate the orcs. Before he could finish speaking, a figure wearing glasses appeared behind him, praising his good intentions and advising against attacking the orcs. The newcomer, a long-haired white elf with a backpack slung over his shoulder, addressed them as young adventurers and explained that this was not the right time to confront the orcs. Upon hearing the elf's voice, Ronan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He quickly turned his head toward the elf, staring into his eyes in speechless bewilderment. He wondered when the elf had approached and why he hadn't sensed his presence. As he pondered these questions, Ronan began to wonder about the elf's true identity. Noticing Ronan's confusion, the elf closed his eyes and, with a pleasant smile, reassured them that there was no need to be so cautious. When he opened his eyes and looked at them, he focused on Ronan's face. He smiled and disclosed that he was a priest residing in the mountains. Ronan stood up, faced him, and locked eyes, questioning if he truly was a priest. The elf placed his hands on his waist and affirmed that he was, explaining further that he served an ancient spirit named Senial. He also proposed they relocate for a safer discussion. Ronan gripped his sword with both hands and began to draw it slowly from its sheath. Before the elf could finish speaking, Ronan swiftly closed the distance, placing the sword at his neck and locking eyes with him, causing tension to hang in the air. Upon witnessing this, both Asel and Maria were rendered speechless. Asel blushed and stared intently at Ronan, wondering about his intentions. Maria also fixed her gaze on him and questioned his actions. Upon hearing Maria's inquiry, Ronan promptly apologized to both of them. With an intense gaze, he locked eyes with the elf and informed everyone about recent disturbances caused by a group of extremists. After stating this, he commanded the elf to listen closely and follow his instructions. The elf quickly understood that Ronan was serious. He raised both hands in a gesture of non-aggression and nervously assured him that he meant no harm, maintaining eye contact all the while. With a quavering voice, the elf asked Ronan what he meant. Ronan fixed him with a steely gaze and commanded the elf to say the words, "Aaute is a bastard." The elf hesitated in silence, prompting Ronan to place his sword back at the elf's neck as a stern warning. Everyone present was taken aback by the tense situation. Several minutes later, they proceeded together towards the elf's temple. As they journeyed, the elf expressed disbelief to Ronan about being asked such a thing, especially given his service to God. Uttering those harsh words had deeply embarrassed him. The elf halted, covering his face with both hands, closing his eyes, and blushing deeply. It was a moment of great shame for him in the last 200 years. Ronan scratched the back of his head and glanced towards the forest, comforting the elf not to dwell on it, as the shout had been of sacred importance. With that settled, they resumed walking. Ronan turned to the elf and inquired about his age. The elf continued walking and admitted he had stopped counting long ago, so he wasn't entirely sure anymore. The elf disclosed to everyone that he was over 1,000 years old. This revelation left everyone speechless, halting their steps as they stared in astonishment. He approached a tree branch, closed his eyes with a joyful smile, and began gently touching and admiring the flowers. Ronan, looking at him with eyes wide in surprise, contemplated that the elf had lived since before the foundation of the empire. While the elf was distracted by the flowers, Ronan caught his attention and asked why he had mentioned it wasn't a good time to attack the orcs. The elf turned slightly towards Ronan, meeting his gaze, and explained that the monster's behavior had become peculiar lately. The orcs, typically not active at night, now roamed the mountains after dark, and the ogres, who usually stayed within their territories, had been spotted on the outskirts of the mountains. The elf gestured into the air, explaining to Ronan that since the cause hadn't been identified yet, caution was advisable for everyone. He decided it was best for everyone to relax for the moment. Using his mana, he touched the air with his finger, causing the magical barrier to begin dissipating. As the magical barrier slowly dissipated, Ronan and the others watched in surprise. The elf extended his hand to the side, and manipulating mana, instructed everyone to look ahead. They obeyed, and before them, a temple materialized seemingly out of thin air. The elf explained that this temple was called Lord Senial's temple. While Braum admired the temple, he remarked to Ronan that for a structure like this to suddenly appear, the magical barrier must have been exceptionally powerful. Asel also gazed at the temple in awe and speculated that if the elf could create such a barrier, his magic must be equal to or greater than that of the magic instructors. He walked up to Ronan and inquired if he had known about the temple from the start. Ronan continued walking and replied by asking if he hadn't noticed the surprised expression on his face. The elf turned towards them, closed his eyes with a pleasant smile, and invited everyone to enter the temple. As Ronan locked eyes with the elf, he discerned that this elf was far from ordinary. Several minutes later, everyone entered the temple and approached the rock. As they scrutinized it, Ronan asked the elf if this large, unassuming rock was the Senial they worshipped here. The elf smiled as he looked at the rock and explained to everyone that it held significant meaning. He considered that recounting this story might bore them all. Turning towards the group, he gestured for them to unpack their belongings and settle in comfortably, noting the ample empty rooms in the temple. He assured them that if they needed anything, they could approach him at any time. Upon hearing this, Maria glanced to the side, recalling something important. She nudged Ronan's shoulder and, locking eyes with him, asked if he wasn't also searching for something else in the mountains. Ronan met her gaze and inquired if she meant the habitat of the Cursed Eye. Upon hearing the name, the elf was taken aback. He looked at Ronan with wide eyes and asked why he was seeking out that monstrosity. Ronan returned his gaze and questioned if it was because of the curse afflicting him. Ronan's expression shifted dramatically. He locked eyes with the elf, his body radiating a menacing aura. He approached the elf and inquired how he knew about this. The elf placed his hand under his chin and stared intently at the ground, confirming his theory was correct. He explained to Ronan that he had deduced this from the peculiar and perilous aura emanating from him. With his hand under his chin, he lifted his head slightly and looked into Ronan's eyes, asking if he could have a moment to speak with him. Several minutes later, they strolled to the garden, settling at a table as the wind rustled around them, preparing tea. The elf disclosed that he had a premonition upon first seeing Ronan. He lifted the teapot and poured tea into the cup, telling Ronan he understood he wasn't an ordinary student like the rest. Ronan grew tense upon hearing this. He locked eyes with the elf, realizing he was being drawn into the elf's words without realizing it. He reached for his sword, questioning if he was overreacting. The elf closed his eyes, smiling as he poured tea into Ronan's cup. Ronan gazed into his eyes, pondering if this elf was truly connected to those individuals. He couldn't sense his mana and didn't react when Aaute was mentioned. The elf delicately placed the teacup on a saucer and observed Ronan, sensing his preoccupation. Handing him the teacup, he suggested that having some tea might ease his mind. Ronan stayed silent as the elf approached with the teacup. As the elf placed the teacup beside him, Ronan peered into its reflective surface, pondering if the elf had tampered with it. Gradually, the aroma of the tea began to fill the air, leaving Ronan speechless as he watched the fragrant steam rise. Looking up at the elf, he realized he had never experienced this particular tea's scent before. At that moment, Ronan was surprised by what he witnessed. The elf placed both hands on the table, closed his eyes, and a smile spread across his face. Slowly, his body began to emanate with mana, while Ronan watched in astonishment. He started to ponder if the tea itself held the same pure flow of mana as the elf displayed. While lost in his thoughts, Ronan was startled when the elf spoke up, asking if he enjoyed the aroma of the tea. Ronan tightened his grip on his sword, feeling an unease creeping over him as he met the elf's gaze. The elf leaned in with an intense stare, his expression turning sinister as he repeated his question about the tea's scent. As Ronan gazed at the mana flow, which carried the aroma of tea, he was astonished and asked the elf what he meant by enjoying the scent. The elf explained that it was akin to gaining a new pair of eyes. Ronan picked up the teacup, and as he brought it closer to his lips, gazed at the tea and asked the elf what it was and how it had been made. The elf rested his hands on his knees, closed his eyes, and with a smile explained that the tea was crafted from medicinal herbs that rarely grew even in the mountains. He added that the tea's primary function was to rejuvenate one's senses by releasing repressed energy. Raising his head slightly, he looked into Ronan's eyes and, with a smile, explained that people usually shouldn't see the effects immediately. However, because Ronan's energy was blocked by a curse, he was able to experience these dramatic results. As he spoke, hot steam wafted from the teapot. The elf offered to pack the ingredients for Ronan so he could regularly prepare the tea. Placing his hands on the table and staring into Ronan's eyes, he asked him to stop using a cursed eye to break the curse. Ronan looked at him in confusion and asked what he meant. The elf slightly lowered his head, and while staring directly into Ronan's eyes, explained that he was referring to the monstrous device that removes curses, but also drains the target's life force. He added that using it once or twice wasn't a major issue, but if Ronan continued to use it repeatedly to lift the curse, his own life would be in danger. Ronan was shocked upon hearing this. Noticing his expression, the elf asked if he had been using the device despite knowing the danger. Ronan touched his cheek with one finger, held his sword with the other hand, and looking into the elf's eyes, replied in a trembling voice that he had no idea. Ronan added that he just wanted to lift the curse as soon as possible. The elf, understanding his concerns, looked into his eyes with a serious expression and explained that this meant Ronan needed to stay even further away, as using the device could lead to serious consequences. It could lead to irreversible consequences, the elf warned. Ronan looked into his eyes, remaining silent as he listened. He then turned his gaze to the teacup, recalling that Professor Secret had said the same thing. She had told him that this curse was difficult to undo, even for her. She needed to make extensive preparations, even with someone helping him. Reflecting on this, he wondered if encountering that entity had made him impatient. Deciding to trust the elf, he slowly released his grip on the sword handle, realizing that if he wasn't careful, his life could end before he could catch that bastard. The elf noticed Ronan's realization, placed both hands on the table, closed his eyes, and began to smile. As Ronan stared intently at him, he wondered who this elf could be. He didn't believe they had met in his previous life. However, upon closer inspection, Ronan concluded that, somehow, the elf didn't seem entirely unfamiliar to him. Ronan lifted his teacup and admitted to the elf that he had been overly reckless lately due to the outrageous behavior of fanatics. Upon hearing this, the elf tightened his fist and, looking directly into Ronan's eyes, asked him which specific fanatics he meant. Ronan raised the teacup and, as he brought it to his lips, closed his eyes and described the fanatics as dark and unpleasant individuals. Sipping the tea, he mentioned they were anticipating the arrival of the stars. The elf gazed into his eyes silently, listening without saying a word. His expression turned grave as he glanced sharply to the side, contemplating whether the fanatics pursuing the star had resumed their activities. As night descended hours later, while Ronan and the others slept, the elf approached a large rock. Gazing intently at it, he pondered that if the fanatics Ronan mentioned were indeed planning something sinister, it could lead to a calamity claiming innocent lives. Contemplating this, he pondered whether once more he would be compelled to stand by helplessly. His gaze fixed on the rock, he wondered what action he should take if passive observation wasn't the solution. He started to consider whether Ronan might hold the answer the rock was suggesting to him. Lost in thought, he noticed someone in black boots approaching him. Upon hearing the footsteps, the elf swiftly turned around. The approaching person called out, "Sarante!" and asked if he was awake. It was none other than Ronan. They locked eyes, tension thickening the air. The elf turned to him and inquired why he was awake at this hour, also questioning if his bed was uncomfortable. Ronan scratched the back of his head and casually explained that he had just gone out to get a drink of water. Turning his gaze towards the rock, he observed it intently and remarked to the elf that upon closer inspection, the rock was quite fascinating. He wondered aloud if this rock, often regarded as a representation of God, held any hidden meanings. Initially silent, the elf then smiled and, maintaining eye contact, shared with him that every 1,000 years, their order transported 1,000 rocks to the most secluded region of the empire, known as Dakonya Sanctuary. It was a place perpetually subjected to rain and storms. Despite this harsh environment, most rocks couldn't endure beyond 200 years and gradually eroded away. Nevertheless, the rocks that endured the 1,000-year span and transcended time, showcasing their resilience, had their essences transformed into a manifestation of Senial. As the elf recounted this tale, he grew nostalgic. Placing a finger under his nose, he gazed at the rock and recounted to Ronan how vividly he remembered the day he had personally transported this divine representation with his own hands. Ronan felt somewhat perplexed upon hearing this, noticing the elf's sentimental demeanor. He reflected on the profound implications of what he had just heard. Ronan mentioned that from what he understood, there were many priests involved in this task. He also inquired about how the elf had ended up alone in this endeavor. The elf explained that each priest had their own unique circumstances. He added that the role was more challenging than it appeared, as priests dedicated their entire lives to a god who never responded. He lowered his gaze to the ground and admitted that there had been moments when he had hesitated, tempted to abandon his creed and live freely. Despite this, he explained that a gut feeling about what awaited him in those crucial moments kept him steadfast in his commitment. Ronan, though confused, remained silent throughout, choosing not to utter a single word. The elf conveyed to him that Senial's will, residing within this representation, would eventually serve as the cornerstone for saving the world. Ronan fixed his gaze on the rock, noticing it emanating an aura that startled him. Sensing his surprise, the elf turned to him, smiled, and explained that such intuition felt like a destiny uniquely entrusted to him alone. He approached Ronan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and conveyed that he believed the moment had arrived. Ronan met his gaze and listened intently, without uttering a word. The next day began anew, and despite Sarante's earlier words, they commenced their official reorganization. The elf treated the others to a special cup of tea, which also left a profound impact on them. Fueled by the energy from the mana veins, they started their meditation, finding the tea particularly beneficial in heightening their sensitivity. As they meditated, Ronan joined the elf in searching for roots as they journeyed through the mountains with Sarante. Ronan noted how surprisingly kind they were. especially considering they had only just met. Ronan sensed the elf's genuine kindness in everything he did. The more he observed him, the more enigmatic the elf appeared. The following 2 days unfolded peacefully, with little event. However, as was often the case, tragedy found its way in, leaving behind a lingering pain, irreversible and untouchable by any remedy. The day of the assault on the orc village dawned, and Ronan and the others geared up to depart from the temple. The elf approached them, hands on his stomach, and gazed into their eyes, expressing genuine concern. He asked if they would truly be all right. With a solemn expression, he turned to Ronan and shared that they still hadn't uncovered the reason behind the monster's unusual behavior. He requested them to wait a bit longer for better preparation. Just as the elf was about to finish speaking, Ronan interjected. Smiling while holding his backpack, he assured the elf not to worry, as they would be fine. He also noted that, as explained earlier, the monster's behavior had only become peculiar and not more powerful. He also reassured him not to worry about them, mentioning that Braum and the others were strong. Confirming this, Braum and Maria nodded with smiles. However, Asel, tapping his fingers together, responded cautiously. Ronan closed his eyes, scratching the back of his head, and explained that their excursion was coming to an end, so they needed to begin their return to school gradually. Upon hearing this, the elf closed his eyes, sighed, and conceded that if those were the circumstances, there was little they could do. He extended his hand, and green mana began to gather in his palm. Ronan and the others watched in awe. The elf clarified that he would bestow them with magic to aid their return to the barrier. He also mentioned that with this magic, they would be able to freely visit the sanctuary. Locking eyes with them, he spoke seriously, urging them that if they ever felt endangered, they should promptly return to the temple. He advised them never to lower their guard, reminding them that despite their strength, the forest was deep and dark. Later that day, as night descended, a merciless massacre unfolded at the border where several orcs fell victim. The perpetrator was a woman in a white dress and heels, blood dripping from the edge of her sword. She anticipated this would pose some challenges. The woman, an elf with long black hair, was the culprit. As she ran her fingers over the leaves of a tree, she gazed at the ground with a bewildered expression, realizing she had underestimated the difficulty of the task. Reflecting on her efforts, she concluded that merely summoning beasts wouldn't be enough to draw him out. She set off, sword in hand, her gaze focused and determined. With a confident smile, she resolved to personally seek out their targets from now on. The leader of the ogres, a two-headed ogre, approached and knelt before her, meeting her fierce stare. Deciding it was time to take action, she set out to find Serante. Several hours later, Ronan and the others reached the orc village, where life seemed to carry on as usual. Ronan approached a cliff and observed 2 orcs engaged in conversation. One of them was crouched down, handling some jewels. It didn't take long for Ronan to discern the situation. He pointed out to the others that these orcs were dressed in attire typically worn by humans, adorned with jewelry that didn't quite suit them. Ronan then disclosed that during their absence, the orcs had raided a nearby village. After explaining this, he inquired if everyone was prepared. Upon hearing this, Braum unsheathed his sword and with a smile confirmed his readiness. Maria drew her sword and gripped it firmly with both hands, her gaze fixed on the village ahead. Asel, visibly shaken by the news of the orc attack on the human village, hesitated. Meanwhile, Ronan, with one hand on his knee, directed his intense gaze toward the orc village. With a determined expression, he commanded everyone to eliminate them all. Meanwhile, in the orc village, one orc approached another and pointed at the collar around his neck, complimenting its beauty. The second orc touched the collar and smiled, explaining that it belonged to a boy from the nearby town. Having spoken, the orc lifted his head and stared at the other orc, a smile spreading across his face. He recounted how the boy had continued to whimper until his demise, noting with satisfaction the loudness of his screams. Asel, upon hearing this, seethed with anger. He extended his hand toward the ground and employed telekinesis to aid Maria and Braum in descending swiftly to the ground. In seconds, Both Maria and Braum landed silently behind the two orcs in the orc village. Startled, the orcs turned to face the humans, their confusion evident. Braum and Maria rose to their feet, exuding a powerful aura and glaring murderously at the orcs. Before the two orcs could react, Braum and Maria swiftly attacked with their swords, slicing through them and leaving them incapacitated and bewildered. In an instant, they turned their attention to the remaining orcs, swiftly dispatching them as well. Their eyes burned with intense hatred toward the orcs. Hearing the commotion, the orcs emerged from their huts and witnessed Braum and Maria massacring their kin, stirring fury among them. They swiftly unsheathed their weapons and charged toward the intruders. As Braum and Maria were occupied in combat, two orcs attempted a surprise attack from behind. Suddenly, a mana-wrapped stone appeared and struck one of the orcs in the face. The orc's expression turned to one of shock and confusion as he wondered what was happening. Turning to look at his companion, who had been slain by the stone, the orc was overcome with disbelief. In mere moments, the orc struck by the stone lost his life and collapsed to the ground. Another orc approached the fallen one, discovering he was dead, which left him confused and questioning the situation. While the orc was distracted, another mana-wrapped stone appeared and struck him in the head, causing his demise. His lifeless body fell to the ground beside his companion's corpse. Moments later, other orcs arrived at the scene, bewildered by the unfolding events. These stones were being controlled by Asel. Witnessing how powerful he had become, Ronan couldn't help but applaud him. With a smile, Ronan praised Asel for his accuracy. Asel had lifted Ronan into the air using his telekinesis. Ronan closed his eyes and, while clapping, asked Asel if he now had better perception. While Asel was controlling the stones using telekinesis, he glanced downward and replied affirmatively. Ronan and Asel began to approach the orcs, the stones under his power emanating a powerful blue mana. Seeing this, all the orcs turned their gaze toward the sky. As Asel controlled the stones with his power, Ronan approached him with a steady gaze. Smiling, Ronan gave him the command to eliminate all the orcs. Observing Ronan's expression, Asel couldn't help but feel fear, and in a trembling voice, he acknowledged that he understood. Closing his eyes, he lowered his hand toward the ground where the orcs gathered. Slowly, the stones began to descend. Startled by the looming shadows, the orcs glanced upward to witness hundreds of stones approaching. Asel initiated his assault on the orcs, and with each strike, lives were gradually claimed. The remaining orcs attempted to flee the area, but their efforts were futile. Eventually, the entire village was decimated. Several minutes later, as the smoke from the stone's impact began to clear, Ronan and Asel descended to the ground near the orc corpses. Asel approached the bodies, fists clenched tightly. He looked down with a somber expression, catching Ronan's attention. Upon hearing her voice, he turned his head slightly and asked her what she wanted. Several seconds later, Braum and Maria joined them in the area. As everyone gazed upon the massacred orc corpses, Asel solemnly expressed his concern that he would face divine retribution for the act. Ronan quickly approached him, draped an arm around his neck, and reassured him with a smile not to worry. He emphasized that if punishment were to come, they would face it together as a group. Through tears, he turned his head towards Ronan and nodded affirmatively. Ronan then turned to Braum and Maria, asking if they too expected divine punishment alongside Asel. To reassure Asel, Braum approached them, closed his eyes, and with a comforting smile, affirmed that yes, he would stand by Asel's side. Upon hearing Braum's voice, Asel turned his head slightly and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Braum then raised his thumb and with a comforting smile reassured him that it was clear he would bear the brunt of the punishment. Upon hearing this, Asel covered his mouth with both hands and began to cry even more intensely. Maria approached Braum and gestured towards Asel, expressing that his words hadn't been particularly comforting. Braum, upon hearing this, turned his head towards her, looking somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, as Asel cried, Ronan turned his head back with a smile, reflecting that their journey to the mountains had been worthwhile, as it gave everyone a chance to demonstrate their abilities in a genuine battle. He also considered that for the next mission, increasing the challenge would be beneficial. As he pondered, he felt Sita place her paw on his face, seeking his attention. Sita began chirping and gesturing with her wing, subtly indicating to Ronan that something of interest lay in that direction. Ronan glanced at Sita and inquired about the situation. Observing Sita's indication towards one side, he quickly deduced there was something of note in that direction. Ronan and Asel moved towards the indicated direction, and minutes later, they arrived at the scene where they discovered an injured elf tied to a tree. Upon witnessing the scene, both Ronan and Asel were rendered speechless, pondering what had befallen the unconscious elf. She appeared young, with blonde hair, her torn clothes stained with blood. Ronan and Asel hurried toward her, and on the way, Asel queried Ronan if the orcs had abandoned the elf as emergency sustenance. Ronan responded that their priority was to save her for now. He knelt down and began to break the ropes with both hands. Asking Sita to use healing magic, he instructed her to activate it, which caused a magical circle to appear near the elf's face. Gradually, Sita commenced healing the elf, and after several seconds, the elf began to open her eyes. Asel alerted Ronan that she was waking up. Ronan then asked her if she could speak. Upon hearing Ronan's voice, the elf fully woke up and was startled to see their bodies emitting mana. She asked them if it was mana. Braum and Maria arrived at the scene and were shocked to see the condition of the elf. The elf covered her mouth with both hands, coughing up blood. Ronan hurried over and offered his hand to help her up. As he gazed at the elf with a perplexed expression, numerous questions raced through his mind. Among them, he wondered why Sita's magic hadn't been effective. The elf turned towards Ronan, locking eyes with him as she extended her hand. Observing the mana surrounding him, she inquired if he was from the sanctuary. Ronan, taken aback by the question, hesitated briefly. Before he could respond, she placed her hand on his shoulder, leaned in closer, and asked him to take her to Sarante. Gradually, she started leaning to one side, informing everyone that they were already on their way. She warned them that arriving late could lead to something terrible happening. Collapsing to the ground, she closed her eyes slowly, revealing that Sarante's life might be in jeopardy. Moments later, the elf lost consciousness, leaving a tense atmosphere in their midst. Meanwhile, within the sacred sanctuary, Sarante was diligently cleaning the sacred rock when he sensed a breach in the protective barrier. To his surprise, it was Ronan who had breached the sanctuary, bearing the unconscious elf on his back. He dashed towards Sarante, calling out to him. Startled by Ronan's urgency, Sarante turned and inquired about the situation. As Ronan closed in, Sarante pivoted fully towards him, questioning why he had returned so swiftly and whether something had gone awry. Ronan, reassured by Sarante's presence in the sanctuary, urgently requested his aid for the unconscious elf first. Upon reaching Sarante, Ronan positioned himself before him and made eye contact, detailing that the elf had been rescued from the orc village as a captive and sought to speak with him. Sarante directed his gaze towards the elf and inquired about her identity. Observing her closely, his expression underwent a dramatic shift. He quickly recognized her as Brigia. Gradually, he extended his hand towards her, his expression filled with concern and anger as he pondered how she had come to be in such a state. Meanwhile, back in the orc village, Maria approached Braum, placing a hand on her hip as she turned to him, reporting that she had surveyed the area as Ronan had requested. She informed him that the area was clear of anyone else. Braum gestured with his thumb to indicate that the path ahead was also clear. He reassured her that fortunately, the elf was the only captive held by the orcs. Upon hearing this, Maria concluded that it was time to proceed to the sanctuary. She glanced to the side, puzzled to find Asel seated beside an orc corpse. They both moved closer to Asel, and Maria inquired if he was searching for something. Upon hearing Maria's voice, Asel turned toward them and remarked on the peculiar condition of the orcs. Seated on the ground, Asel rested his arms on his knees, staring at the orc's corpse in disbelief. He expressed that he had never witnessed anything like it before. Braum and Maria approached, equally taken aback by the sight of the orc's corpse. They inquired about the strange magic circles surrounding it from Asel. Several seconds passed without a response from Asel. Braum broke the silence, asking if Asel had any idea what they were looking at. Asel, fixated on the orc's corpse, admitted he had never encountered anything like it before. He went on to explain that the magic circles had been concealed with a double layer of magic until now. Each of the orc corpses bore a magic circle on its forehead. Neither Asel, Maria, nor Braum could discern the purpose or significance of these mysterious symbols. Sarante gently placed the wounded elf, Brigia, on the bed. Taking a seat nearby, he rested a hand on the edge of the bed. As Ronan approached, arms crossed, Sarante explained that he had completed the first aid and could now relax a bit. Ronan, still staring at Brigia, asked Sarante if she was really okay. He explained to Sarante that even healing magic hadn't worked, and that if she had been poisoned, she would soon die. Turning to Ronan, Sarante closed his eyes and smiled, reassuring him not to worry. He had given her an antidote first, so she would be fine. Sarante told Ronan that he owed him a debt of gratitude because, without his help, he would have lost his precious sister. Hearing this, Ronan lowered his head slightly towards Brigia and, looking into her eyes, asked Sarante if she really was his sister. Sarante also lowered his head, gazing intently at Brigia, and explained to Ronan that she was one of the few remaining believers of Senial in this world. He added that she once had the deepest faith, a belief stronger than anyone else's. Turning to Ronan, Sarante admitted that he didn't know how to repay such a great debt for saving his sister. Ronan, meeting Sarante's gaze and placing a hand behind his head, asked him not to make things sound so grandiose. After saying this, Ronan, with a lost expression, looked down and asked Sarante who those people were that had Brigia so worried. He also mentioned that she had warned him his life was in danger. Upon hearing this, Sarante lowered his head, gazing at the ground in silence. Several minutes later, Ronan and Sarante arrived at the sacred rock. Sarante placed his hands on his abdomen as they both stood there, gazing at the rock. Sarante then confessed to Ronan that he didn't know what Brigia was talking about. Ronan turned to Sarante, looking somewhat confused. Sarante explained that all he knew was that it was a religious group worshipping an unknown being as a god. They had been committing various evils beyond his comprehension, all while keeping their true identity hidden. He then revealed to Ronan that this group called themselves the Order. Upon hearing this, Ronan became both alert and panicked. Sarante, with his hands behind his back, slightly turned his head towards Ronan, locking eyes with him as he revealed that the group's name was Nebula Clesia. Shocked, Ronan quickly took several steps back and, staring directly at Sarante, asked if it was true that the Nebula Clesia group was targeting him. Sarante turned towards him, keeping his hands behind his back, and surmised that Ronan had indeed heard of the Nebula Clesia before. He revealed that the group had also sent him quite a few guests over the years. Closing his eyes with a smile, Sarante explained to Ronan that the last 100 years had been peaceful, leading him to believe they had given up. However, now it seemed they were on the move once again. Ronan's anger flared up. He tightened his fist and insisted to Sarante that this was a serious matter that couldn't be ignored. Urgently, Ronan advised Sarante to go to the institution, but before Ronan could finish, Sarante interrupted him, closed his eyes, and shook his head, explaining that he couldn't leave this place and risk endangering people's lives. Simultaneously, the sun's rays began to interact with the magical barrier surrounding the temple, making it visible. Sarante explained to Ronan that relocating would endanger the residents of the place, something he wished to avoid. He approached Ronan, placing a hand on his shoulder, and urged him and his friends to leave quickly. As Sarante gazed into Ronan's eyes with a gentle smile, he expressed his desire to shield them from unnecessary danger. He hoped Ronan understood his intentions. Ronan raised his head slightly towards Sarante, meeting his gaze in silence. Several minutes later, Ronan and Sarante arrived at the temple exit. Ronan requested that Sarante wait there while he fetched the strongest woman he knew. Sarante remained silent, which angered Ronan. Pointing at Sarante, he sternly ordered him to continue hiding, and not to take any reckless actions until then. Sarante closed his eyes and brought his hand near his face, smiling as he replied that he would hide very effectively. He then took Ronan's hand and placed something in it, explaining that it was his token of gratitude for saving Briggia. Ronan looked somewhat surprised, examining Sarante's hand and asking what it was. When Ronan opened his hand, he found a ring given to him by Sarante. The ring emitted a strong green mana. Sarante explained that it served as a pass to enter the magic tower. Should Ronan visit the Tower of Dawn, he needed to show the ring to the librarian, who could assist him in seeking information about his curse. Sarante took Ronan's hand firmly and asked him to take care. After these words, he lifted his head and looked deeply into Ronan's eyes, surprising him somewhat. Sarante closed his eyes and, with a warm smile, expressed to Ronan that the time they had spent together in the past few days had been a genuine gift to him. Ronan sighed, scratching his head, and asked Sarante why he was saying things as if they would never see each other again. He questioned the sentimentality and found it embarrassing. With that said, Ronan hurried out of the temple, making his way towards Maria and the others, putting distance between himself and Sarante. He assured Sarante that he would return soon and urged him to take care. After Ronan departed, Sarante approached the temple wall, placing both hands on it and sighing as he looked down. Turning his head slightly, he cast a sinister glance and quietly expressed his satisfaction at seeing his old companion after such a long absence. He turned toward his former companion, and as she walked away, referred to her as the Order's assassin. At that moment, Briggia's demeanor shifted. She glanced back at Sarante, asking with a smile why he had brought up their past. Turning fully towards him, she locked eyes with a haunting gaze and inquired if he had been living comfortably all this time. Sarante clenched both fists and fixed his gaze on the assassin, remarking that the Order was cruel for selecting her as an assassin and sending her here. She retorted that it was rich coming from him, having administered a paralyzing poison to a patient. Sarante asserted confidently that there was nothing he couldn't do. He also mentioned to her that the shadow of Lemmeheim had been captured by an orc. The assassin closed her eyes, spreading her hands to the sides, and with a smile, she responded that it was beyond her control. She added that getting to know Sarante had been quite challenging. Despite her attempts to draw Sarante's attention with the monsters, as she had anticipated, it had all been futile. A few days earlier, while perched on a tree branch, she spotted Ronan and the others. Her smile turned ominous as she observed them, realizing they emitted the same mana as Sarante. Initially, she contemplated gaining his attention by dismembering Ronan and the others, scattering them. Turning her gaze to Sarante, she smiled and mentioned she had restrained herself, recalling their shared history as believers. After saying this, she questioned whether he felt any emotion. Just before she could finish speaking, Sarante interrupted her. With a menacing gaze, he locked eyes with her and stated firmly that he wouldn't have allowed her to carry out such actions. The assassin spread her hands out to the sides and chuckled, asking Sarante if she wasn't allowed to joke anymore. After this remark, she moved closer to Sarante and suggested they stop talking for the sake of talking. She disclosed that she was going to relinquish the mandate of the order. As she drew closer, Sarante calmly placed his hands behind his back and said nothing. Their eyes locked as she explained that the mandate was to persuade Sarante Remation. Slowly, she started unsheathing her sword. In response, Sarante activated his magic, conjuring a mana ball in the palm of his hand. She clarified that if Sarante Remation refused, she would have to kill him. Immediately they launched into combat, triggering a powerful explosion that reverberated through the forest. The ground shook under the force of the blast. Sensing this, Ronan, who was in motion, halted and turned towards the temple, pondering the source of the disturbance. He shifted his gaze towards the temple and muttered about the unsettling sensation. While absorbed in his thoughts, Asel and Braum approached him. Spotting Ronan, the three hurried over and called out to grab his attention. Hearing their voices, Ronan turned slightly towards them. As Maria and the others reached Ronan, he thought they had arrived at just the right moment. He asked Maria if she had walked around the village community and discovered any other captives. She stepped closer to Ronan, meeting his gaze, and responded that they had searched everywhere but found no problems. She also informed him that Asel had discovered something suspicious. Ronan approached Asel and, placing both hands on his knees, closed his eyes and caught his breath. Asel explained to Ronan that shortly after he had left, they had found something unusual in the corpses of the orcs. He explained that it was the first time he had seen those magic circles. Ronan, confused, stared at Asel and asked which magic circles he meant. Before Asel could respond, a sudden explosion erupted behind them, startling them all. Everyone turned their heads towards the direction of the explosion. Braum asked Ronan if it was an explosion, while Asel wondered if it had come from the temple. Ronan stared at the blast with growing fear and concern for Sarante. Suddenly the ground trembled as a massive ogre stomped forcefully nearby. The ground trembling, Ronan and his companions were startled and began to speculate about the cause. Ronan glanced to the side and saw a massive figure approaching. Suddenly, the two-headed giant ogre, known as the leader of the ogres, emerged. They turned back in shock at the sight of the ogre, feeling fear creeping in. The ogre roared loudly, leaving Ronan and the others bewildered as to where such a creature had come from. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Senial, the assassin's attack began to create cracks in the structure. Unsheathing her sword, she gained momentum and charged swiftly towards Sarante. Seeing this, he activated several spells, fixing her with a murderous gaze. Extending his hand towards her, he slowly invoked a spell, causing a magic circle to appear in his palm. Sarante invoked the spell Ventus and began to levitate. Extending his hand towards the assassin, he prepared to strike. Within seconds, his spell conjured a mana tornado. The swirling vortex advanced towards the assassin, causing her hair to whip wildly. Instead of dodging, she stood silently, watching the approaching tornado. The assassin advanced towards Sarante, her eyes locked onto him intently. With a smile, she told him that this was exactly what she wanted. Gripping her sword tightly, a sticky substance oozed onto the blade and dripped slowly to the ground. She extended the sword to one side, and the blade began to emit a dark, malevolent energy. She raised her hand in front of her face, staring intensely at Sarante with a murderous look, and began to smile as she prepared to strike. With a sinister grin and gaze, she advanced, bringing her sword closer to Sarante. Then, she unleashed a powerful attack, causing a mighty burst of energy to shoot out from the sword's tip. The burst of energy rapidly advanced towards the tornado Sarante had conjured. Within seconds, the energy collided with the tornado, resulting in a massive explosion. As the leaves fell to the ground and the dust clouds slowly dissipated, the aftermath of their clash became visible. The assassin and Sarante faced each other, their gazes locked intensely, neither making a move. As the assassin fixed her stare on Sarante, she extended her sword to one side and began to advance. At first, Sarante remained motionless, observing her approach. As the assassin slowly approached, Sarante extended his hand to one side, activating a spell that caused powerful mana to emanate from his palm. He readied himself to attack, but in an instant, the assassin gained momentum and vanished, leaving him bewildered. She moved with incredible speed and in the blink of an eye, reached Sarante. With a murderous look, she unsheathed her sword and swiftly aimed it at his head. As the blade neared, Sarante was taken aback, unable to comprehend how she had moved so fast. Just before her sword could reach Sarante's head, he cast a spell and activated a shield, deflecting the blow. Her sword struck the shield, generating a powerful energy that spread in all directions. The assassin, staring at Sarante, couldn't help but smile with excitement. Sarante gazed into her eyes, and upon seeing her expression, fell silent. Moments later, the magical barrier he had created exploded, forming a curtain of smoke. Both the assassin and Sarante quickly gained momentum and moved away from each other. A few seconds later, the assassin descended to the ground, followed shortly by Sarante. As the smoke cleared, she drew her sword once more and fixed a steady gaze on Sarante. He remained silent upon seeing her readiness. During the explosion of the magic barrier, the assassin received a small cut on her cheek, which she wiped clean with her hand. Looking down, she smiled to herself, thinking that Sarante was indeed as cunning as an old fox. After wiping the blood from her cheek, she fixed her gaze on Sarante and smiled, considering it would be a waste to kill him. She suggested he join them, offering him an executive position similar to hers. Before she could finish, Sarante interrupted, rejecting her offer due to his strong religious convictions against serving a cult. With a fierce stare fixed on the assassin, he extended his hand and began channeling mana. Within seconds, a powerful green aura enveloped his body as he continued to gaze intently at her. He smiled and taunted her, remarking that she had become too rusty and that Lemmerheim's shadow was disappointingly slow. After saying this, he questioned whether the teachings of the Order no longer resonated with her. The assassin closed her eyes briefly, placed a hand on her face, and smiled in response. She admitted that she was feeling a bit bored. Slowly opening her eyes, she continued, explaining to Sarante that he had been so preoccupied with buying time for the children to escape that he hadn't paid attention to her. Surprised by her words, he began to wonder about her intentions. She disclosed to Sarante that she understood he had taken the desperate measure to keep Ronan out of danger and allow him to depart with a clear conscience. She admitted this piqued her curiosity. Lowering her arms, she remarked that she knew Sarante had no attachment to this world. She questioned why he was protecting Ronan. Sarante looked down and explained that Ronan and the others were mere acquaintances he had encountered by chance. He warned her not to harm them without cause. Sarante's anger grew evident as his body radiated powerful mana. With a murderous glare, he cautioned the assassin that if she overstepped, it would be hard for him to let her leave unscathed. Upon hearing this, she advanced towards him with a murderous gaze, smiling mockingly as she taunted him about being scared. Licking her lips, she asked Sarante what could be done now that things had escalated. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the forest, visible even from the temple. The sound of the explosion prompted a drastic change in Sarante's expression. Fear gripped him as he pondered what was unfolding. Turning swiftly towards the source of the blast, he clenched his teeth in dread. His horror intensified as he realized Ronan and the others were in that direction. Lost in thought, Sarante was caught off guard as the assassin suddenly appeared behind him. With a murderous gaze, she poised herself to strike with her sword. Sarante panicked upon sensing her presence, swiftly turning to find her ready to attack. With a smug smile, the assassin declared she had found an opening in him. Sarante attempted to defend himself against the attack, but his efforts proved futile. The assassin struck with her sword, cutting his hand in the process. Meanwhile, in the forest where Ronan and the others were, the two-headed ogre appeared and began roaring. One of its heads fixed its gaze on Ronan and the group, drooling as it let out a deafening roar. As the ogre's drool dripped slowly toward the ground, Maria, Asel and Braum were seized with terror, wondering where the two-headed ogre had come from and what was happening. They were paralyzed with fear as the ogre stared at them with a menacing glare. Ronan drew his sword and approached them, shouting for them to gather their wits and stand behind him, knowing none of them could face the ogre alone. One of the ogre's heads fixed a murderous gaze on Ronan and grinned menacingly. Swiftly, the ogre lunged toward Braum, aiming to attack him by surprise, causing Braum to freeze in terror. Braum turned his head toward the approaching ogre hand, his teeth clenched tightly as he attempted to dodge, but fear paralyzed him, leaving him unable to move in time. The ogre's powerful blow slammed into Braum, inflicting intense pain upon him. His body was surrounded by a crimson aura as he was hurled sideways, crashing heavily into a nearby tree. Asel and Maria watched in horror as Maria turned her head toward Braum, her mind racing with questions about what had just occurred. Asel turned her head back and was horrified to see Braum's body flung away. She questioned aloud who the ogre was and what it wanted. Braum collided with a tree and lost consciousness. Maria and Asel rushed to help him, but their efforts were interrupted as the two-headed ogre started advancing toward them. Moments before the ogre's fist could strike, someone dashed forward and appeared in front of them in an instant, surprising everyone. It was Ronan. Drawing his sword swiftly, he intercepted the ogre's punch, generating a powerful gust of wind. The gust swept toward Maria and Asel, leaving them speechless as they witnessed Ronan successfully halting the ogre's attack. Seeing Ronan successfully block its strike, the two-headed ogre became disoriented. It gritted its teeth fiercely, and glaring aggressively at Ronan, let out a roar. As Ronan held off the ogre's attack with his sword, he glanced briefly towards the ground, catching Maria and Asel's attention. Ronan instructed Asel and Maria to take Sita and attend to Braum. Asel reacted with surprise, while Maria clenched her teeth, pondering Ronan's intentions. Ronan tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, his body trembling slightly. He raised his head defiantly, fixing a fierce gaze on the ogre's eyes. Through gritted teeth, he declared that this ogre was his to kill. Ronan swung his sword with all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to the ogre. He ordered Asel and Maria to leave quickly. Sita climbed off Ronan's shoulder and joined Asel and Maria. As the three of them watched the scene in astonishment, Maria agreed and responded promptly. Without hesitating for a second, the three of them ran out of the area and moved towards Braum. The two-headed ogre, now crouched on the ground, stared intensely at Ronan with a murderous look. Seeing this, Ronan gazed back into the ogre's eyes, clenching his teeth tightly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the two-headed ogre had magical circles in its eyes. Ronan was certain that these magical circles were the same ones that had controlled the giant before. He tightened his grip on the sword handle and couldn't help but get angry as he realized Nebula Clesia was behind all of this. The two-headed ogre attacked Ronan with all its strength, but he quickly gained momentum and jumped, dodging the blow and causing its hand to hit the ground and shatter into pieces. Seeing that Ronan had evaded the attack, the ogre grew furious. The force of its strike shattered the ground into small pieces, sending stones shooting up into the sky. Ronan took advantage of this, gaining momentum on one of the stones and quickly advancing towards the ogre. As he approached, he unsheathed his sword, clenched his teeth tightly, and gave the ogre a murderous look, preparing to attack. Ronan enveloped his sword with mana and swung it forcefully, delivering a powerful blow to the ogre's chest. As the ogre roared in pain, he seized the opportunity and launched a series of rapid cuts, creating a smokescreen around them. While airborne, Ronan stared at the ogre with a murderous look. As the smokescreen dissipated, it became clear that despite Ronan's attacks, the ogre remained unscathed. The two-headed ogre clenched its teeth and stared at Ronan with a murderous look. Realizing that the ogre hadn't suffered any damage, Ronan quickly concluded that its resistance was as formidable as ever. As it stared intently at Ronan, its eyes began to glow, and it swiftly approached him. In the blink of an eye, it reached Ronan, taking advantage of his airborne position to prepare its fists for an attack. Fortunately, Ronan turned his head just in time to see the impending strike. Thanks to his quick reaction, he blocked the punch with his sword. He stared at the ogre, clenching his teeth and wondering what was happening. Despite blocking the attack, the difference in strength sent his body flying backward. Within seconds, Ronan was propelled into some trees. Quickly, he tightly gripped the sword handle and aimed it toward the ground. Wrapping the sword with mana, Ronan forcefully plunged it into the earth. Gradually, he managed to halt his momentum, leaving a trail along the way. As he held onto the sword, he trembled, realizing that the ogre's brutal force remained unchanged. While Ronan was lost in thought, the ogre uprooted a tree with its massive hand. One of its heads fixed a murderous gaze on Ronan as it grasped the trunk with one hand and an orc with the other, preparing to attack. Using all its strength, the ogre hurled both the tree trunk and the orc toward Ronan, watching as they rapidly closed the distance. He remained motionless, his head lowered as he stared blankly at the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Despite the pain, he spoke with a resigned tone, saying that ordinarily he would have relished the chance to finish a fight he had started. Then, lifting his gaze to meet the ogre's eyes, Ronan told it that it had crossed a line that should never have been crossed. It had dared to harm Ronan's comrade right before his eyes. As Braum slumped against the tree, Maria rushed to his side. She gently rested one hand on his shoulder and the other on his chest, her face etched with worry as she asked if he was all right. Asel hurried over and knelt beside Braum. Cradling Sita in her hands, she reassured him not to worry. Sita's magic soon took effect, and a glowing magical circle appeared as she healed Braum. Meanwhile, Ronan wiped the blood from his mouth and fixed the ogre with a fierce, contemptuous glare, muttering, "You son of a bitch." After making the remark, Ronan unsheathed his sword as the tree trunk hurled toward him. He lifted his sword high, slicing through the trunk just before it could collide with him. As the two halves of the tree fell to the ground, Ronan's gaze remained fixed on the ogre through the now clear gap. Ronan propelled himself through the gap, placing his foot on the fallen trunk for extra leverage. He leaped into the air, using the branches of nearby trees to navigate and close the distance with the ogre. As he advanced, his eyes locked onto the beast with a deadly, focused glare. In moments, Ronan arrived before the two-headed ogre. The creature lifted its head and roared upon spotting him. As Ronan descended, he took an offensive stance, ready to strike. Sensing the impending threat, the ogre extended its hand, intent on finishing Ronan off before he could launch his attack. As Ronan locked eyes with the ogre, he recalled that in his past life, he had been unable to defeat it because he lacked the means to pierce its thick hide and deliver a fatal blow. Now, gripping the sword handle tightly with both hands, he prepared to strike, confident that things had changed. As Ronan fixed a murderous gaze on the ogre, he took an offensive stance and began mimicking the attack techniques taught by his instructor. With the sword in hand and the techniques he had mastered, he believed things would be different this time. Extending his other hand backward, he prepared to unleash the fourth form of the Navaros style. As Ronan closed in, the ogre let out a fierce roar and charged toward him, eager to strike. Undeterred, Ronan advanced with resolve. He activated his spinning sword technique, making his blade whirl rapidly. Determined to pierce the ogre's tough hide, he aimed to strike before the creature could launch its attack. In an instant, Ronan struck and reappeared behind the ogre, leaving it momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, he landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. As he began to distance himself from the ogre, he called out, asking it to surrender. Confused, the ogre turned its head back, trying to understand what Ronan was implying. With a cold, murderous gaze, Ronan glanced down at the ground and commanded the ogre to die. Instantly, the two-headed ogre's body was sliced into pieces. As the severed chunks began to fall, Ronan remained motionless. The ogre's dismembered remains hit the ground, sending up a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to clear, Ronan sheathed his sword, reflecting on how much further he still had to go. Turning his back on the ogre's lifeless body, he gripped the sword handle with one hand and rested the other on his belt. As he walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had taken him far too long to take down this foe. Asel and the others arrived, with Maria carrying Braum on her back. They heard Ronan's voice as he approached them and asked if Braum was all right. Maria reassured him, saying that Sita had completed the emergency treatment. She added that while Braum still needed to see a professional, there were no major issues at the moment. Ronan approached Maria and, seeing that Braum was alive, let out a sigh of relief. He then turned and started walking toward the temple, instructing them to continue caring for Braum. Asel, puzzled, asked what his plan was. With a serious expression, Ronan fixed his gaze on the direction of the temple and replied that he was going to confront Sarante. Several minutes later, Ronan reached the temple, now reduced to ruins. His expression shifted to one of shock and confusion as he surveyed the devastation. Staring at the wreckage of the temple's entrance, he called out loudly, demanding to know what had transpired. As Ronan surveyed the ruins, he struggled to understand what could have happened so quickly since his departure. Lost in thought, he was jolted from his contemplation by the sight of Sarante, visibly injured and clutching his wound as he slowly made his way towards Ronan. Shocked by Sarante's condition, Ronan turned to face him, his surprise evident. Sarante was gravely injured, with deep scratches covering his body and one of his arms missing. As he clutched his wound and staggered toward Ronan, he managed to meet Ronan's gaze and smile, a flicker of relief crossing his face at the sight of his survival. Slowly, his remaining strength dwindled, and he began to collapse to the ground. He apologized to Ronan for not coming to his aid. Ronan hurried over, incredulous, and asked who he could possibly save in his current condition. As he reached Sarante, he placed both hands on his shoulders and, locking eyes with him, demanded to know what had happened. Sarante turned his gaze toward Ronan, and though weak, reassured him not to worry about him, insisting he was fine. He urged Ronan to leave immediately, his expression grave. He explained that they had managed to end things today, but warned that the danger could return at any moment. Before he could say more, a sword suddenly pierced his chest, leaving Ronan in stunned disbelief. Overwhelmed by the pain, Sarante began coughing up blood, with droplets slowly landing on Ronan's face. Ronan was left in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events. Ronan was stunned as he looked down at Sarante in a terrible state. He raised his right hand, but his body was frozen in shock. With a trembling hand, he reached out towards Sarante. Sarante turned slightly away and began to cough up blood. Ronan clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on Sarante. Suddenly, a purple light materialized behind him. Brigia landed on the ground, holding her sword in her right hand. Ronan, surprised by her presence, turned his head slightly in her direction. As Brigia composed herself, she remarked with an ominous smile that Sarante had almost had her for a second. "No way to treat an old companion," she said, reflecting on her previous encounter with Sarante. She acknowledged his quick thinking in using a dangerous skill to avoid her attack, which had resulted in his right arm being blown off. Sarante, clenching his teeth as blood trickled from his mouth, stared sternly at Brigia. He knew that if he hadn't used that dangerous attack, he would surely be dead. Brigia raised her right hand, purple mana radiating from her body like a protective barrier. She remarked that it was fortunate she had the blessing of the stars. Turning to face Ronan, she smiled and noted that she hadn't expected to see him again. Brigia was impressed to learn that Ronan had defeated the twin-headed ogre. Ronan turned his head slightly to the left, his left eye locked onto the elf. His jaw tightened, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth. "Who are you?" he demanded. The elf smirked, her sword resting in her right hand. She patted her head with her left, amusement dancing in her eyes. "You haven't seen me in this form before, Ronan," she replied, her voice laced with condescension. "Let me reintroduce myself." Ronan's expression shifted from hatred to shock as he watched Brigia transform, her black hair turning half blonde. She winked at him and, with an innocent smile, mockingly thanked him for rescuing her. Ronan stood protectively in front of the fallen Sarante, locking eyes with the elf, struggling to comprehend the situation. The elf, standing opposite him with a sword in her right hand, continued to smile. Ronan, bewildered, asked if she was the same elf who had been tied to the tree by the ogre. The elf confirmed, revealing that she had only been pretending to be a prisoner in the orc camp. With a grin etched on her face, Brigia remarked that she couldn't have crossed the protective barrier without Ronan's help. She then promised to make his death as painless as possible. As she smiled menacingly, a purple aura emanated from her body, reaching Ronan and Sarante, leaving them both surprised. Sarante dropped his head in defeat, while Ronan stood in surprise, Sita resting on his shoulder. Brigia unleashed purple-black whips targeting Ronan and Sarante. Ronan turned his head slightly to Sita, cursing, knowing the whips would hit them directly. A loud boom resonated through the air as the purple-black whips found their mark, causing large boulders to crack into smaller stones. As the dust and debris subsided, Brigia smiled, holding her sword. She was surprised to see the ground cracked from her attack, but no sign of Ronan and Sarante in the blast's center. She hadn't expected Ronan to dodge her strike. Turning her head to the left, she saw Ronan gently resting Sarante on a large rock. Brigia noted that Ronan was clearly no ordinary child. Ronan stood with his back to the elf, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Sarante. A grim expression darkened his features as he noted the severe blood loss and the absence of Sarante's left arm. Determined to save him at any cost, Ronan urgently called for Sita's help. Sita, perched on Ronan's shoulder, flew down to Sarante. Closing her eyes, she conjured a healing mana circle that hovered in the air before her. As the circle's light began to envelop Sarante, Ronan turned away from the scene and walked toward Brigia, his face shrouded in a dark, brooding shadow. Gritting his teeth, he muttered a curse, referring to her as a rat. These elf rats had first destroyed the dwarves' blacksmith and then infiltrated and spied on a duke's family. He unclipped his sword, Brigia watching him with a mocking smile. With a menacing aura, Ronan drew his blade, frustration etched deeply into his features. He demanded to know how they dared to show their faces here as well, identifying the group as Nebula Clesia. Brigia smiled, bringing 2 fingers to her lips as she observed the situation unfolding with interest. With her arms spread wide and a sword in her left hand, she noted that Ronan must have encountered her associates. She had recently heard about someone targeting their followers while they were away on missions and had wondered if it was Ronan. However, before she could pose her question, she was caught off guard by Ronan's sudden attack. Ronan swung his sword at the elf, but she nimbly evaded the strike. With a curious glance, she questioned Ronan's identity. Ronan was taken aback by how effortlessly the elf dodged his attack. As she distanced herself from him, she noted that it was unusual to encounter someone so swift at his age. She realized that it was no wonder the Nebula Clesia followers had struggled against him. Ronan jumped back a few steps after missing his target, but Brigia was quickly on him, raising her sword to strike. She remarked that Ronan had piqued her curiosity, expressing a desire to see if he had more surprises in store. As she launched her attack, Ronan blocked the blow, preparing for what was to come. Ronan gritted his teeth as he parried the elf's strike, astonished by how she seemed to anticipate his every move. Despite her skill, he noticed a gap in her defense, an opportunity for him to counterattack. As Ronan lunged forward to strike, Brigia smiled and closed the distance between them. They both unleashed their attacks simultaneously, and a powerful blast resonated around them. Despite the explosion, Ronan and the elf continued their fierce duel. Ronan, gritting his teeth, was taken aback by the elf's formidable strength as he parried her relentless blows. Ronan and Brigia locked eyes, their faces inches apart as they clashed. The elf laughed, declaring that she was beginning to like Ronan. As their battle raged on, she observed that it would be a shame to kill him at this point. With a playful smirk, she asked if he might be interested in joining their order. Brigia promised to treat Ronan well if he agreed to join the order. As he continued to fend off her attacks, Ronan, confused, asked what she was referring to. With a menacing glare, the elf warned him that he had no choice. She flicked her fingers, sending dark purple whips lashing out to pierce Sarante's legs, causing him intense pain. Sarante awoke from unconsciousness, gritting his teeth in pain as blood poured from his knees. Brigia coldly stated that if Ronan refused to join the order, she would kill Sarante first and ensure his suffering. Ronan's eyes widened, and his expression darkened ominously. With the little energy he had left, Sarante urged Ronan to run, insisting he would be fine. Ronan's right hand trembled as he parried another attack from the elf. With a menacing expression, the elf gave Ronan an ultimatum, declaring that Sarante's life was in his hands and the choice was his to make. Ronan's eyes were hidden by the strands of his hair as he responded, vowing to cut the elf into little pieces. He launched a fierce attack, forcing Briggia to retreat several steps. With her sword in her left hand and her right hand bracing against the ground to stop her from being pushed back further, she smiled and remarked that it was unfortunate Ronan hadn't accepted her proposal. Briggia lunged at Ronan, a playful smile on her face, saying that his defiance only made her desire him more. Ronan gritted his teeth and advanced as well, their swords clashing with a metallic ring as they danced left and right, then left again. Their fight was intense, each dodging and attacking, trying to find the other's weak spot. Sarante regained consciousness and observed Ronan's battle with the elf. His legs twitched in pain, and he silently hoped that Ronan would flee. Briggia smiled as she locked eyes with Ronan, feeling a thrill she hadn't experienced in a long time. Ronan's eyes blazed as he swung his sword at her, but she caught his hand, holding it firmly. The elf remarked that she couldn't kill him. It would be a waste of his talents. Briggia, still gripping Ronan's hand firmly, commanded him to stay still. Ronan was shocked that she had halted his attack while suspended in mid-air. With a deadly stare, the elf warned that if he moved a muscle, her next strike could be fatal. She plunged her sword into Ronan's chest, causing blood to spill out. Ronan gritted his teeth in pain. Briggia pulled her sword back, preparing for her next strike. With a menacing stare, she declared that when Ronan opened his eyes again, he would be greeted by the starlight.